8 in the wild card.
2 slots for wild
So
card.
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
finals.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do you want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I want-
BMI, because he can go back and that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to
What?
sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm going to be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single elims, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double elims, you know.
We've done group stages
We've
with
done-
no...
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good
Yeah.
times.
Hate that.
This time it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
Every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot
suffered.
draw
We know.
anymore.
So,
So now it's Gideon's turn.
exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute. Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents?
Why
They
the
should
talents?
be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players,
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had
took us
enough.
out?
They changed their minds right now.
Just
cut
with
us
you
out.
giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know who you facing on. You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
do they think
yeah, for
the
Swiss
format's
format,
gonna play
yeah.
out?
No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Wheezy, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one. You're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So I think it'll be even competition. So you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it and honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, it, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
It's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
now that won't happen though. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the land of dawn with the coolest reward for every single one of you guys. Why? Because it's raining diamonds all over here. Because all you need to do is buy 2 of Roto's eye drops and you will qualify yourself with 400 MLBB diamonds. But not only that, don't say bocho, because we do have a free Secret Lab People Titan worth $679 that we are going to be giving away to one of you lucky winners as well. Who's your champion today? Roto!
Who is the most broken hero?
Broken.
Bro.
Because I recently lost to this hero in MPL hero. They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I was them.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushi, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? You one-shot me every time.
Okay, what phobia?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Don't need dash also, can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why is it?
I hate to fight against it.
Can basically one give. As long as you can play the hero very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see? What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors? M6 is gonna be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
They are the curse breakers, the two-time world champions!
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's gotta be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's gonna be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight
to
the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius.
I'm a genius. You're a genius. Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know. But more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean,
MPL SG is powered by Moontan and Zenway Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Our official partner, Roto. And our partners in esports, JD Sports. Up your game with JD. Hi guys, did you miss me? Now last week we had Abstract standing in for me. Now I'm here with you guys. My name is Subtract. No, just kidding. My name is Cheryl and so excited to be here for the final day of MPL SG Season 8 regular season. Now, a lot of the regular standings have mostly been firmed up, but let's take a look at the overall standings so far. Just checking out here your respective screens. What we do see here is NIP Flash, our defending champions with 18 points to their name, followed by Evil with 15 in the second seed position, followed by Rift Esports with 12 points after securing that phenomenal win against NIP Flash just last week. Now right there at the upper bracket, we're gonna see Vanguard Esports with 9 points, sitting at 4th position right now, but not quite comfortably because hot on their heels, we have Bleed Esports with 8 points at 5th position. Now at 6, we see RSG SG tentatively, and we of course also have Front Yargans at 5 points, Homeboys at 2. Now, what makes the overall standing so interesting is we are going to be seeing shifts depending on how today's final matches are going to be going on. So this is interesting because we might see a shift on who makes it to the upper brackets, and this is where the next match will be exciting for that you don't want to miss. So jumping straight in, let's check out today's match schedule. So yes, ladies and gents, we are opening up today's show at 10 a.m. with these two powerhouses. Now we see Homeboys SG going up against Vanguard Esports. Now this is perhaps a last hurrah for Homeboys SG to see if they can deny Vanguard Esports from sitting comfortably at the upper bracket so far. Moving on to match 2. Now this is a true nail biter, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely a highlight match that you don't want to see. Front Yardigans going up against RSG SG. Now the conclusion of match 2 will let us know which one of these teams will be relegated right here for MPL SG regular season and won't be making it to playoffs. So 6 are very, very high for match 2. Don't miss that out. And closing up the show for match 3, we'll be seeing Rift Esports going up against Bleed. Now that will be happening at 3 p.m. So all in all these 3 matches that we're about to see are all decider matches to see if who will be in the upper brackets or who will be relegated. Stakes are super high. So let's jump straight into match 1 for today, starting off with Homeboys SG. Now, when it comes to the boys at Homeboys SG, they have nothing to lose but everything to gain because they're going to be looking to deny Vanguard Esports from taking that clean sweep to have that upper bracket spot. And with that being said, presenting to you the faces of Vanguard SG. Now, this is an interesting situation when it comes to Vanguard Esports because they're right there, guys. Don't get me wrong, at 4th position right now in overall standings. But let's not forget, Bleed Esports is hot on their heels. So it is crucial and instrumental for them to secure not just a win, but perhaps a 2-0 if they want to stay in that upper bracket to secure their playoff aspirations. So with that said, what do you guys think? And wait, do we have someone special on the desk? Take it away, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 8. My name's Abstract. With me here is Jace and a special guest caster. Hey! Most importantly, LY4, did you get lost?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the players' rooms are that way.
Yeah, so like straight out, turn left kind of thing. But okay, yes, we have a special guest caster here with us, and that is LY4. He has been around MPL SG for the longest time ever.
Season
and
1?
Even, yeah, I think even way before season 1.
Even way before
like
season 1.
MYSG,
Yeah,
you were there as well. Yeah. So it's kind of understandable that he will be able to give us a lot more insights about the game and as well as insights about some of these teams. But before we even jump in and kind of have a really good talk with LY4, we do have a program that we're gonna have to run and take a look exactly what we are gonna be looking out for. So Jace, while we are at it, what do we have from Homeboys SG?
Sure, Homeboys Singapore right now, bottom of the table, a lot of things are at stake right here. Not too sure, even if they get a 2-0, will they even stay in MPL Singapore going into the playoffs, which will be happening very soon. So here are the lineup: Hazard from the EXP lane, Sup coming in from the last season in jungle, Ryzen the mid laner, Lord Zul, the roamer that entered during the transfer window in between week 2 and week 3, and all Marcus in the gold lane.
Okay. So Homeboys SG, understandably, they had many changes. Considerably, we have Lord Zul coming in as well as Sup coming in as well. So far, when it comes down to Homeboys SG, what kind of changes have we been seeing? Is it like for the better or for the worse?
I personally feel like Homeboys Singapore, this is a massive change, because I always feel like when you change the roam, the whole identity change, right? We remember Kazuya that debuted in week 1 and week 2, but like Lord Zul coming in, I think. And also Sup, right? Sup is a tank jungle player. We've seen him pulling back the old meta, so not too sure whether we'll be seeing that one later on.
And on the opposite side, we're looking at Vanguard Esports. So let's have LY4 kind of break things down for us a little bit here.
Yeah. So for Vanguard, I feel comparing their roster to Homeboys Singapore roster, I feel they are definitely more stable and more consistent coming through in this season. Definitely they have better teams as well. So yeah.
So far, we didn't really see any changes when it comes down to Vanguard Esports. They did manage to have pretty good runs in MPL SG thus far, even though they started with like 3rd place in Season 5, but they were gradually kind of dropping in terms of their rankings. Like Season 6, they were 4th, and Season 7, we're looking at 5th to 6th place. Do you have any, information or anything that you'd like to say about Vanguard? How far do you think that they can make it this Season 8?
Definitely, I actually expect more from them because in the previous season they actually did better than what I expected. So definitely, I feel that this season they should be at least aiming for top 4. Yeah.
Aiming for top 4.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So now, of course, when it comes down to all of this, we do already have played like for 3 weeks.
Yep.
So information is always key. We have information now. So Homeboys SG, what have we got so far in terms of heroes?
Yeah, Abstract, I feel like for information, it's a little bit a big question, right? Especially coming from Homeboys, because they replaced 2 of the key players, especially that walks around the map, that controls the map, right? That is the jungler and the roam. Lord Zhu has showed us 3 games as the Cho, and don't mind you, this Cho, he sometimes plays as an assassin to compensate for what Sup plays as a tank jungle. So these 2 are the ones that literally kind of changed the stats a little bit, but to be frank, I'm all eyes on Hazard, right? He's been playing the Phobias quite strong as well, and he's shown that he can actually play the XP lane quite well. So right now, I think Homeboy Singapore, there's nothing to lose. I think right now the question is, would they be bringing a tank jungler into the pool? But Sup sometimes shows us that he can play quite a good assassin.
kind of looking at things in a Scream kind of perspective, right? Since they are at the bottom of the bracket, they can't climb themselves back up. It's kind of like a swan song last hurrah for them. But at least they can still have fun. But for Vanguard, things are definitely a tad bit different. They are currently in the top 4 for now. So perhaps these statistics will be able to tell us a little bit more about this current game that they are about to fight. But L4, any special mentions here? Like anything that kind of surprises you?
I think more surprises will be coming from Homeboys side, because for Homeboys they have been playing the tank jungle, which we don't see it often in MPL Singapore. Mostly we are seeing assassin and Phyto junglers. So probably we can see more tank junglers from the Homeboys Singapore, and they might be able to bring something different to the table. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Now, of course, when it comes down to the rest of Vanguard, they have been playing in a very common way that we have been looking at Season 8 thus far. So honestly, I would say that Vanguard, they are definitely playing onto the meta, and they have familiarizing themselves with the meta quite a bit as well. So honestly, I would definitely expect quite a bit from Vanguard. Like what LY4 said, they could gun for the top dogs throughout the entire season. But of course, going off to the playoff is always going to be one of the most important questions as to how they're going to be like. But for now, let's take a look at a head-to-head video between these two teams.
Vanguard, I think their first season, they placed top 4, and Nick Stain leading the team from his departure from EVOS was actually one of the best things that could have happened for his career, because when I first met him, knew of him, he was like one of the highest Mac roamers in Singapore. So leading his own team helped him develop his ability as a leader, and Lakshan Stain has been his close friend for a long time. So I think this is their third season changing their imports, but they're still the core of the team. So I wouldn't expect them to do any worse than what they have been doing for the past 2 seasons.
I don't think Vanguard is a dark horse for this season. I think Vanguard will compete for top 3 or top 2. Because last season they play very, very well. Because they challenge Homeboys, they challenge Blitz. So from the result, we will see the potential of the boys from Vanguard. So for this season, I think Vanguard will compete for top 2 and top 3.
To me, Homeboys not qualifying, not surprising. Because you see the name Homeboys, Homebots, yeah. So, right, I think Homebots quite weak, because they are like, the name don't sound any good to me. I feel like every season they come in just to get DQ'd, then what's the point of coming in? And then from last season, they only have the best player, their roamer, Yuski, the best roamer in Singapore. Yeah, that's all. I think Zishan as the main jungler, wow, damn bad, bro. I see already, headaches, I see, like watching some epic player playing MPL, what's the point of playing MPL if you only can play Fanny, correct or not? Then, so you just stick out of Fanny, show us one time, this time.
Wow. I have nothing to say. Whenever I see Nick Stain talk so much substance.
Smack. To be honest, you know what he tastes like? He tastes like mala.
Tastes like mala?
Yeah.
Why? Because
I can't handle spiciness. He's giving lots of spiciness from that one head-to-head video, man.
Technically, you should be numb from it.
Yeah, I am numb. I can't feel you there.
Well, of course, now that we have the opportunity and some time to kind of take a look at LY4 himself, I do definitely want to see who you predict to be the winner here.
Definitely I will be going for Vanguard. Yeah.
2-0. 2-0 all the way. Wait, why? What's so funny?
Everybody is like formal and everything, and he's like, figure guts.
That's my esports post.
Actually, I don't remember that. Even though we talked about the fact that, you have been here all along, and there's a lot of times that you have been jumping around, you have been playing in the jungle, you have been in different organizations as well, and then here you are, here we have you in your white polo tee.
Yeah.
When are you visiting my GRC?
Probably soon.
No, it's like a Make the Minister moment.
We are all too 2-0s all across the board. But is that the same for our audience? Doesn't seem like it is the case, right? Homeboys SG with a 60% prediction from the side of the audience, and Vanguard only getting themselves the 40%. So I would definitely say that, well, Nick Stain definitely got hit the Homeboys SG crowd pretty darn hard, because this guy just have got zero censorship and this guy have got zero filter.
Yeah, but I mean, on the flip side, right, it goes to show that Homeboys Singapore does still have quite a bit of fan base, right? Where
Yes,
people
definitely.
still don't give up, even though they've been relegated quite a few times. Because, you know, sometimes it's just sheer will and determination that really gets you through MPL.
Now, when it comes down to the next thing that we gotta have to talk about, is gotta have to be our gold laners, right? When it comes down to between all markers as well as Lakshan State, this one I'm asking about preference, right? LY4, between these two, do you have a preference?
Definitely I prefer Lakshan Stain. He has been in the scene for quite some time, and I think in the previous season he has been playing the Moskov, I feel like better than most players out there. So yeah.
And he have actually not been picking a lot of Moskov this season, actually. We're looking at like Carey, Roger, as well as Nathan. But hopefully when it comes down to this upcoming game, we will be able to see that Moskov that we have been talking about as well.
Just want to add on, just take a look at the damage to tower, right? For the side of Lakshan Stain, it's 11k as compared to 9k. This shows that Lakshan Stain really wants to scale all the way to the later parts of the game, and then after that, you know, start hard pushing turrets, right? Lakshan Stain plays the macro game, whereas for all markers, your GPM, yes, there's not a lot of damage to tower, but you can tell maybe he's getting his goal elsewhere, be it from the farm or be it being the lane bully.
Now, of course, when it comes down to the game itself, since we have already kind of like broken down all the information, we give you all the statistics, you guys can, of course, make your own prediction and make your own thinking as to which team will be the one that come out on top. But now that we are in the drafting stage, right? The drafting, the bans, it's understandable that they are mostly gonna be rather similar paths. So we'll take this opportunity and get to know LY4 a little bit more, right? LY4, tell us a little bit more about your history thus far.
So far, I've been playing MPL for since season 1, even before that. Singapore, Malaysia. I think before MPL Singapore was established independently, before that we were combined. Yeah,
right?
correct. It was MYSG. So I was playing from MYSG, and then from there it just playing all the way. Yeah.
Even during MYSG, were you still the jungler back then?
Yes, I was the jungler for MYSG. And
so
I was playing my Karina.
Wow!
Karina was the meta, man.
So it has always been like Karina. It has always been like jungle. And then at which point in time do you decided, okay, I'm just gonna coach?
No, I think there was one season that I played XP lane for RSG. Yeah. Wait, I actually did. I remember playing Rizong. Yeah, I did play Rizong in one game.
Wow,
that was like MYSG.
No,
days,
it's
right?
MPL SG.
No.
Season 2?
Season 2?
Season 2, yeah, I think
Wow.
so.
So is it at the point in time, like after season 2, then when it comes out season 3, you're like, okay, maybe there is some need of a shift or something. What's the thinking behind
So I think what's
coaching?
bringing me back as a jungler is that honestly my assassins are not that solid, not that of a top tier compared to other international junglers, and then that's what I'm lacking. And I've been trying very hard to practice assassin junglers, but I felt that it hasn't been working well for me. So I feel that I had to, if I wanted to continue playing, I had to do a role swap, which then I changed to gold lane. Yeah, so I ended my career with the gold laner.
Yeah,
as a gold laner.
I remember,
I remember that one.
Season
I remember
3,
the goal laner.
all the way to grid. Because of that one, but ladies and gents, gotta have to focus on the draft right now. Vanguard going up against Homeboy Singapore. Vanguard first pick, bans away the Ruby, Phobias, Moskov. Homeboy Singapore though, Ling, the Chip, the High Loss, first pick coming off of Vanguard immediately. That's a Hayabusa going to hands of Astrid.
Yeah, so nothing too out of the ordinary thus far, since we are still kind of looking and depicting how both teams would want to set up their initial core heroes. But of course, because of the changes of the current patch, we do have a lot of heroes that have technically fallen out or have crept back into the meta, right? So at least when it comes down to what heroes such as Roger and Roger as well as who's that one again? The crap. I suddenly forgot her name. The most recent mage. Juzin, yes, thank you. Yeah, so I would assume that both of them is actually kind of like out of the meta now. I'm not too sure about Juzin, how good she is at this point in time. But Homeboys SG, Edith, Fredrin. I don't think that we have any surprises here.
Can I talk about Fredrin just a little bit? I'm sorry, I just need to step in. 2 games being picked up by Fredrin, being played. It's basically mostly from Homeboy Singapore, mostly by sub.
This is the only situation where we will see a Frederick being picked out.
I feel like after this patch where Roger is being nerfed, it has fallen out of the meta. So as you can see, there's no teams that prioritizes Roger right now, and then they are going for other picks.
Just looking at Paquito.
Hazard on Paquito. Wow.
I haven't seen a lot of Paquito thus far as well.
Yeah. So usually when the team drafts a tank jungler, what you want as an XP lane is something that can split push that fulfills the assassin role. Because in this tank jungler meta, tank jungler gameplay, we need a split pusher. So Paquito here makes a lot of sense because Paquito can actually split push well and 1v1 most of the heroes in the XP lane.
Yeah, you're gonna have to compensate for what you're lacking from the jungler side, right? So whenever possible, you will always need some kind of lockdown coming in from either the jungler or the roamer, which in this case, yes, definitely we have the lockdown from the jungler himself. So the EXP laner, you gotta have to pick up when it comes down to the burst damage, the split pushes, anything that technically speaking the jungler is supposed to be able to cover. But thus far, when it comes down to Vanguard, Hayabusa, Carry, and Yves, these three core heroes coming in from Vanguard, does it really tell you any pattern or any story as to what they might want to go for?
Honestly, their draft is very good against Homeboy's SG because Carry and Eve are very good deterrents against tank junglers. So I think here they are more prepared that Homeboys is going for a tank jungler and a more tanky kind of composition, and then picking the Carry and Eve actually does counter it quite a bit.
What are they lacking at this point in time? Because the only thing that I can think of is, crowd control.
Correct, crowd control and hard, solid tanks, front lines.
Which will definitely come in soon, which is why Homeboys SG have decided to go for a Kufra as well as a Terizla ban.
Huh?
Mid lane Selena?
No, Rome Selena.
No, it can't be. Edith is the Rome.
It might be, yeah.
EXP.
There's a chance that Selena might be the roam and the Edith is a flex pick.
Damn!
Glue's coming back.
But Glue as well as
Vanguard.
Tigreal.
Okay. That's your tankiness, that's your CC. That's Vanguard has picked up for themselves.
We've got quite a lot of burst damage coming in.
I don't know.
Even for the skilling to the late game from the Sicilian? Gold lane
What's this
Sicilian?
Draft? What's this draft, guys?
So honestly, in this patch, right, if you guys play ranked in the higher level, Sicilian is actually kind of meta right now. A lot of ranked players, they are actually exploring Sicilian as a mage, and then it's becoming more and more popular in the meta. So Sicilian is actually what I expected teams will pick in today's MPL as well, and then here we have it.
But what's the condition of picking a Sicilian? What do you gotta do in order to make it work?
So honestly, Sicilian, the only weakness of it is that its early game is very weak as compared to other mages. So in order for a Sicilian to work, you have to scale to late game, and you need your other heroes to compensate for the Sicilian early game.
But guys, that's a gold lane Sicilian.
Correct, it's a gold lane Sicilian.
Okay.
So now, of course, because whenever we are talking about marksmen all across the board, they are always weaker in the early stages. So technically putting a Sicilian down over to the gold lane, it doesn't exactly change anything, except for the fact that, yeah, my Sicilian deals magic damage, kinda.
As compared to other marksmen, the thing that Sicilian is lacking is mobility, because Sicilian
pushing
doesn't
power,
have,
right?
Yeah, correct. Mobility and pushing power.
So honestly, at this point in time, between Vanguard as well as Homeboys SG, we definitely do have a very vast different kind of playstyles. So obviously, I gotta have to ask this question for both, right? Jace, which one do you prefer?
Well, to be honest, Homeboy Singapore is actually keeping up with the stats. Apparently, it was played. Gold lane Sicilian was being played by Skylar in MPL ID just very recently, in fact. So yeah, Homeboy Singapore looking to scale to the late game. Early game, we got Lord Zul to basically do everything.
Yeah. Then L4, do you like it?
Yeah, I actually think that Homeboys SG has a very interesting draft, and honestly, I think that it will work if they manage to scale to the late game.
Yeah, but the problem is Ding is on the glue. You know how annoying Ding's glue can be. That's one of his comfort picks.
At this point in time, it's really just questioning as to what kind of rotation that we could very potentially expect coming in from both of these members, especially since Homeboys SG with a Selena in the mid lane. Understandably, they would want to be as aggressive as possible. Whenever they try to find the arrow down on the enemies, they would just jump in onto the action as soon as possible. The funny thing as well that we're looking out for is actually Ryzen that is
a mid lane Paquito.
So I think it makes a lot of sense to pick the Selena here as well, because Selena actually has a very strong early game, and because that they are playing against a Tigreal tank. When you fight against a Tigreal tank, you will want to pick more magic damage, and this is their team comp is actually providing a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, in fact, with both the Sicilian as well, actually Sicilian, Edith, as well as the Selena, they're all magical damage, but hold on, whoa, actually managing to land the arrow from Lord Zul over to Nick Stain. So now Nick Stain doesn't have a lot of HP to actually contest for this upcoming turtle.
Split used to buy a little bit of time. Fieren getting scouted out by Lord Zul. This is annoying, but there goes the possession coming in. Astrid going Hayabusa. Sam secures the turtle for now. The arrow will go wide, but Ding still on top of the target, and this time around has to flicker out of there. Homeboy Singapore walks away with a turtle.
So with the very first turtle take coming in, that will be taken by Homeboys SG. Their early game is definitely going to be a lot more comfortable from this point onwards. So I would definitely say that Homeboys SG, they could be able to move themselves over to the mid stages of the game pretty effectively. Especially since we didn't really quite expand too much about the Paquito mid, but how does that help for Homeboys SG?
So what went right for them for the first turtle is that they actually poked out the Tigreal, and the Tigreal was low. So when the Tigreal was low, it was very hard for Vanguard to contest for the turtle, especially against a tank jungler. So I think for Vanguard, they will want to try to steal the turtle right there and then just back off, which they did.
As long as you're able to get yourself the objective. You know, objective gaming, understandably, is super darn important, and you're just gonna have to roll with it as much as possible. So, Homeboys SG, they got their early game, they got some good scaling over to the later stages of the game. Vanguard just kind of have to focus a little bit more, or in fact, probably a lot more, onto magical defenses such as Athena Shield, as well as Radiant Armor, for them to be able to kind of resist any form of damage, possible damage from Homeboys SG.
Honestly, I want to talk about the goal lane picks as well. Sicilian as comparing to carry. I feel that the Sicilian here has more impact as compared to the carry, because when you're playing against a carry, you want to fight against more tanky frontliners. But in this case, when Homeboys SG, they pick the Selena roam, they pick the Edith, it's very hard for carry to have a lot of impact in the late game.
Yeah, so question right now, if you're Vanguard, what is the win condition right here?
I'll say in order for them to win, they have to really rely on Furin and Astrid for them to carry the team, you know.
So Roma, play around your mids, right?
Yeah.
Play around the map, but right now Homeboy Singapore seems like, oh, hold on a second, that's an implosion, landing onto Lord Zhu as well. Flickers out of there, real world manipulation coming in at the same time. Hazard walking over, does have the onwards, knocking up two members. First blood, given over side of Vanguard already. Ding, possessing Hazard right now, gets dragged all the way back right into the jelly. Nick Stain just looking for some more peel. Fieren outputting the damage just a little bit. Astrid still focusing on the purple buff for some weird reason. Ryzen picking up Fieren right there. One man down for the side of Vanguard.
The battle for the turtle is looking great, but it doesn't seem like that is going to be the end thus far. With 4 members from the side of Vanguard joining into the action, and the Homeboys SG, they gotta have to take this heat.
Yep, Hazard knocking up as well, also flipping at the same time. Hazard down low just a little bit. Nick Stain flickers away in the midst of all the damage coming up from the Sicilian. It is going to be the turtle secured by Astrid. That's Grand Theft Turtle secured, but Lord Zul finds the punishment onto Astrid.
A 1-4-2 trade per se, but all the way we are looking at a 3-1 scoreline in favor for Vanguard, and now we have got a 1-4-1 trade between the turtle. So with a 1.5 thousand gold lead from the side of Vanguard, they're definitely going to be a little bit more happy from this point onwards. However, Vanguard, they don't exactly have a lineup that is going to be really good in the mid stages of the game as well as compared to Homeboys SG. So when it comes down to firepower, I would definitely say that Vanguard will lag roughly about the 10 minutes mark. Do you agree?
Yeah, definitely agree, because their heroes are more scaling as well. Like Carry, Eve, and Hayabusa in the early game, they do not have much burst damage, and they need to rely on getting the items before the damage can pop off.
Oh, Shadow Kill lands onto Ryzen, securing that Paquito. I heard a concealed play. Nothing came out from that one, though.
Now, one thing that I, of course, noticed as well is the fact that they are working with more of a utility mage in the middle lane. So technically speaking, we're looking at a pause 4 mage. However, Ding onto the glue is not necessarily a damage dealer EXP lane as well, but it doesn't seem like we can expect too much damage from him. So I would say that when it comes down to the damage department, they are kind of lacking, but they do have quite a lot of utility to work with.
Yeah, definitely. So like I mentioned just now, for Vanguard to do well, they need the Hayabusa and Eve to pop off, and then I think that Astrid has done a very good job in the past 3 minutes. He actually has helped Vanguard to secure a lot of kills. Yeah.
They have a total of like 4 kills just from the Hayabusa alone. But as for Yves, right? I have always seen Yves as utility. You don't probably like expect the Yves to do a lot of damage per se. But what exactly kind of impact? Oh, hold on a second. Seems like we are going into something.
That's going to be a little bit of movement speed bonus right there. Ding catching onto Ryzen as well. Goes into split, real world manipulation, committed, implosion, forcing Homeboy Singapore to stay in the box. 2 members down, giving the double kill over to Liechtenstein.
Damn, okay, that was definitely not what I was expecting. But the concealed play from Liechtenstein.
Looking at Lord Zoo, the flip comes out, Hazard goes into Primal Rav. Liechtenstein working on the mid, it will be cracked as well. Shadow kill landing on all Schmarkus at the same time. Recall spam, for good measure.
With all of the first tier turret in the top and the middle lane taken down, it's just going to be left with the bottom lane. But Vanguard, they would want to focus onto the middle lane as much as possible while Astrid pushes Lord Zoo away, just so that they can have a free reign in the middle lane, and that clears out one entire lane for Vanguard.
Look at the damage dealt, Abstract.
Damn.
That's definitely not a utility mage.
That's a damage mage.
Am I wrong with my information, or is there like something changed with Yves? Like, that's a lot of damage for a Yves, is it not?
The glowing one actually definitely helps in terms of that. And of course, as long as you stay inside of real-world manipulation, it's an AoE damage, right? So that's why the numbers can be a little bit inflated. Astrid just tempting fate right there, using Quad Shadow, scouting out members of Homeboy Singapore, but as you have solid control around the Lord Pit.
We spoke about Glowing One, and Glowing One had received changes, and in fact, it is a nerf because it is too versatile for a lot of these mages. As such, the burning tick damage actually went down already, which is definitely going to be one of the more major impact over to Yves, which is why I assumed Yves is very unlikely to be able to do any substance when it comes down to damage department.
I think it's also the fact that they are against a tank jungler, and it's easier for Yves to cast spells against the Fredrin.
Just kind of spam it all the way, since they're kind of stuck in the box either way. They have lack of mobility, which is very likely going to be the case, since as the Fredrin sub, right? You would want to initiate with a dash, and once you are into the dash, you can't really hit anyone else. You're kind of stuck there for like a good 4 minutes. Oh, sorry, 4 minutes, 4 seconds. So 4 seconds is definitely going to be a very big amount, especially as a tank jungler within the real-world manipulation is definitely going to be tough for you to get out of it.
So I think for Homeboys SG to have a good comeback now, they really need to rely on Selena to land the arrows.
I think that's a win con, definitely. Nick Stain goes in concealed, zones out the members of Homeboy Singapore. The Lord is being dealt with by Homeboy Singapore. Nice defense for now, as long as they keep their turrets clean, but seems like, you know, top sides already cracked open. Real world manipulation going in. Praises Raph, doesn't even Raph anybody at all. Vanguard just zoning out the members of Homeboy Singapore there, but hold on a second, Homeboy Singapore pushing the members out. Damage coming from all Marcus already.
I can definitely see Ding as the utility to Fryron now. The moment that Fryron did manage to box someone else up within the RWM, and you do have your split, you can kind of bring them back into the square, which is kind of how we are just supplementing a lot more damage onto the Yves. There's just so much that we can expect coming in from the mages. But what else can we expect from Vanguard? Like, how do they end this game? Because we're only like 10 minutes in, and our projected idea is that they wouldn't have enough firepower this timing.
So what they can do now is that they can take it slow and wait for the next lot to spawn. Then they can contest the lot. Once they have secured the next lot, I think it's pretty much they can secure the win. On the other hand, for Homeboys, if they want to they really need to rely on the Sicilian to scale to the late game to have a comeback.
Very well, manipulation used once again. Zone out Homeboy Singapore. There's no defense coming out. That's just going to be Liechtenstein cracking another turret once again.
It's just easy way in thus far for Vanguard. And especially since Vanguard have got very good ways to initiate into a battle as well. So far, we haven't really seen a lot of initiation coming in from Homeboys SG, despite having an Edith as well as having a Fredrin. They'll both definitely want to reserve themselves behind and leave it to the Abyssal Arrow to actually start up a battle. Is that the only way that Homeboys SG can start a battle?
Honestly, I expected more from Homeboys SG, considering that they took the first turtle, but mistakes were made and they have fallen quite behind. So for them to really win right now, the win con is for either the Edith to initiate or for the Selena arrows to hit.
I think that having the Selena arrow to hit on someone would definitely be a far cry, considering the fact that it is definitely a skill shot, right? And you don't hit it 100% of the time. Hazard gonna have to kind of pick it up a little bit and try to look at the game in a wider point of view, right? And just kind of be expecting that I gotta have to sacrifice myself for the team. I gotta go in with the Earth Shadow Flicker in order to catch out someone of the back lines. But who is the first person that they gotta have to kill?
I feel like they have to kill the Hayabusa and the carry if they want to do a successful defense.
Concealed plate, zoning once again. I love how Nixane is using this, right? Using the conceal, using the real world manipulation to crack these turrets one after another. Shadow kill, outputting so much damage, right? And has to back off back into the base right here. Nixane pushing all the ways back. Now it's going to be a free reign for the side of Vanguard to Rampage all across Homeboy Singapore. The real world manipulation has jumping in, but it will be throwing into nothing as well. But this could be it. This is also the way that Homeboy Singapore is trying to hold on as much as they can. Members of the Vanguard still alive, but they're now battered as they take game number 1.
With game number 1 in the bag for Vanguard Esports, they definitely walked through the entirety of this game with no problems whatsoever. Homeboys SG's lineup definitely seemed a lot more dominating, and of course there is quite a menace in the mid-game power spike. With the Paquito with great amount of burst damage, Selena with the damage. Let's not forget, actually, the entire Homeboys lineup, right? They all have damage. Like, pretty good damage by the 10 minutes mark. But, but what's stopping them?
So for Homeboys, like I mentioned, I think what they did to do is to scale to the late game, which they apparently didn't manage to. So even though they took the first turtle, but they made a lot of mistakes, they got caught off, and then they didn't manage to defend well. Yeah.
Is there anything, like, when it comes down to the macro business, is it really something about the fact that, yeah, they didn't get to a certain place in time, or they weren't, you know, kind of backing each other up well enough?
So what I felt like was their mid lane wasn't doing very well against the Tigro If. I think the mid matchup could have been better, and then they could have played with the Sicilian more to help the Sicilian scale. And then if they defended with the Sicilian high ground, they could have managed to scale to the late game better, but they didn't manage to do so. And then what I saw down there is that the Selena has been getting caught a lot. Yeah.
Now, of course, when it comes down to high ground, it's a very good point to note, right? Because we are looking at a Sicilian versus a carry. Technically speaking, a carry will be completely outranged by the Sicilian.
Correct.
Right? So I'm actually kind of surprised to see that carry was able to get down the first turret in the top lane. But for now, let's take a look at the MVP coming in with Ashrit with a total of 7 kills, 1 death, 4 assists with a total of 91% kill participation. Going in and out of the battles thus far, and of course he has always been able to land all those swifty kills off of this Hayabusa. Understandable when it comes down to all of these team fights, Ashrit just knows exactly where he's got to be.
Definitely, right? Just take a look at his items. I thought he was like, he even went for Malefic Roar, knowing that he is dealing with a lot more tanks. But if you start to notice, he's already going on the way to the BOD, where he's like, yeah, I need more damage onto this one. And to be honest, Hayabusa has been picking off, creating a lot of havoc in the back line. So that's why the members from the side of Homeboy Singapore are unable to reinforce the front line, even though they've got plenty of them.
I just find it a very big of a waste, right? Because technically, I'm with LY4, right? When it comes down to Homeboys SG's lineup, definitely not the conventional lineup, but they did manage to kind of, when it comes down to the drafting, they did manage to just kind of accommodate for one another, right? We are looking at a tank jungler, we need burst damage, we need someone that can really make sure that we are able to hold the ground and kill people effectively, which is the Paquito as well as the Selena on that stead.
Now I got a question, right? If you're Sicilian, your first item, should it be a Clock of Destiny after the changes to the item?
Yeah, Clock of Destiny is still a very essential item to Sicilian because of the sustainability and more HP, giving the Sicilian more survivability. Because what Sicilian lacking is mobility, and then it definitely needs to build more tankiness to sustain through some damage.
You know what they say, right? A dead DPS is no DPS.
Yes.
Technically speaking, you'll want that more than, you know, you're kind of pumping up more DPS. And I think that one thing that we also can note is that the Clock of Destiny does give you mana regeneration on its own individual grounds, which is something that Sicilian has got a lot of problems with.
Even compensating with the mana boots as well, right? But apart from that, I think it's also the handover from the side of Homeboy Singapore wasn't as smooth. Whereas for Vanguard, they've been prioritizing a lot of these turrets, right? Especially look at how Fearon would just burn the real world manipulation to allow Luxian to push down each turret one after another. So I think Vanguard, it's a really commendable job right there.
Let's talk about itemizations, LY. anything that is out of the ordinary or anything that is, kind of different, basically?
I think most of the itemizations are quite standard. Probably Lord Zoo and Ryzen has more of an ambitious itemization.
Kind of greedy in some sense?
Building like the Divine Glaive early and the Blade of Despair early. Probably they could have opted more survivability, and I think in terms of Pakito, instead of the Blade of Despair, you could have built the Malefic Raw first.
Right, understandable. Especially since this is more of a front to back kind of lineup, you're gonna have to deal with a glue, you gotta deal with a Tigreal as well. Understandable to pick up a Malefic Raw would be nice, unless the main cause of the game for Homeboys SG is let's just dive back line, kind of thing.
Yeah, I feel like from Homeboy Singapore, they aren't able to execute that front to back because they have no back in the early game, right? The back of the early game, I don't know, they're more clashy at the start of the game because your front to back only starts when all markers start to pick up the items, right?
All markers definitely require the items, but I wouldn't expect all markers to actually join in the battles, considering the fact that he does have lane priority. He wins against carry. He's definitely going to be happy about staying in the gold lane, and I think that Homeboys SG would technically want to leave all markers alone in the lane if Vanguard doesn't come to, kind of disturb the both of their dynamics.
So definitely I feel that the Sicilian will scale better than the carry in this sense, like I mentioned, because a carry against their team composition is actually quite hard to play. They do not have much front lines for the carry to deal damage to. But I feel in this game, what didn't went right for Homeboys is that their mid trio, if you compare the Fredrin, the Selena, and the Edith against the Tigreal and Hayabusa and the Eve, I feel like Vanguard has a better strong mid trio. And their mid trio did so much more as compared to Homeboys SG.
I really agree with you because this is if I see this kind of lineup coming up from any team at all, frontside Homeboy Singapore, you expect to have a lot of mid control, right? You've got Fredrin to basically peel for Ryzen and Lord Zoo to output the damage, whereas they wait for all markers to scale. But what Vanguard did well is basically sending Luxianstein. You saw the amount of damage he does to turrets as well. This is the team that really prioritizes making sure Luxianstein reach these turrets, and then after that take them down one by one with the help of Firen and Astrid at the background, and even to a certain extent Ding, right? That's just wrecking havoc. Homeboy Singapore just couldn't deal with Ding, and to a certain extent Astrid.
I think that if we were to look at things in another way, right? Vanguard is more of a utility lineup, and Homeboys SG is more of a burst lineup. One thing that really helped Vanguard is this one additional point is that they do have pushing power, and the fact that they are able to push down turrets in the top and the middle lane kind of give them a lot more of an avenue to come over to the backside of Homeboys SG's base, or rather their jungle, to really catch them off guard and make sure that they are unable to kind of ambush against Vanguard, because their priority is to burst, right? If they burst, in order to burst, they need to have their ambush potential. If they're losing in map control, how else are they supposed to burst?
So for Homeboys SG, what I feel also is that they really need the Selena arrows to connect in the early game, which I feel that it didn't connect to any important picks. Like most of the arrows are landing on the Tigreal, which they couldn't really burst the Tigreal down. They needed the arrow to land on the Hayabusa, on the Eve, and then from there, the Edith and the Pakito can follow up.
It's kind of tough because this is all about pick-off.
Correct. But that's all about the Selena pick, right? I mean, if you pick a Selena there, you're expected
to pick off.
Yeah, you want to pick off. You want to pick off.
But is it about putting all your eggs in a single basket kind of situation? Because if we will look at Selena's pick off, Pakito is burst damage to the one person, technically pick off. Fredrin, definitely pick off, right? So they're all just kind of pick off units.
Correct. They do not have like a AoE crowd control kind of skill, they're more of a pick-off comp, and what they fear of is getting initiated on, I feel, which actually Vanguard did very well with that, because Vanguard, I feel that they identified that they are pick-off comp, and against the type of composition, what you want to do is you want to force a team fight, and you do not want to give them a chance to pick off.
Is that why Astrid is just so aggressive in the middle lane? Like the moment they take down the first tier defense turret, they're gunning for the second tier. He just went straight into the opponent's eyes. Don't mind the second tier defense turret and just kind of like, I'm pushing you away.
Correct. That's actually the correct way to play against a pick-off comp. And then for pick-off comps, what they want to do is that they actually want to hide more in
the bushes,
hide more in the turrets, and then try to pick off.
So this is why them losing control of the map understandably will lead to their untimely demise. They need the control of the map, but unfortunately, because the opponents is really good when it comes down to macro, as well as the fact that they do have got utility in the lineup, they're able to just kind of box the opponents away with a Yves. They have the glue as well. It makes absolute sense. But with the highlight, we should be able to kind of look at the games in a more micro view. So when it comes down to the first turtle, right, they did manage to get it. But from this point onwards, what went wrong? We will be able to see it a lot more attentively.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
I think this is the part where I mentioned Vanguard did a very good job of forcing team fights against this pick-off comp. I think Nick Stain did a good job with that implosive,
implosion, right?
Implosion.
Yeah, I kind of second that LY4 because like right now it feels like Homeboys Singapore is using a pick-off comp to basically fight front to back, right? Which is not supposed to be the case. You got Ryzen, you got Lord Zoo, you got massive control around the mid lane river. First turtle definitely should be going to hands on Homeboys Singapore, no doubt at all. But once once Vanguard just adapted how they want to play against Homeboys Singapore, everything just fell apart.
Yeah, I also want to talk about the Paquito pick here. I feel as a Paquito, what you want to do in turtle fights and Lord fights is that you want to hide in bush more, you want to flank more. But what I'm seeing from Ryzen's Paquito is that he's showing himself too much, and it's very easy for Vanguard to target him.
They're not exactly playing to their strength, right?
Yeah.
As a pick-off comp, you don't want to thrive in an environment whereby you are winning in terms of numbers, in terms of man count. Whenever you're trying to gun for objective, most ideal situation is a 4v5 or anything under than a 4. Right. You will never want to put yourself in a 5v5 manner. But in all of these objective takes, Homeboys have always been going in a 5v5 objective take.
Yes, you're right.
Because they're just not taking control of the map. They're not hiding in the pixel bush in order to just ambush onto someone.
I feel like it all boils down to how Vanguard handshakes this one. They did two things very well. They denied the keys to victory for the side of Homeboys by not allowing to scale to the later parts of the game, and also force a clash when they're not ready for it.
So what else do they gonna do? Like, if they want to play this pick-off composition again, have we covered everything that we needed to say about their comp?
Yeah, I think we mostly covered everything that we needed to say about it.
I think there's somebody that's actually more interested to basically break it down even better. So we're gonna throw it over to Mo Boy on the other side of the analyst desk.
Yeah, I'm guessing you're going with the theme of homeboy, so you're calling me Moboy. Oh, okay. That's fine. But let's see how Vanguard broke down and dismantled this pick-off comp from Homeboys, all right? So if you look at the start already, you see Nick Stain forcing the team fight. And yeah, you see that Ryzen on that Paquito is not doing a great job on that Paquito, but it's more of Vanguard forcing him to be in that position where he cannot be that pick-off that is needed. If you take a look at where Ding and Nick Stain are playing, they're always playing to save Fryen. And Fryen, using that real-world manipulation right now together with Ashrid, he's always threatening the back line, making sure the back line is never safe. And with this Hayabusa having that mobility, there is no way that Lord Zul can play as unabided as he needs. But now we see the first pickoff coming in from Homeboys, right? Homeboys had a very nice pickoff. Ryzen hiding in that bush. Ding not able to protect Fryen. Of course, Ding did want to protect Fryen. If you take a look at his position right now, he's really at the position to protect him, but Ryzen still managed to find that first pickoff. But that is all that he's getting. Vanguard is not going to give it anymore. And at this stage of the game, Liechtenstein is already dealing massive damage to Sop. This is one of the negativities of having this tank frontline jungle, right? This is why we don't see it so often in the meta anymore. It's just that the marksmen have now are shredding way much more than they used to. And now, with this fight going in, Astrid is available to jump the back line with Ding, no problem, and they do get the turtle for the trade of Astrid, but it does not matter because they already got two members together with the turtle as well. And if you take out what Ding does, right? Ding is permanently scouting these bushes to make sure that Lord Zul and Ryzen cannot get this flank gameplay at all. And this is the entire story of the game, where Ding and Ding and Nick Stain are always permanently in front. If you take a look at this, Ding, Nick Stain, permanently in front. Make sure that Fryron does not get flanked. And once they have vision on Ryzen, that's a free implosion right there. And Fryron, with that real world manipulation, he will be safe unless the Abyssal Arrow hits him. But the Abyssal Arrow is permanently protected by Ding and Nick Stain, making sure that they do not have an angle of attack, and is a very nice divide and conquer technique that they use from Team Vanguard with using Ashrid and the two frontliners. The two frontliners are just a mere distraction, right? They might be initiation, they might not. It's wherever Ashrid goes on, that's the kill target, kill priority right there. And now noting that All Marcus is out of position, Ding and Nick Stain go for that fight on the middle lane. Meanwhile, All Marcus is left isolated and away from his team. Ashrid gets a free kill. Vanguard, they just rack up the points with that. They just go for this mid push. Extremely easy zoning with the real world manipulation that is available. And look at where Nick Stain and Ding are. They're permanently in that front line. This is top tier team gameplay, right? You see in the top, very top tier, your tanks will permanently be protecting your mage. And as LY4 said, Fryron, you need to be popping off. And Nick Stain and Ding, they really enable that together with the help of Ashrid, who is always threatening the backline. He's aiming down Lord Zul or Ryzen, the two members that can potentially threaten their mage or their gold laner. And with Ashrid in that backline, always doing that shadow kill shenanigans, there's never a chance. And Abyssal Arrow, Nick Stain is standing here just to tank the Abyssal Arrow, by the way. Yeah, that is just thinking right there, you know? It's like, you are going to be a Tigreal. Yeah, you want to stand at the front. Make sure that you always tank that damage. Make sure that you always bring that threat of the implosion. And behind you, there is a sticky man who can jump on with that jelly. And that's just so threatening to the side of Team Homeboys because they cannot threaten the backline. Their front line is protected at all times. And it's just so easy for Team Vanguard to dismantle this once they don't have that space anymore. If you take a look at the Lars Lord team fight here, right? Nick Stain, Ding, just protecting Fryron and making sure that Ashrid is always threatening that backline with that shadow kill, making sure Lord Zul cannot go in. And that's just the entire story of the game right here. They just repeated the same formula again and again, and Homeboys just got dismantled. But very well done by Team Vanguard. But let's just go on to game 2, and let's just see what the casters have to say.
Thank you, Momen. Thonking going on. Of course, when it comes down to Vanguard, they definitely know what they are going to be doing, especially since when it comes down to roster and lineup, it's always an important thing to know that familiarity is always going to be important. As long as you understand how you play within your own teams, you will know exactly how your team plays, what they are good at, and even to the point of what they like to eat from McDonald's, all right? Because when it comes down to McDonald's, the Road of Glory will always be very, very tasty because of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy. You'll be able to catch all of the MPL SG Season 8 action and of course complete the experience with this crispier crunch with McDelivery. Okay, because not only all of that, we also do have thousands of in-game diamonds, which is up for grabs for you and your squad. So go on and smash your hunger with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy.
Can we order something? Can we order something now? I know you got a McDelivery app. You order diamonds for me.
I do know that I do have a lot of points, but hey, the points are for me.
Oh,
just so you guys know, in case you guys don't know just yet, I'm not too sure whether it is still up or not, because if you guys have got a lot of points and you like to use McDelivery,
I just want food and diamonds. You can give me all.
You can get it yourself.
But
you can get it for yourself. No, it's expiring soon, guys. It's expiring soon. 500 points.
Gotta get that right now.
Yeah, 500 points for $4.50 off your McDelivery, or to use 1,200 points in order to get $10 off of your McDelivery. Expiring soon. This is kind of like limited time kind of thing, so make sure that this is kind of like the different part of the ad-lib. In fact, that's not part of our ad-lib, but hey, I love McDelivery, so
I just love McDonald's, alright? McDonald's has been my comfort food since Polytechnic days. My favorite order is always a Big Mac, upsize, seaweed shaker fries.
Big Mac, okay. I'm more of a McSpicy person.
Honestly, I just had
Can you eat
McDonald's
spicy?
Hey, what do you get?
Seaweed shaker fries.
Yeah.
Seaweed shaker fries.
I told you,
definitely.
seaweed shaker fries.
Seaweed shaker fries. But okay, your comfort, whenever you head into a McDonald's, if you have to turn off your brain.
McSpicy.
McSpicy
McSpicy is to go.
You can't even eat
McSpicy.
spicy, bro.
I can. What are you talking about?
You can't eat spicy. Remember the last time we had McSpicy? You were crying.
No. Sometimes, sometimes the
You're crying like you're mourning for something.
No, sometimes. Sometimes the spiciness, sometimes the spiciness is a little bit different.
But you gotta admit, man, that McCrispy, when it comes back, oof, it's so good.
Juicy.
Yeah, now I'm hungry.
I'm hungry.
Thank you.
Is what time? What time? It's like 10:40.
No, there's no such thing as a time for food. There's always time for food.
Except that if
it's dinner and lunch elsewhere in the world right now.
Except if when the menu is the breakfast menu.
Oh no,
Yeah,
especially
it's
with the
before 11.
No,
Before
especially with the
11.
chicken McCrispy, man. Come on, let's go talk about the draft.
Okay, well, let's wait until after 11 where Chicken McCrispy is actually in their lunch menu. So for now, let's take a look at the draft. We're looking at the Ling, Hylos, Furvius, as well as Ruby ban. Understandably, when it comes down to the bans, these coaches definitely know what they gotta have to ban, but from LY4's point of view.
So going on to game 2, I think we will definitely get to see more unconventional picks from Homeboys SG. And then what I will hope for them to do is that they are able to execute the draft well, because I felt that game 1, although they picked unconventionally, their draft could have worked if they could have executed it. So I think that's their flaw. Yeah.
Hold on a second. That's Iron Ryan that's playing. That's the sub player. Vanguard once this time round. Switching up just a little bit, not bringing the Stain brothers this time around. Now it's a solo Stain coming out from Vanguard.
Oh, I kind of want to see more of Nick Stain though. But hey, Iron Ryan haven't really managed to get an opportunity to show how good he is. So with this game that is technically, there's not much stakes. They are definitely putting Iron Ryan into this game and kind of check him out as to how he's going to be playing.
Yep.
But for now, Hayabusa, very first pick from the side of Homeboys SG.
So it's a very interesting pick coming from Homeboys SG, because I feel what Homeboys SG is feeling is that because their roster is quite a new roster, maybe they do not have the confidence to feel that they have the standard to face off other teams. This is why they have been playing unconventionally. So picking the Hayabusa here is a sign that they are going for the standard meta pick.
Oh, alright.
Yeah.
Wait, oh yeah!
Yeah, Homeboy's going to go for that one. So.
It completely threw my... I completely forgotten the fact that Homeboys SG's kind of main MO is tank junglers.
Whoa.
But that's not going to be the case for now. But for now, anyways, on the opposite side, we've got Vanguard. We do have Fanny and Gatokacha that's being picked out. Now, I always wanted to ask this, right? With the resurgence of Gatokacha coming in, what exactly is the reason? Because from my information, Gatokacha is really good against in sustainability against slow damages. But when it comes down to burst, he can't really heal that up that effectively. But why now?
So I think there's a lot of pros in picking the Gatokacha. Number one is actually a very strong early gamer. It offers a good wave clear in the mid lane. Not only that, I think it's pretty tanky as compared to other frontliners. And then it's pretty annoying as well due to its passive, and whenever you want to all in the Gatokacha, it always has ultimate to jump off away,
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good disengaging tool per se, right? Especially if Homeboys SG actually have a glue on their side, you kind of yoink him all the way to the fountain, which is something that we definitely managed to see before. But for now, Homeboys SG is not gonna work with a glue. But now we have a Yuzhong as well as a Kufra. Yuzhong has actually dropped in terms of pick rate for this season quite a lot.
Yeah. In fact, it's only picked twice. This is the second time that Yuzhong was picked up.
I always thought that Yuzhong is always going to be a very good staple, right? Good damage, good survivability, which actually still works in this meta right now.
So the reason being why Yuzhong has fallen off the meta is because of the assassin junglers. So when playing against better teams, what they would do to a Rizong, because when you pick Assassin Jungler, it's actually very easy to gank the Rizong pre level 4. Yes, correct. And it's easy to suffocate the Rizong, making very hard to fit into the game, you know?
I see.
Yeah.
Is it also come to a point whereby heroes that generally have got very strong lane control essentially just pushes way too far past the river, which kind of puts you in a very tough spot to recover? Is that
correct.
possible?
Yeah, that's definitely possible as well. When you're playing, when you pick an assassin jungler, what you want as an XP is something tanky as well, because you're not picking a tank jungler, and you need to complement that by picking something tanky in the XP. So this is why the meta now is more of tank junglers. Yeah, and tank junglers are also very hard to get ganked by their assassin jungler.
Yeah, so what we are looking for from an EXP laner is not necessarily pure sustain, but we want that raw defense in order to be able to open up bushes. In the event that you're attacked, you don't die immediately. But if Yuzhong were to open up the bushes, yes, he may be sustainable if he attacks the enemy, but most situations you would not be. So I would believe that that is the direction.
Correct.
Definitely. I think, we're just having this conversation earlier before we went on stream. Remember, the Khalid was more of like a damage dealer Khalid, right? But now, Khalid is evolving into something like a bruiser, more HP items. You got the Oracle and the Thunderbird and whatnot, right? So yeah, Homeboy Singapore going for this one's a little bit risky.
Actually, when it comes down to Khalid, I've always had that theory that Khalid would do very well in this meta, right? With the Thunderbelt coming into place, you would definitely want to find a hero, or a hero that is able to close gaps and kind of deal basic attack in order to stack up onto the Thunderbelt will always be good. Not only that, Quick Sandguard, you do have the sustainability. You may be able to open up the maps. If you build tank, you have the raw defense. And once you back off, you kind of heal yourself back up without needing to attack anyone. So you have the sustainability on that side. Defenses, you can build it up, and when it comes down to lockdown, you kind of have got your ultimate that kind of works like a Terizla.
So honestly, I actually expected a lot of Khalid picks today, because Khalid has been coming back to the meta, has played in the MPL Philippines recently, and then they have been building Thunderbelt and full tank on the Khalid to make it work.
That makes sense.
I actually think that the Rizong can fit into the draft if the Rizong builds Thunderbelt and full tank. Yeah, I think it's actually possible, you know?
Because technically speaking, Yuzhong also do have got a pretty good way to basic attack the enemies, right?
Correct.
Your second skill, as long as you can land on something, you do have that gap closer, which is the same way as Khalid does. And we have seen that from Soon. You know, Soon has been taking the waves. You're able to close the gaps and just kind of stack out the Thunderbelt a lot of times. I think that a lot of these EXP laners can do the same.
Looking at Homeboy Singapore, that's a Xavier, that's a Beatrix. I believe this is the first time Xavier is being picked in this season. Yes, it's kind of annoying to deal with a Xavier on the other hand, but you know, Vanguard will solidify their draft with a Bruno last pick. Interesting pick so far, Homeboy Singapore. That's not a lot of tankiness, by the way.
So far, LY4, which one of these comps do you think have got a better chance in winning?
I definitely would go for Vanguard's comp, because I feel that the Fanny here has a lot of potential targets to go for. He can go for the Rizong, the Beatrix, the Xavier. It really boils down to the Kufra, whether the Kufra can shut down the Fanny.
It's all about the bouncing ball.
Correct.
If Hazard... Wait, Hazard?
Wait, is this a role swap halfway through? That's Lord Zhu on the Assassin. Sub on the EXP lane. Okay, this is kind of interesting. They're not playing the main roles anymore. Homeboy Singapore, like what Cheryl's talking about. This could be the last hurrah, ladies and gentlemen. Going to game number 2. Homeboy Singapore against Vanguard. I mean, Vanguard right now, they're a strong showing. Even pulling out Iron Ryan this time around. Both teams are looking to have fun.
Now, of course, we have seen the change when it comes down to emblem system for the longest time ever, and of course with a new introduction of emblems when it comes down to the war cry, as well as the that realm.
It's a abstract LI4. This is a total role swap coming off of Homeboy Singapore.
I mean, this is potentially their last game in MPL SG, right? So probably they want to have some fun, and then they feel that probably the role swap might give them a chance to win as well.
They could have done that since week 1. I mean, the last time I see something like this was from a community tournament where they would just immediately swap their roles around, right? But this is something that you don't really see usually in MPL games. Hold on a second, Astrid taking some damage. Cables will be able to get him out of there. The bouncing ball not able to connect. Xavier land down the Mystic Field, trying to catch people.
I don't see a lot of Xaviers in MPL. So I'm not very sure about the emblem system for Xavier, but is Temporal Rain normal?
Yes.
We'll talk about that in a bit. As Sub goes down almost immediately by the hands of Vanguard.
Yeah, remember that time when we were talking about the Temporal Rain? Oh, hold on a second. That's Lord Zhu assassinating. Wow, okay. That's kind of fast.
So Lord Zhu would fit in the meta as a jungler a lot more, it seems.
Yeah.
Fair game, fair game. But yeah, Temporal Rain. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, remember that time when you're talking about Temporal Rain is the next big thing and nobody picks it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that conversation that we had?
Yeah.
Yeah, but only Xavier is the one that benefits from this one, right?
Why is
because
that
of
so?
your ultimate goes off cooldown so quickly, and after that you could quickly recharge right into your first skill, second skill, one bar combo. You just spam skills like nobody's business with the help of Temporal Rain.
I thought that would actually put Xavier on the map a little bit more.
I feel although Xavier has been fallen off in the meta, definitely it's still playable. But what they would want to do is to let the Xavier skill, and then I think that explains the Beatrix pick as well, because Beatrix is more of an early mid game.
Only just that. Can you imagine cracking Homeboys Singapore's draft? I mean, Vanguard has to go through the Wave Clear Horizon and the Wave Clear All Markers at the same time. But I feel like the reason why Xavier fall off in meta is because of these assassin picks, right? The Fanny could just find a Xavier and just, boop, he's dead.
Yep.
I think it's kind of like an awkward situation for me because we're just 2 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. I kind of like this role swap and the way that they have been playing thus far.
This is the true and final form of Homeboy Singapore.
Yeah, they're just kind of hiding their initial strats all the way. You see, right now Vanguard, yes, Homeboys SG, they may be a little bit slow when it comes down to taking the turtle. Then, in fact, they're probably just not taking the turtle and just waiting for later on. But they did definitely put Vanguard on more of a cautious spot, and they weren't that ready to take turtle all the time and just that readily.
You know, I learned something new recently, right? In Sun Tzu Art of War, in order to confuse thy enemy, you have to confuse thyself.
So I think I want to talk about the first hurdle. I think what Vanguard did there was something most teams might not do, because they are playing with a Fanny, right? And then whenever Fanny has to take the blue buff, there's a window of opportunity for the enemy to contest the turtle. Yeah. So what Vanguard did there actually was that they start the turtle first, wait for the Fanny to do the blue, and then the Fanny just came over and took the turtle.
Even though there were 0 challenge come from the side of Homeboys SG, I think that they're putting quite a lot of respect over to Vanguard.
So I feel that because Homeboys SG is playing with a Xavier mid, they do recognize that their mid is slightly weaker as compared to the Gadokacha and Valentina. So probably that's the reason why they want to give up the first turtle.
Understandable. When it comes down to wave clear in the middle lane, it's always going to be really important. As you can see, Valentina will always be able to clear faster than Xavier and always be the one that leaves the lane first. So when it comes down to lane control, Vanguard's always got them.
Yep. Ding. Oh, absorbing some of the damage. That's Iron Ryan jumping to the back line. Doesn't connect to anybody as well. Yuchong goes into the Black Dragon form. Wow, I haven't said that in a long time. And it seems like the Valentina... Double Dragon. Fury is the one that's using it. He's the one that's also going to be a Petrified sub, taking down a little bit low. Ashrid will be able to take that one instead. Fury picking up a hazard. Lord Zhu goes in shadow kill at the same time. Fury will be tagging on, but no shurikens for him to benefit that one off.
Not only that, Ashrid also did manage to take that opportunity and that chaos to take the purple buff away from the Hayabusa. That puts Vanguard in a pretty good spot with a single turtle to their name, 3 kills all across the board, as well as about 1,400 gold lead. As Ashrid immediately, that's actually a very good sound effect coming in there.
Yeah, that's exactly what I imagine Xavier will be saying when the Fanny jumps over, and that's the reason why Xavier is not in meta.
You have a new role from now on.
Sound effects machine?
Yes, if there's any kill that we didn't manage to have you on a play-by-play, make that sound. No, just... Let's go for that.
Okay. Anyway.
You know, I'm just gonna keep taking your time away, your air time, so that you gotta have to focus onto that.
Come on, I mean...
Wait, look, turtles down, say it. Okay, perfect.
What am I, a fart machine now? But to be honest, Homeboy Singapore, this is a massive gamble they are taking, but Vanguard apparently also doesn't really know how to react to this really well, because like, I mean, if another team just decide to just do some random role swaps or even change out, putting out some random heroes like this, how would you react?
So I feel that there's a big flaw in Homeboys SG draft as well. I mean, the reason why they cannot go for team fights is because they do not have a main front line.
Oh, shadow kill. Ashray will be able to get out alive right there. I don't need to fart.
So when I'm picking a Kufra, what you want to do with a Kufra is that you want to have a secondary frontline to act as a main frontline, and that will be your XP lane. Because as a Kufra, you would want to hide in bush and then jump to start a team fight.
Kind of like an assassin style, right?
Correct. So in this case, for Homeboy's SG draft, they do not really have a frontline to face check bushes and then to open map, you know. This is making them very hard to play the game.
Astrid still takes away the purple away though. On the other side of the map, Ding will be able to find all markers as well. The Yuzhong flying around, not too sure what he's doing, looking for a target perhaps, but Iron Ryan will be jumping right in, taunting him. Luxenstein pick up that kill at the same time, picking up a double kill. Berserker's Fury already built as well. Vanguard, Fury going into Bureau's Passion as well, because why not? Ryzen flickers back to safety. The damage from Vanguard exponentially strong.
Now, of course, with 2 turrets down from the bottom lane, Vanguard definitely have got a very good lead on top of all of that. Middle lane first tier defense turret is still up and running though, so they definitely gonna have to focus on that real soon.
I just feel like it's very hard for Homeboy's SG to take control of any bushes in the first place, because by going for the Kufra Rizong, no one can really face check in the bushes. And this is why they are having a very hard game.
You're kind of, if you kind of send your Kufra to kind of open up the brush, you kind of lose the identity of what Kufra is supposed to be, right? Being able to jump from a far distance to connect on the opponents, thus so on and so forth. Well, in the meantime, technically speaking, I would say Yuzhong can open up the maps, but it doesn't seem like that's how he's going to be playing here.
You know, guys, this is the reason. This is the time where you wish Sub is playing the tank jungle, right?
Yes.
Like, I feel like Homeboy Singapore has been always missing the mark. Like, you know, when you're playing archery, there's this one guy that's always consistently not on the bullseye, and that is that's Homeboy Singapore.
Consistently not in mark.
Hey, hold on a second. Ooh, Ryzen. That's a kill over the side of Astrid, onto Astrid, by the way. That's why I still love my Beatrix, man. She's still really strong.
Look, we talk. Oh wait, hold on a second. We might have something coming in from the side of Vanguard as they push down the T2 right into the faces of Homeboy's SG. But it doesn't seem like both teams really want to commit into anything thus far.
Yeah.
But I wanted to say this, right? As much as it might not sound very good, but a lot of teams struggle to be consistent, right? Homeboy's SG has been consistent on that.
I don't know, I'm sure where you're going for, but you know what? I'm very sure it's the double dragon date just spinning around. I'm not too sure who is who anymore as Vanguard uses Fearin to zone out Homeboy Singapore. They take down the mid lane turret.
Consistent on not being on the bullseye. I gotta have to say that. All right, it's not anything that bad. All right, I'm just thinking a whole
I think you need a lawyer. At one point, do you know any lawyers? Oh, hold on a second. Hazard needs one as well because he's going down right into the morgue as Sub takes too much damage. But here comes the Nibiru's Passion and also the Xavier's Wombo combo coming in. Homeboy Singapore finding ways to make it work.
They did manage to take the Bruno down though, so at least on that point, they definitely can push Vanguard away because they lost one of their main damage dealers. However, Astrid is still around the map and still can come in to go for many of these assassination attempts. So super looking forward to that.
So I feel for Homeboys, if they want to win in this game, their win con will be for all markers to scale to the late game.
For all markers to scale?
Yeah, definitely if going to the late game, they still stand a chance, but it's still very hard.
Yeah, I agree with LFO. Xavier does a lot of damage, especially when he goes to the later parts of the game.
Once he's like 14, right? He just kind of like spams. Is that 12?
Yeah, around 12. Around level 12.
And just kind of like spam all the way.
And also his item, Xavier is very item dependent. Speaking about items, here you go. Glowing Wand, that's not enough damage. He needs a Holy Crystal in order to be able to make sure Vanguard feels the damage. Right now, he's just more of a utility mage.
Yeah, let's talk about items, right? Since we are on that page, right? How many items does Xavier need in order to really reach that point in time where Vanguard's scared of him?
I feel at least 3 to 4 items.
Ooh.
I would say 7.
7.
No, I joke. I think Holy Crystal is definitely one of his core items in order to feel the damage. Right now, it's Glowing Wand and the book is just more utility, just mostly QOL for now. But if you notice, Vanguard is just hard pushing mid.
They do have a Lord that is going to be helping them plunder everything away from Homeboy's SG though, as it pushes down in the top lane. Middle lane and bottom lane is just a free-for-all reign for Vanguard, and eventually they would want to push in as much as possible, but hold on a second.
Oh, Lord Zul takes a lot of kicks right in the face. Luxenstein credited for that kill. They thought they caught somebody from the side of Vanguard, but no, Lord Zul is the one that got caught.
It's very hard for Homeboys SG to play now because honestly their front lines are very hard to go in.
Oh, that's going to be the Bandits range coming in. Sub goes into the Black Dragon form, but use it to fly away instead. Iron Ryan catching onto all markers right here, one by one from the side of Homeboys. They fall.
We can definitely tell that Hazard is not exactly very comfortable when it comes down to the Kufra. Even though he did manage to go in with the Tyrant's Revenge, and he's way deep into the fight already, he chose to walk out instead of trying to commit with the Tyrant's Rage, which could have been a pretty good move, to be honest, because I think 4 of them were just kind of coagulated together.
Vanguard finds Assassination on the horizon. Immediately, Vanguard, this is their victory for this one. I'm going to call it early because you can see Astrid just deleting everybody from the side of Homeboy Singapore. Man, what a showing coming up from Vanguard.
Looks like Jace didn't learn his lesson between the game of RSG versus NIP Flash, huh?
Season 6.
Yeah.
I know.
Ending too early, huh?
You know, good man. Best men finish first.
Best man
finish first.
Oh no, the good men, good guys finish last. Sorry,
good guys
the other way around.
Nice guys finish last.
Sorry,
guys.
I got the other way around.
It's nice guys finish last. What good guys finish last? What kind of translation error have you guys been going through?
I don't know. I'm very bad with my idioms.
So do you finish first or do you finish last?
Hey, my last relationship was quite long.
But it's finished.
Anyways, ladies and gents, sorry, I wear my heart on my sleeves. We're gonna go jumping up for the MVP very, very soon. But man, I gotta admit, man, that was a good effort coming up from Homeboy Singapore. They lasted this long, but there's also a reason why they're in MPL, right? They fought through the qualifiers, but unfortunately, their journey have to end here, even before they could smell the air of the playoffs.
Exactly. Off the playoffs. Yes, exactly. Now, of course, when it comes down to the MVP, it's gotta have to go over to Ryan. Now, of course, I don't really have an eye for roamers, but LY4, what do you think gives Iron Ryan that MVP spot?
I think he did pretty good job on Gata Kacha. He didn't do anything bad. I feel like he didn't do anything that impressive as well, honestly. But I feel
consistency is key.
Consistency is key.
Yeah. We'll just put it up.
I mean, to be honest, I really felt that Homeboys SG just outdrafted themselves, and then that's the reason why it gave Vanguard such a good game. Yeah.
It's really difficult for them to quite play according to the maps, right? And it seems like that is a consistent thing about Homeboys SG. Their draft were not managing their map well enough.
Correct.
And that is, I think, what? MLBB 101, right? You gotta have to learn to play the maps before you kind of learn to play as a team kind of situation.
I personally feel like Homeboy Singapore, they're trying, I feel like they're onto something there. They're trying something different. They're not slaves to their, the norms and whatnot. So you gotta have to give them credit, right? Trying these sort of things back. But of course, in MLBB where there's so many heroes that you have to look out for, especially in this particular patch. There's a reason why, the likes of the Xavier, the likes of the Yuzhong doesn't appear in MPL anymore.
I didn't feel that the Xavier pick was really fine there, but what I didn't really like is the Rizong pick. I think the Rizong pick could have been substituted with a better tank XP.
Even a Khalid, right?
Yeah, Khalid or Terizla.
A Raging Sandstorm right into the Mystic Field, right into the Bandit's Rage, right into the Nibiru's Passion, right into the Shadow Kill.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And right into a Tyrant's Rage as well. So Homeboy Singapore, I think that was the missing piece of the puzzle, right? And this is a time where you really wish that Lord Zul did not go for the Assassin. This is the perfect, if you want to go for a Yuzhong, go back to the tank jungler, right?
Yes.
So it's just, Homeboy Singapore is always on the wrong side of the playing field is return in terms of the draft.
Consistent part of Homeboys SG at the very least.
Do you know Lens Law?
Lens Law?
Lens Law?
Okay, sorry, I'm going into physics right here. By the way, Lens Law is basically if you want to push a magnet right into each other, electromagnet right into it, it will try to repel, and then while you pull it out, you try to attract. So Lens Law.
I have never heard of that.
It's
I
an
heard of Murphy's Law.
Yeah,
sorry,
same.
it's a physics thing. Sorry, guys.
I'm a physics student.
Watch MPL Singapore. We teach you physics so that you get good results in your O levels.
Even in the weekends, you are learning.
It's all about learning, right?
Exactly.
It's about thoughts.
Donking.
I think we scared LY4, man.
I'm learning. You go back home today learning Lance Law.
Yeah.
Lance Law.
Yeah. You go to MLBB, you play Lancelot, but you came out of it learning Lance Law. But when it comes down to itemizations as well as when it comes down to the emblems as well, I don't think that there's anything that's completely too out of the ordinary is there.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that the emblems and item builds are all very standard. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, you can see Astrid going for Lethal Ignition. I think we talked this to that Master. In fact, instead of going for Seasoned Hunter, he went for the Master Assassin.
Master Assassin. Okay. I think that is still technically okay because of the fact that if your team is just kind of focused on, you know, kind of killing per se, and you don't expect to really kind of contest for the Lord or the objective in an equal manner, you can kind of take away that Demon Slayer, right?
Yep.
Because if you know, like, I think Astrid have got the confidence to say, I'm gonna go in and compete for objectives. But I know that way before that, Lord Zul will lose in jungle. He will be 1 or 2 levels below me. So if he's constantly levels below me, why would I even need to bother about that?
Yeah, and I feel like this is just what the Fanny has to do, right? You have to start early, get your snowball early, get the kills early. That's why you opt for your Master Assassin. But I mean, if you look at Lord Zul goes for Seasoned Hunter, it's still a-okay. You still need to farm because Lord Zul, as an higher percent, you really pop off truly around level 6 to level 5.
Yeah. When it comes down to this part of the screen, we talk about turret damage again, right? This time, they do have a composition that allows them to siege, but they still can't siege.
So I think what really went wrong for them is that they didn't really had a game to play with because they just started falling off from the first turtle, the second turtle, and then it was very hard for them to connect with their goal lane and to play with their goal lane, and this is why it's very hard for them to siege.
I think by the end of the day, right, all of their problems are all encompassed onto a single thing, and that is the fact that they can't control the map.
Correct.
The moment that they can control the map, such as, like, for example, gold lane, right? We have a Beatrix who can siege turrets really well. If we are able to get someone to kind of proxy in between first and second, push the enemies away, and just have someone just anchor down there, I don't think that Vanguard is going to be very interested in trying to just jump in.
I feel like they need to at least have a even position, even standing with Vanguard, and then get through the first 2 turtles, get through the first turtle, and then from then they can connect the goal lane and then help the goal lane to siege.
Yep, just taking a look at the top 4 right here. Liechtenstein, 2 appearances, Rich Guy, and also the carry. Sandbag goes up to Hazard. Best wingman definitely goes to Iron Rand, the MVP himself as well. But I think also another point is that Vanguard was snowballing really hard because had Homeboy Singapore maintained like equal gold and equal footing, with this kind of draft, I think Homeboy Singapore will be able to defend, right? Because their roster is semi-defensive. Right, Xavier and also Beatrix love it when you decide to dive. With the Mystic Field and the Bandit's Raid, you see a couple of moments where Vanguard almost got away, almost dying because, you know, of the defensive capabilities in their rosters.
They have very good high ground. They have a very good wave clear as well. In fact, looking at the Beatrix as well as a Sicilian, both of them are high ground and both of them also have got wave clear. We can probably tell you guys a little bit more about that in a more roundabout fashion after this mic check as we listen to what they say.
Still can. We can hero. Just fight. Go, hero. It not. Step. I don't have ready. I know skill 2. I got no skill 2. No, you can win the fight. We can never fight. Just here. Just hero first, guys. Shit. Nice. Come. Amir. Pakito. Fetch. Nice. Mia. Blue. Go.
Million.
Go far.
Xavier.
Okay. Hey, on me. Nice. Out.
Nice one. Can kite cut up to me. I turn. Nice one.
I got two.
Nice.
Now that is a single. What was that? First or second? I think it was first lot push. Second, whichever. Well, this is the composition that have got very good wave clear, like I said before. And normally when it comes down to lineups that have very good wave clear, it won't take the first or the second lot to go down. Right? You would normally be able to defend and clear waves everywhere. And you even have got a Beatrix that can kind of kill the Lord fast enough. So what exactly is the problem here? Why can't they defend?
So I feel that what they are lacking is that they do not have a solid front line. Most of their frontliners are pseudo tanks, such as like Kufra, the Rizong. They need something like a Tigreal, a Minotaur, a Terizla, something to really stand down there and soak the damage. By drafting a Kufra and a Rizong, it's really hard for them to stand in front and to soak damage, and for the backliners to do damage.
So it's still comes down to the point that their tank and their EXP laner is just not the right fit for what they are trying to do as a team composition, which is relatively unfortunate. Perhaps we will be able to we will be able to find out more from Moman the Weatherman as we throw it over to his segment.
Well, welcome, friends. Okay, so today we see homeboys trying to pull NIP Flash, and they want to play for fun and play different roles as well. But we do see that a bit of drafting error can cost you your entire game, even though you might be playing the roles that you might be more comfortable in. And this is why what LY4 said as well, right? Having that Kufra, that secondary initiator, you don't have that frontliner. Your primary frontliner becomes Sop, and Vanguard just takes advantage of that extremely well. If you take a look at the first few fights, and this is just 4 minutes in, right? You're fighting for this purple buff here, and you see that Sop and Hazard are already needing to play a part from Lord Zul and R. Marcus, who are being threatened by this avatar of the Guardian. And Iron Ryan does a great job of zoning away R. Marcus and Lord Zul from the possibility of being in that purple brush. And once he does go in with that, it is complemented by the dragon form of that Valentina. So this dragon form is being used as the main initiation tool. And of course, 2024 being the year of the dragon, Astrid, he does a great job of zoning away Sop as well, making sure his HP is low, that he cannot be the primary frontliner for homeboys at all. And if you take a look at that, you see two dragons flying around now, but if you take a look at both of them, they're not the same. The HP of Sop has been considerably reduced to the fact that they cannot take this team fight anymore, because that's your primary frontliner. He's gonna go down so easily. He does go in the Petrify, but he goes down just like that. And Astrid, Fire, bring on the damage, and that's a free purple buff secured, even though the Shadow Kill was used onto Fire, the primary target that Lord Zul wanted to go for. But if you take a look at these next few team fights, right, without the presence of Sop, without the presence of R. Marcus, they're not going to be able to make this work. Hazard cannot be the primary frontliner, and you see him taking the brunt of the damage. Once he takes the brunt of damage, Ryzen, he doesn't even get 1 to 2 seconds in of his ultimate to deal any form of damage before the rest of the team can collapse on him. And that's just how much they're missing this frontliner for the Kufra. And now with this, if you take a look at the next few team fights, this is the turning point for homeboys. This is where it could have been, where they managed to catch Liechtenstein in an immobilize from R. Marcus. He did have a Purify up, but that would not have saved him because Lord Zul was crashing in and they managed to catch him out of position. This is the team fight that they were hoping for, right? Xavier getting that immobilized together with Hazard, together with Sop as well, and Lord Zul being able to go in. This is the team fight that they wanted. And the next few team fights, they attempted that. But what happened is the only backline jumper, Lord Zul, got taunted, and the rest was history, right? He just got collapsed on so fast by Liechtenstein, and the rest of the team fight, Avatar Guardian, was free because they did not have the following damage to help them at all, and they just easily pushed in without the damage that was available. But let's just see what Cheryl has to say at the bottom with our players.
Excuse me, not at the bottom, but at the top. This is the upper brackets that Vanguard has now found themselves at. So, yes, I have Freeran beside me. I'm so not used to it. I was just like, isn't that Joe? So, why is there this name change? Walk us through it.
Because the previous name didn't really like it and I want to come out with a new name to like try to redeem myself for this new season.
So how did you end up with Freeran as a name?
Because I watched this anime. The name is also called Freeran as well. It's an elf mage. Then I relate to the anime a lot as well. Yeah.
So what can we be anticipating from this brand new Freeran at the Land of Dawn?
Hopefully, with this new change, I want to come out from P6 when I back in season 4. I want to get at least top 4 or top 3.
Wow, and definitely the regular season, you guys are sitting very comfortably, especially with this 2-0 win. It was crucial because if you guys got anything other than 2-0, it was potential that Bleed Esports could overtake you in the overall standings. So, just curious, we know that you've been playing mid lane for the longest time. So just curious, as JD Sports, let's level up your game. So any tips that you can give mid laners out there as a pro player?
I think when you play the mid lane, you need to be very cautious of your position. And right now, laning is also very important in the mid lane. Because one mistake, you might lose out in the mid, and then for the turtle, you might not get 4. Yeah, so a lot of things to take note for when you play mid lane.
So what about rotation-wise? Any tips on rotation?
Rotation-wise, for me, I usually try to take the bush control, and when my jungler is ready, then I'll help the team out. And
so you rotate with the jungle essentially.
Try to usually rotate.
And don't die before getting 4.
Try not to die as much as possible because if you die, then it'll be a disaster for the first turtle, especially.
I do agree. Well, I'm trying to play mid lane, so definitely these tips come in handy. Just curious, when you first started playing MLBB, what was the very first hero that you bought?
First, I think was Mia.
No, those standard ones, like the ones that you have to use the in-game coins to buy or diamonds to buy. Which is the first one?
It was Carry.
Carry.
Yeah.
So you started off playing which lane?
I was a marksman player back then.
Oh, that's an interesting fun fact. So maybe we might see Freeran going to the gold lane next time in the future, replacing Lakshan Stain maybe. Let's see. Perhaps that is if he can still remain in Vanguard next season. Because work very hard must impress the two Stain brothers because they always change the roster.
Okay.
Yeah. So thank you so much for joining us right here today, Freeran, and we wish you guys all the best for the playoff season.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So yes, that was Freeran, guys, from Vanguard Esports. Now, with the conclusion of this match, one thing is for certain. Vanguard Esports have cemented their upper bracket spot at the very same time, sending Homeboys SG out of the regular season, hence being relegated. So there's so many things, just from the culmination of this match itself. So speaking of which, the next match that we're going to jump into real quick is going to be a match for survival, a match that, two teams are going to duke it out for to avoid relegation. We're going to see the likes of Front Yardigans going up against RSG. Stick around for the highlight match of match 2 coming up real soon.
crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the land of Dawn with the coolest reward for every single one of you guys. Why? Because it's raining diamonds all over here. Because all you need to do is buy 2 of Roto's eye drops and you will qualify yourself with 400 MLBB diamonds. But not only that, don't say bocho, because we do have a free Secret Lab People Titan worth $679 that we are going to be giving away to one of you lucky winners as well. Who's your champion today? Roto!
Welcome to the land of God!
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh? Broken.
Bro.
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL. They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. That's why. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
Moscow.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushin, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? You one-shot me every time.
Okay, what phobias?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Don't need dash also, can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why is it?
I hate to fight against it.
And basically, one give. As long as you can play the hero very, very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna...
What does the audience want to see? What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors? M6 is gonna be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
They are the curse breakers, the two-time world champions!
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's gotta be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's gonna be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius.
I'm a genius. You're a genius. Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know, but more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true. I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
finals.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals? North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming MSEC. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs, and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to
What?
sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm going to be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna be using a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single elims, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double elims, you know.
We've done group stages
We've
with
done-
no...
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good
Yeah.
times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is-
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 meets 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy. Whoa, wait a minute. Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents?
Why
They
the
should
talents?
be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had enough.
They change their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know
who you facing on. You have 3 teams as an enemy, but in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
How do they think
yeah, for
the
Swiss
format's
format,
gonna play
yeah.
out?
No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. Okay. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steffizi, like what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like,
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen though. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
No, Mike.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the Land of Dawn with the coolest reward for every single one of you guys. Why? Because it's raining diamonds all over here. Because all you need to do is buy 2 of Roto's eye drops and you will qualify yourself with 400 MLBB diamonds. But not only that, don't say bocho, because we do have a free Secret Lab People Titan worth $679 that we are going to be giving away to one of you lucky winners as well. Who's your champion today? Roto!
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh? Broken.
Bro.
Because I very sadly lost today's hero in MPL hero. They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I Moscow.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushin, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? They one-shot me every time.
Okay, what phobias?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Don't need dash also, can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why JC?
I hate to fight against it.
Can basically one give. As long as you can play the hero very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see? What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors? M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmate, setting everything up. The curse breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight
to
the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius.
I'm a genius.
You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know. But more. More regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true.
I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
finals.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming MSEC. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're gonna cover story, what about something documentary style, you know? Like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to
What?
sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm going to be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single elims, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double elims, you know.
We've done group stages
We've
with
done-
no.
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What Swiss format?
What is that? What is
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is?
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents?
Why
They
the
should
talents?
be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players,
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
we've had enough.
They change their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because, you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know who you facing on. You have 3 teams as an enemy, but in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
Yeah, they weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
How do they think
yeah, for
the
Swiss
format's
format,
gonna play
yeah.
out?
No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. Okay. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now it's Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Lizzie, like what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better you, the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like,
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
Lose 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the land of Dawn with the coolest reward for every single one of you guys. Why? Because it's raining diamonds all over here. Because all you need to do is buy 2 of Roto's eye drops and you will qualify yourself with 400 MLBB diamonds. But not only that, don't say bocho, because we do have a free Secret Lab People Titan worth $679 that we are going to be giving away to one of you lucky winners as well. Who's your champion today? Roto!
Welcome to the land of God!
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh.
Broken.
Bro. Because I very sadly lost today's hero in MPL hero.
They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. That's right. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I Moscow.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushi, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? They one-shot me every time. Okay, what phobias?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Don't need dash also, can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why to see?
I hate to fight against it.
Can basically one give. As long as you can play the hero very, very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is gonna be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmate, setting everything up. The curse breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very
Alrighty, so hi guys and welcome to MPL SG Season 8, and right now we're down to the final day here at the regular season. Now as today culminates, what we'll actually see is two teams who will be relegated, unable to fulfill their playoff aspirations. And earlier on in match 1 itself, we have unfortunately almost for certain said goodbye to Homeboys SG as Vanguard actually took the win of match 1 itself. Now we're going to jump in to match 2, which is the highlight match right here for week 4, day 1. And this is the battle against relegation. Jumping straight into match 2 for the day, we'll see the likes of Front Yardigans going up against RSGSG. So let's jump straight in and check out the amazing faces and players of FYG. So yes, the boys are currently now at their battle stations. They have definitely grown from strength to strength as the regular seasons pass. But this is the match that truly matters. Will they be able to face off RSGSG? With that being said, let's check out the amazing players from RSGSG. So yes, our amazing players from RSGSG are super stoked to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now definitely with the addition of gear in Rome, sparks of brilliance has been seen over at RSGSG. Now is this where, you know, the addition of gear makes it significant to bring RSGSG over to playoffs? We don't really know where this is going around, so perhaps questions to the casters before the match even starts. Where does your vote lie? Over to you guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the caster's desk. And of course, to answer Cheryl's question, you're gonna have to wait because, you know, we definitely have got our predictions.
Yeah, we have to talk.
Yeah,
we're the one that's holding you guys hostage.
Yes.
You gotta have to listen to all of us first.
Exactly.
Before you go into game.
My name is Abstract. With me here is Jace as well as LY4, our special guest caster for today. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the most important games that we gotta have to watch today. And this is the battle against relegation between RSGSG versus Front Yardigans, both of which are finding themselves at the bottom half of the standings. And the one that loses, unfortunately, will face relegation, and there is no compromises whatsoever. This is a high-stakes match. As such, we will be expecting the best out of every single one of these teams' ability to get themselves right out of that ditch. As such, let us introduce the players coming from the side of Front Yardigans. Jace, tell me a little bit more about them.
So for Yardigans, right, currently placement at 7th place, fighting against RSG in 6th position. Don't forget, bottom 2 teams, i.e. 7th place and 8th place, will be relegated. They would not even go to the playoffs. And here are your challenges. Vendetta, JH, hailing all the way from Asterisk, the star player for the jungle role. Chesty also very strong in terms of, you know, controlling the area. He likes to play his Eves, he likes to play his Lilias. Kirby as well, you've seen him in Revival a long time ago, right? LY4, and of course, Bong QT.
And of course, we do have LY4 here with us. So for a moment in time, LY4, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you know about Front Yardigans?
So Front Yardigans, what I feel about it, about roster is JH and Chesty is probably the 2 MVPs of their team.
Wow.
Usually the 2 of them has the most impact, and then they are the ones carrying the team. So I think it really depends how hard JH can carry them against RSG.
Now, with the fact that we talked about Front Yardigans, why don't you introduce us to RSGSG?
So RSGSG, I think recently they added gear to their roster, and I feel that it honestly has a lot of changes to the lineup. So before gear entering the roster, I felt that the the changes between Bray and Yon has a very big difference to RSG. I feel that because in the past Bray was like the captain and then he was shot calling for the team.
Yeah.
So without having that shot caller, I think RSG seems to be weaker this season.
Now, of course, when it comes down to RSG, I'm pretty sure that you know RSG well enough,
Definitely.
right? Our friend here was originally from RSG as well.
Yes.
So, what do you think about RSG this season as compared to the previous seasons?
So I think this season, what is the main difference is that a lot of veteran players have left the roster. I think now it's honestly a brand new roster. Even Gear, although he's a veteran player, but he's from another team. So I feel that this is a brand new RSG that we've never seen before.
A completely brand new RSG, a RSG that we can't exactly even relate back to the previous team. Even though there was like four players that is mostly the same, except for, okay, maybe three players that is the same, right? But regardless, here we have FYG's stats. Jace, anything out of the ordinary? Or anything you want to highlight?
I think, like I said, Chesty, right? We look at his signature hero right there, that Yves. He will be the one that we all have to look out for, LI4. I really totally agree with you. JH as well. He's crazy on the Nolan, but he is not the most consistent when it comes to your assassin performances, right? Like, if you compare him to the rest of the other jungles, you are really sure that he will pop off. But JH, you sometimes doubt. But sometimes when you pull out like the Joy, like the Nolans, that's where he really truly shines in Frenyadigans.
Joy and Nolans. So far, when it comes down to Joy and Nolan, it's not necessarily one of the top tier picks when it comes down to the jungle. We definitely always want to see Ling, Fanny, Hayabusa and such. That is not exactly something that we have seen from JH all that much, although we definitely did debate in the previous seasons that JH is only good with his tank jungle, but at least when it comes down to this season, he has definitely proved us wrong. While on the RSG SG side, anything notable to highlight?
I think the most notable player here will be Yon. I think Yon is one of the most prominent assassin player in Singapore right now. And then against RSG, I think most teams usually ban out his assassins. So yeah.
I think because of his resurgence in Team Flash back in, I think, what, season 5, right? That was when he first, or 6? 5, it should be 5.
5, yeah, season 5.
When he showed his assassin jungle. Back then, it wasn't even an assassin jungle meta, and yet he has been performing flawlessly.
Yep. To give you guys a blast of the past as well, I remember during that period of time, we were there was a tank jungle period, and we doubted maybe he cannot play these tank jungles, right?
Yeah, he cannot play the tank jungle.
Yeah, he cannot.
He only played assassin jungle.
Correct. So suddenly, when during the playoffs, hey, he shouldn't start showing the Akai. He started showing a lot of random, like even the Martyrs, and he popped off. And not only just that, he is in the team that broke the curse of RSG versus Bleed, EVOS, Slate back in Season 5, and ever since then, Team Flash has been on an uphill climb, whereas he took a hiatus in one season, joined back as Bleed, and then joined back RSG.
Now that we talked about the past, I thought that it was actually a really interesting way that Team Flash actually climbed themselves within of the MPL SG sphere, right? We didn't really expect much from Team Flash, but in Season 5, they won and we were just like, it's a stroke of luck. But Season 6 and Season 7 rolled in and we were like, yo, they are actually getting stronger and stronger, which is definitely a proof of concept coming from Team Flash, which is now NIP Flash. But, you know, we don't talk about that for now because we gotta have to focus on the head-to-head video between Frenyadigans versus RSG SG.
When I first thought of RSG roster, I know Yang Yin is inside, which is a very good coach, as well as Yon, which is from Bleed last season. When I faced him, I felt the pressure, so there's a lot to expect from them because me and our team at RSG is the only one that is full Singaporean. That's why there's a lot to expect from RSG. It depends. It depends how Yang Yin communicate with the players because as of what I heard last season, when I faced RSG, Bray was the one that is cheering the team up and bringing the team together. That's why they were really strong last season.
I think now that RSG lost Bray, they wouldn't be as strong as they were before. What I feel about RSG now is they they will become worse, and they might even go to the bottom of the brackets. For me, when I see RSG play in the previous seasons, I only saw the good players like Bray and Diablo. But now that Bray and Diablo are not here anymore, I think, like what I said, they wouldn't do as well.
I don't think FYG will do that well, because although their trio mid is MPL experience, but their side laners are quite new to the scene, especially Bong QT. He's a rookie, yeah, but I don't think he'll perform up to standard with the other MPL goal laner, as he's quite new, and I think there's a lot of pressure on him, and I think he don't play well under pressure. I don't think FYG will put up a very concerning fight, and I think we'll beat them 2-0.
It wasn't a surprise to me that FYG qualified. I think they were actually the front runners because in terms of MPL experience, for a player like Chesty, I also have huge respect for him as a player, because I think he was one of those players that, without even being in a top team, he's able to showcase that he can be a top player. So with that kind of experience coming in, and with the rest of the ex-MPL players coming in, I always thought that they were the front runners for the MPL qualifiers. So this time around, because some of them, for players like JH, they don't have like FMM helping him anymore, and basically for most of the team, they have to like really buck up in terms of owning the stage. So even though I think that they might end up as a bottom 4 team, as they do for most MPL qualifier teams, hopefully this time around, without depending on like potential champion like players, they'll be able to find their own form, find their own ground, and do well in the MPL stage. I'm not going to lose to Pacific, so yeah, I don't think I've lost any matchups with him, except I think only once when he was in Almighty, yeah, but not in the playoffs, that's for sure, yeah.
All right, we did manage to hear from the players, and notably, I do want to mention about Bong QT though. He's the one that managed to kind of put the nail on the head, right? He got it right. He predicted it right that RSG isn't gonna do well in this regular seasons. And of course, with the change in the roster because of the transfer window, Gear came in and immediately gave them 2 series wins. Yeah, that second wave, that definitely what RSG needed. It's like cutting margins. It's like going through and maintaining at like 6th place and above through like the teeth of the nail, or nail the teeth, or whatever. But the most important thing is, RSG is battling against relegation. Fanyardigans, on the other hand, they've been forced into this spot before.
Now, we answer Cheryl's question now. Who do we think is gonna make it through? The both of us have got RSG on our prediction, and of course, our special guest with Fanyardigans with a 2-1 victory. Care to elaborate?
I know I'm from RSG last time, but honestly,
the OG
yes,
RSG versus the new G RSG.
I want to see something different, and I think there are some revival teammates such as Kirby and Pacifist who has been working with me last time as well. So I'm leaning more towards the FYG side. Yeah. I want to see something different.
I like this dynamic, right? You got you got investments in RSG and also investment in FYG, but he ultimately went for FYG instead.
Most of his chips is in Fanyardigans, at least for now. But the audience, on the other hand, it does seem like we do have quite a bit of a following over to the side of RSGSG, with a total of 72% prediction that RSGSG would win, as compared to Fanyardigans with a total of 28%. Understandably, when it comes down to RSG, if not for the transfer window, I'm pretty sure that is going to be flipped. Right.
Honestly, I think what we can look out for is also the draft, because I feel that Pacifist and Youngin has been drafting against each other for quite some time, and I feel that their style of drafting is quite similar. Like sometimes they like to bring in unorthodox picks, so it's something to look out for. Yeah.
But here we have Youngin, right? I spoke to Youngin before, and even Youngin himself believes that at this point in time, after so many years and so many seasons of him coaching, most coaches would more or less already have a very good idea as to how he drafts at this point in time. So I'm not too sure about what he would say about Pacifist, if whether he knows about the way that Pacifist drafts, or those little biscuits of information that Pacifist has. So how exactly is this composition? How exactly is this draft off
gonna look like? We start things off with a high-loss high-loss Fanny, as well as a Ling Ban from the side of Pacifist, and as for Youngin with a Chip and a Nolan that is being banned out.
To be honest, guys, I am excited about this one because these two coaches technically are bitter rivals. Pacifist used to coach for RSG last season. Youngin is back again. I mean, Youngin also entered during the transfer window for RSG for a period of time. And you know these two have been butting heads since like, what, Season 3 or Season 2? Or even Season 2, right? So there's a lot of history between the draft. I'm looking forward to this one.
Hayabusa being picked up from the side of JH. Just for a biscuit of information is that we haven't seen JH play a Hayabusa coming into the regular seasons.
I think the idea here also is that after banning the Fanny and Ling, they will want to take the Hayabusa to deny all the Yon's comfort picks.
Yeah, that's a good idea as well. You just really want to make sure that Yon is not comfortable. He can always go back to, you know, the random joys or even the martyrs if he wants to go slightly off meta. Don't forget there's still the Roger still available.
Mathilda as well as an Edith. Now, this is a question for LY4, right? Because when it comes down to Assassin meta, we actually don't see that much Enchanter support because they needed the front line to open up the map. So what does this tell us about RSG?
So there's a possibility that RSG here is, that's what I want to mention.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, they'll be going for the fighter jungler, which is Alpha. I think Alpha Matilda has been played in several regions such as MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines. It's something that's very common recently. By drafting the Alpha jungle, Alpha serves the purpose as the map opener, and then if anything happens to him, the Matilda can then ask to him to get away.
Is there any other possibility that we may potentially see when it comes down to the jungle game? Could this be a flex?
Correct. Definitely, there might be a possibility that the Alpha might be a flex pick. Alpha can play in the XP lane as well.
Alpha in the EXP lane. That's a very unorthodox way, just like how Youngin might think.
Honestly though, when it comes down to the flexibility portion, I would say that yes, Alpha definitely could be flexed away. However, what is going to take over this Alpha? That is the question, right? As to fighter junglers, what other fighter junglers it is still technically viable with this current picks from RSG?
I'll say that other than Alpha, there's a possibility that they might play Bane as well. Bane is still a possibility.
Bauman as well, you know, is rising up in the NACT scene. I mean, he's recently buffed. We haven't seen it anywhere for now, but hey, you know, excited to see what RSG have in store.
So far, when it comes down to the picks from the side of Frontierdigans, Hayabusa, Gatakacha, as well as Ruby. Very front liner oriented for now, with quite a bit of crowd control. Vexana joins into the fray from the side of RSG, putting themselves with a lot of magical damage throughout because of the fact that they have Edith, Matilda, as well as Vexana. So, with how Frontierdigans have drafted for themselves, they have already fulfilled their main core team when it comes down to the roamer, the EXP, as well as the jungle. They're just missing of a mid laner as well as a gold laner.
Correct. I'll say that the Vexana pick here is a very good pick against heroes such as Gatakacha and Ruby, because what you want to do here is to CC them and try to ON them or poke them. So with the Vexana, it actually enables them to do that.
Isn't this a very greedy draft from the side of FYG?
Yes. So for FYG, what they did here was that they picked the Cloud and Sicilian, both scaling heroes, which honestly I think that it's very risky because if it doesn't go well in the early game, it might get snowballed out of hand.
This is bloody greedy. I can't imagine how are they supposed to take control of the map within 10 minutes. If they can withstand the 10 minutes mark without going more than maybe 6,000 or 7,000 gold lead, I think that they will be fine. But the moment that it crosses the 6,000 or 7,000 gold lead, I think that that's game over for them.
Correct. So looking at these two drafts, definitely FYG has the better late game, but RSG on the other hand has very strong early to mid game. So if it really depends on whether FYG can handle the early game pressure from RSG.
No. Yeah. And even to call it out and of course to close out the draft, it is a Roger gold lane. I thought we would not even be able to see a semblance of a Roger in the draft anymore because of the recent patch.
So even though Roger has been nerfed, but in terms of the goal lane, Roger is actually a very strong goal laner because of its 1v1 pressure. Yeah.
Just because of the mobility, that's one, you're able to get yourself a very good head start into the lane in order to really pressure a goal laner, especially since it's dealing with a Claude as well, right? So I can see where that is coming from. So hopefully that this game we'll be able to see Front Yardigans be able to hold on to their ground under 10 minutes. That's the most important thing for them.
Lots of pressure already rising for the side of RSG and FYG. Gold lane, I love that breakdown, by the way. CS should be having a very good time against Bon QT. So Bon QT, it's more important for them to kind of hunker down. But looking at what FYG brings up to the table, who can peel and hunker down?
Oh, we talk about peeling, right? From the side of FYG? Or is it from the side of RSG?
FYG. They need to try to buy time.
I would say that peeling is might not be a problem per se because of the Gatakacha as well as Ruby. They are pretty tanky on that end. But for the side of RSG, because they are working on an Enchanter support, right? And the only one that can technically open up the map very safely is technically speaking closer. With as an Edith, you're pretty tanky. But as a Matilda, there's always a slight risk of being bursted to the ground.
So I think, like I mentioned before, Roger is still a very strong goal laner, and it really matters a lot whether Bon QT can handle the pressure from the Roger.
Yeah.
If the Cloud can't handle the 1v1, it will bring
Kirby in.
Yeah, correct. They have to bring Kirby in, and this will mean that the Sicilian is very open to the mid.
Right, so the game plan is for the side of RSG. It's an either-or situation in the middle lane or the bottom lane. If Kirby goes down to the bottom lane as per their macro game, that means that the middle lane, which is the Sicilian, he would have a very tough time clearing out the waves, allowing RSG to take control of the map on that stead. Am I right?
Correct.
The only neutral lane right now is probably from EXP, in the EXP lane, right? FYG versus RSG. RSG has a stronger mid and bottom lane, so maybe RSG technically speaking from that logic, but hold on a second, Vendetta, that's an ultimate committed by the side of closer. Vendetta down a little bit low. Roy has to get out of there. I think he takes too much damage from the turret. A little bit of a mistake happening, but hold on a second. That's also the turtle being contested. Yon picking up the turtle for RSG. Mathilda going, circling. Eagle tags onto Kirby. Vengeance already activated, but RSG would not be able to find Kirby.
If not for the Vengeance, that could probably be the death of Kirby, and the first blood would very likely go to either one of these players from the side of RSG. Now, we talk about Temporal Rain in Xavier, but now we are looking at a Temporal Rain onto the side of Alpha. And I understand that Alpha's ultimate, when it comes down to being at level 12, his cooldown is also extremely short. So I can see how he's trying to go in with all of that beta true damage coming in. If whether it will work or not, that is probably the question I want to find out.
Honestly, I would say that it's very unconventional for Alphas to take that emblem. But yeah, we'll see.
It's unconventional, but would it work? Like in theory, personally, do you think that it will work? Just
it does
relying
work
on beta.
Definitely, it does work reducing the cooldown of the ultimate, but I'll say that other emblems might provide
Might
more.
be better.
Yeah, correct.
Maybe like
Warcry
Yeah,
is one thing
correct.
also. Warcry definitely gives a very good flat damage increase. So it's either you'll be able to spam more damage on, spam more true damage, or you would want to have a little bit more flat raw damage going through to that side of FYG. Technically speaking, if they are just dealing with Kirby and Vendetta, technically they don't really quite need that massive influx of true damage. So probably, you know, we'll be able to see some differences.
I'm liking this Mathilda pick coming out. You saw earlier just now, Yon gets snapped by FYG, but hey, one skill. It nullifies everything that RSG wants to do.
Perhaps we'll be able to observe a little bit more about how RSG wants to work onto their game plan. But speaking of game plan,
circling Eagle, catching Vendetta. Vendetta gets tagged by the ultimate. Kirby comes in with the Gatakacha ultimate, saving his members. Yon is the one that falls to stand closer, getting swiped down. Gear still stepping forward. Roy still coming in the back, trying to output the damage, but no cooldown for RSG. FYG gets on the way, 1v1.
Ooh, definitely a tough take for the side of RSG, considering that they lost Yon. Now, what went wrong in that fight?
Honestly, I felt that Yon was out of position and then he ultimate too early. And then what Gear could have done was to get Yon out, but I think because Gear casted the S2 quite earlier and then it was on cooldown, so Yon just disappeared.
Preferably, when it comes down to win conditions, what are we exactly looking for?
RSG definitely needs to snowball the early to mid game, get the alpha going, and then go to CS lane, help CS pressure the fall.
CS getting pressured instead, Lycan Pound jumping in, Chesty, ooh, missing that bad impact. CS still gets on the way out of there. Oh, what a blunder coming up from FYG, and RSG take the opportunity to pick up the turtle.
So now with the turtle down, RSG makes their way down to the bottom side, and Kirby with the Avatar of the Guardian gets himself right out of the fight, but seems like they want to kind of continue this
Yeah,
on
to
JH.
continue on. JH assassinating Roy. Gear may be following suit. The shadow kill picking up, and JH picks up a double kill.
Ooh. 3-1 now. RSG did manage to take 2 turtles, but FYG retaliated and getting themselves back on track with a total of 3 kills to their name. As such, FYG is pretty okay. So RSG, right, they want to go for the early game snowball. They do have the Roger to win in the lane, and of course, when it comes down to early pressure, they definitely have got it. While FYG, they just want to play the late game.
Yeah, so going back to the second turtle, I think FYG recognized that they are scaling composition, and then what they did there was that they traded the turtle for a 4-man dive on the Roger.
Yeah, which is good, right? It notifies, it protects Bong, and after that, it also denies CS from getting the kill. So that's really good call coming up from FYG.
Is scaling really the major factor for the side of FYG?
Definitely.
Like, they just need to go to the late game and they would just win.
Correct.
Is that it?
Because they have both Sicilian Claude and even higher. I would say those heroes are like 3 scaling heroes compared to RSG. RSG has 0 scaling hero at all.
How
so
about
if they
marching
can
order?
get to the late game, I feel definitely FYG will take this game.
Would there be a difference when it comes down to the marching order? Like, do they need to... Is there any other things that we gotta have to look out for? Like, Kirby needs to start a fight, or Vendetta needs to start a fight, or JH needs to kill someone?
I mean, definitely Kirby and Vendetta has to start a fight, and then RSG side, in the late game, they do stand a chance as well, but what they need to do is to dive the backline.
Avatar the Guardian doesn't catch anybody. That's Gear kicking on to Kirby. Goes into the Vengeance as well. Vendetta still slightly alive. You're on the chase. One more swipe. Couple will be able to do so. Closer. Gets Jack back. JH looking for a shadow kill right here, but Gear is there to basically try to buy some a little bit of time, but he still picks up Gear, unfortunately. And look at the damage coming out from RSG. They know they're on the timer, and they hard push bottom.
A Hayabusa that we haven't quite seen from the side of JH just yet, and they are finally taking that ace out of that sleeve. JH showing dominance in that 3-0-1 scoreline from the side of FYG, even though he's definitely getting a good amount of kills, but RSG is still holding on to FYG in a chokehold when it comes down to a map control.
Look at the damage there, man. Look at Gear.
For Matilda?
I am the carry now. Look at me. I'm the carry now.
It's all about the magic missiles just going all about. I'm not too sure if whether it's called a magic or a missile, but one thing's for sure, that is a lot of little things that flies out.
Those whips are literally being buffed right here.
So I feel like for FYG to win this game as well, Vendetta has to step up. Watching the previous games of FYG, I feel that Vendetta has been the weakest link of the team. And if he steps up, it will be a huge difference for them.
It's all about the setup, I suppose.
Correct.
Like, the main thing that you'll want to see is probably a setup from the side of Vendetta, and hopefully that Kirby will be able to follow up with the Avatar of the Guardian. That way, it does seem like they can do a lot.
Speaking about Vendetta, he's getting targeted right there. Managed to dash over the wall, but use the opportunity to basically just disrupt RSG just a little bit. They haven't blown a lot of ultimates yet, but Chesky has really blown the ultimate.
I'm not too sure whether this is complacency from the side of RSG or the fact that they know how to weigh the odds, right? Because at that fight, you can clearly see that all 5 members of RSG were super close together.
Shadow kill onto Gear as well. Attacks onto the creep instead. Man, that's RNG gone wrong for JH.
Definitely did not expect that he will fly all the way to the beetle. That is not the ideal situation, but at that point in time, there's really nothing that you can control. So it's definitely a really sad thing to see. Oh!
Massive shutdown already. RSG, that's the mid-game power spike right here. And now closer flickers forward. Will be tossing everybody for the side of RSG. Throwing their ultimates right there. RSG cracks open mid. Kirby dives for his team. 3 members from the side of FYG goes down.
It definitely comes down to the point where FYG just doesn't really have the power. They don't have the potential to be able to play at this point in time in order to get themselves a good power spike against RSG. But I did mention before, I wouldn't be too surprised if they were to lose in the early game, but one thing that we really need to look out for is the fact that FYG don't lose more than 7,000 gold by the 10 minutes mark. So technically FYG, they are still in contention here.
So I think what RSG did really well is to recognize that power spike. For the team composition like this, Roger, Alpha, the power spikes in the mid game, and then they definitely abused the power spike well to get an advantage for them.
When is the lifeline for FYG? At what point in time do you think FYG can fight back?
I mean, if the game goes on for 20 minutes, it will be an
20
FYG
minutes.
game.
Another 10 more minutes, man.
10
And
minutes.
I feel RSG right now, using this Lord, even though it's a baby Lord, they need to take as much structures as possible. If FYG is allowed to turn it underneath their base turrets, man, RSG is going to have a tough time.
In most situations, we will always say that the baby Lord just needs to clear the outer turrets. However, because of a game like this, whereby they are facing against two hard scaling heroes, I would say that if they are able to get the Lord or be able to touch the inhibitor turret to at least remove the holy defense, it is definitely gonna go very well for RSG. But it does seem like they are all not gonna be trying to touch the holy defense, and that is going to stay up for the next 1.5 minutes.
So I think in the early game, FYG did really well, but I would say that they weren't very prepared for the big game.
Yeah. Oh my god, that was puckering. The damage coming out from the whiffs. Don't forget, Mathilda was buffed. That damage has increased, the range has increased as well. So Ferniadigans have to watch out for gear.
So of course, if the holy defense taken down in the middle lane, so RSG can definitely find an avenue of attack through the middle lane, and there wouldn't be anything that will be stopping them. And remember, even though FYG does have quite a lot of wave clear, notably Chesty, he still doesn't really quite have the holy crystal just yet in order to really melt down those waves. And only after 15 minutes, we would most very likely be able to see a shift in the oppression. But for now, we can still see RSG being strong and steady.
Ice Queen 1 for the Sicilian.
Oh!
Very interesting item build on there. But Ice Queen 1, I would say it's a very good item for Sicilian. Constantly throwing the S1.
But is it good for this game, considering that they are going for a very greedy lineup?
I think so, but don't forget, if you take a look, there's not a lot of people from the side of FYG does have the dumb eyes. That's why Yon is just like able to sustain so much. Gear's shields is just giving so much shield and protecting members on RSG.
It's mostly the survivability that's really just getting RSG in a very good spot. The moment that RSG is just very comfortable with the amount of health that they have got, they can always be able to just run right into the face of FYG. And let's not forget, right? FYG is, despite the fact that they are playing in a team fight kind of composition, where they want Ruby to start, they want to follow up from the side of Kacha, and looking at the Sicilian stacks, 178 as well. We're on the way there. FYG will be able to play in a very strong team-based fight in a 5v5 fashion, which is what RSG technically have been doing so far. They have been grouping up together crazily, and I have a feeling that FYG might be able to punish them soon.
I feel like FYG is very suffocated in this position. The Cloud and the Sicilian has to share a farm, and then the only person that can go to the side lanes is Hayabusa. So things aren't really looking good for FYG side.
Yeah, the Cloud animated farm, right? If the Cloud shows up on the other side, RSG knows they don't really have a lot of damage as well. But the Lord is getting half HP right here. Closer should get scouted out. You can see the damage coming out, and Chesty is using Closer to stack.
Good Sanguine Claws though. Did manage to pull Closer right out of the Pixel Bush, but perhaps we'll be able to see the Lord going on for an eternal reset. Top lane and the bottom lane is getting quite a bit of a slow push in, so RSG is definitely going to be waiting for that opportunity where both lanes starts to push in and FYG is forced to respond.
Yep. Damage landing onto Kirby as well. RSG, I think the longer this dance go, FYG is losing a lot of space, notably at the bottom lane.
I would say that probably quite a bit of economy is going to be going to a waste as well. They did manage to put a Claude down to the bottom lane. RSG can definitely see that Hayabusa went to the top lane. Once Claude shows himself in the bottom lane, RSG will spring into an attack and make sure that even though Vendetta and Kirby will be able to set up a fight, there won't be enough damage for them to seal the deal.
So in prior to this, what RSG did was that they sent Roger to set the wave at the opposite side, and that's why there's a big wave coming to FYG's bot lane now.
They're gonna attack.
Yep, they're looking for it. Gear goes in. Okay, circling Ego. Yaw misses their ultimate, but he takes a lot of brunt of the damage. Goes into Winter Chunkin. Will stay alive just a little bit longer. Gets dragged back by Gear. Wonderful play coming off of RSG, but FYG is still looking for opportunity, but no, they will lose it because RSG picks up a Lord, and also CS picks up JH as well.
Very experienced play from the side of RSG where they understood the timing as to how long it would take for a Claude to reach the main lines. If you notice in that previous fight, RSG basically threw themselves over to FYG, and they understood that, yeah, it's gonna take time for Claude to go in. But the moment that they realized, okay, Claude has disappeared in the bottom lane for quite some time, they look at the timer or they trusted their gut. The moment that RSG backed off, Claude is already with the main team.
I really love that team fight earlier just now at Y4.
Yeah, I felt that was a very standard macro play, which actually some teams don't do, setting the opposite side, the minion waves, so that the enemy has to react, and then you can then set a 4v5 in the lot.
It always just boils down to how much of a split. Oh, there we go!
Okay, that's Hugo placing Duet, landing on top of the avatar of the Guardian. But look at RSG, they're still on phase. Yon also jumps in, will be able to just take down Kirby at the same time. The Vengeance ultimately ignored. Bong is out of position, getting zoned out, and now the members of RSG will clash onto the core as well. And they take one game and will survive this particular one.
15 minutes came from the side of RSG as they identified the fact that they gotta end the game soon before Sicilian and Claude were to scale out of control. RSG takes game 1 and puts FYG in a spot for relegation.
The 20-minute stream.
The 20 minutes dream. That's not something that they will be able to get for themselves, unfortunately. But, you know, on hindsight, on the side of FYG, with the draft that they have got, if you were to be one of their players, is this going to be the same kind of tactic? Is this going to be the same type of way that you will play?
So I think what they did really well was the early game. Early game, they did maintain the goal to be even with RSG. But what they did not do well there was they did not recognize that RSG had a very strong mid-game spike. And then RSG actually made very well of the mid-game spike to lengthen the goal lead, to widen the goal lead, and then from there, FYG just didn't handle the mid-game well. Yeah.
Is it more of a draft thing, whereby you can't deal with the mid-game spike because of draft, or you can't deal with the mid-game spike because...
I think they could have played more conservatively, and then I feel that there were mistakes made here and there. The Hayabusa dying solo to the Roger, and then some of them, the Ruby dying too early as well before able to cast his ultimate. So I felt that they could have played more defensively, conservatively, and then just scale towards the late game.
So that is definitely something that they could have done with this current lineup of theirs. But hold on a second, as we see the MVP is very likely going to be JH. Wait, JH is the opposite side. Oops, my bad.
It's the victor. It's the predator of JH.
Yes, CS, as he went in for a single man kill over to the side of JH. I think that I have JH in my mind because that was his first Hayabusa game played in MPL SG, and he did pretty darn well, in my honest opinion. Except for maybe a couple of mishaps here and there. But regardless, RSG still took the game, and CS took the game by storm with a 303 KDA with a total of 828 GPM. Definitely not as big of an inflated KDA as we expected from a Roger, because whenever we look at a Roger, we always say Roger needs a snowball, Roger needs a snowball. But the main thing that he needed to do in this game is just to oppress the Claude.
So I think what he did very well here is not only oppressing the Claude, but he handled the split push very well from the Hayabusa.
Fair,
yeah.
Yes.
Because going back to RSG team comp, they didn't play with an assassin jungle. So what they needed here is an answer to the Hayabusa split push. In this case, they actually let the Roger to deal with the Hayabusa 1v1, and as you can see, the Roger actually managed to solo kill him a few times.
Yeah, so definitely when it comes down to the ambush kind of scenario, it's kind of funny that how the assassin has been assassinated by a marksman. But hey, to be fair, Roger is a fighter marksman, right? So it kind of makes sense that he'll be able to kind of play in that realm. But looking at the itemizations, we can very easily tell that RSG, they do have a lot of gold to their name. In fact, we have a total of 7,400 gold lead. So it actually puts CS with a full itemization. The rest of the team is pretty much 4/5 slotted, while for FYG, definitely were technically on their way, right? Wait, hold on a second. Where did the Ice Queen's wand go from the side of Chesty? Did he buy and sell it?
Probably sold it off.
Probably sold it.
Yeah.
Or was it a visual bug?
No,
I don't think so.
I saw it, right? Remember we pointed it out.
I just saw the ice cream one.
Yeah.
So
But it doesn't make sense if it's sold it and get a lightning Chonshan and still has a...
He has a lot of gold, to be honest, so probably sold it off. Yeah, but I also have to point out that the reason why we also give CS an MVP is that he was the one that shut down JH as well. So from that shutdown onwards, this Roger has been unstoppable.
I'm trying to like do the math in my head.
You can do math? Abstract.
That's the joke.
Math strikes again.
That's the joke.
1 + 1 is 3 to him.
8.5 thousand gold with a Clock of Destiny, a Lightning Truncheon, as well as a golden, as well as a glowing wand. If we were to look at the fact that he bought a Ice Queen's wand and sold it off for 70% of his original value, was it 70%?
I can't math, bro. I just buy items and whenever it pops up on
But
the
if
top
that's
right of my
really the
screen.
case, if that really is the case, right? It's not exactly, or rather, we all will agree that it's not economically sound to do that. But was that a situation? If that is the real situation here, where he sold the Ice Queen's wand, get the Lightning Truncheon, and then the glowing wand, is that something that you think is a good idea per se?
Definitely, I will feel that I will not advise any players to sell their items halfway in game because I feel that getting back 70% is a big loss. So I'll rather he just
double down.
Yeah, double down. Keep with the Ice Cream one, and then maybe when after he's fully slaughtered, then change the Ice Cream.
it up.
Yeah.
Okay, I should never sell off items. Sorry, I'm taking
you
notes.
ever?
I did.
Sorry.
Let me take notes because you know, as a marksman, sometimes you bounce between should I go for Malefic Roar or BOD,
Right,
and then then you're like not too sure, and then you just sell off one item. Sorry, yeah, I'm taking notes.
But they are the same sub-item.
So I think from this game, what I feel also is that RSG has stepped up their game. In the past, we see that after Yon is being banned out, it feels that RSG is very vulnerable. But now that Yon has the Alpha in pool, it's definitely another RSG that we see.
Yeah, with Alpha in tow, I would definitely say that RSGSG can definitely show quite a bit of flexibility on their side. We all always look at Yon to be that assassin guy in
Solo.
MPL SG, right? And you know, a little bit of a blast from the past once again. Back then, Yon wasn't called Yon. It was called Kyrie.
Spelled K-Y-R-I-E, yeah.
Alright, so he definitely did have some adoration for the Indonesian Kyrie. Oh, sorry, Filipino Kyrie that went to Indonesia.
He's about to get cancelled right there.
Well, let's be honest here, there's Kyrie in every region in some sense. Right, so we do have a Filipino Kyrie. He does have some adoration for the Filipino Kyrie, right? So he wanted to be the Kyrie of Singapore.
Yeah, I think he was going to that way, and if you notice, his playstyle also changed for this particular game. Usually you see him solo on the other side of the map, he always plays his own game. But this time around you can see a lot more structure, a lot more communication in between. You saw how Gear saved Yon multiple times as Yon bought so much space for RSG to take that Lord. That was a beautiful sequence.
6:9. And now we are back to talking about turret damage again. Is that a problem as well?
Yes, so definitely, I also feel that because our FYG is playing a scaling composition, they really have to scale, and then they couldn't play with the Claude as much. And the problem here is that both Claude and Sicilian has a losing lane.
Yeah.
This is why you see Kirby is very, he doesn't know like really where to go. He needs to protect the Claude, he needs to protect the Sicilian, and it's very hard for them to just rotate and connect to the Claude for them to siege.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that's on Kirby's shoulders, right?
Yeah, definitely, right? Remember, when we go into the game, I asked this question, right? Okay, you got 2 losing lanes. You got 1 neutral lane. Then who is going to peel, right? Who is going to have to soak up all that damage? Because when you soak up, when a Gato Kacha dives like that, you want to soak up all that damage. I mean, it's a right idea, but before Sicilian, before the clock can scale, you don't dive.
So here's the funny thing, right? For Kirby, he's in a really tough spot because the moment he stays in mid, his bottom lane loses. If he goes to bottom lane, his mid lane loses. Kind of sounds exactly like what FMM said before, right? I go up, I go to the top lane, bottom lane lose, go to bottom lane, top lane loses. So where do I go?
Yeah, so it's a mobile push and pull, right? If you noticed, halfway through, FYG decided to double down on the gold lane, which is their weak side. And then after that, you know, shove. So suddenly you got a neutral top side, and then after you have a strong bottom side. But look at where RSG is. They are rampaging all across around the middle parts of the map.
Personally, I would say that the right call, I wouldn't say right call, but the better call would probably be to focus on the middle lane just so that you will still at least be able to handle your entire team when it comes down to map control, right? Because your team just doesn't really have a very strong map control, and at least you have a Hayabusa if you're able to control the map well enough just so that your Hayabusa will be able to position himself in a way whereby he can still contest for turtles or perhaps steal turtles. I would have thought that when it comes down to the economy side, FYG would be a little bit better instead of kind of torn between how much gold do I put on Sicilian and how much gold do I put on to the Claude.
So what I also want to talk about is usually when they have a Ruby Gutter, it's actually pretty easy for them to disengage because they have a lot of AOE But from the team fights which we witnessed before, what I feel is that maybe they didn't play it that well because the Ruby has been dying off pretty quickly before throwing his ultimate. And then if the Ruby did throw his ultimate, maybe he would have helped them disengage better.
I think that is a really good segue over to the highlights, as we'll be able to see in a more micro view as to how the team fights eventually worked out for them, right? This is of course one of the first few battles whereby they went for the turtle fight, and this is where we finally see one person going down. Vendetta was caught out, and then he technically kind of hovered around, was hoping that he will be able to assist the team a little bit more. As such, RSG, they gotta have to fall back shortly afterwards, but without much losses.
Yeah, but on the point of disengaging, right? If Kirby and Vendetta wants to disengage, they're basically putting themselves out there. For RSG, on the other hand, the draft allows them to literally pull people away. So RSG is, from what I'm seeing right here, right, throughout this whole highlight brought to you by McDonald's, RSG is literally kiting FYG backwards as they try to reach for the kill.
So I think that what LF4 mentioned about Vendetta is more or less on the dot, right? We needed to see more engage and we needed to see more plays from the Ruby because that is probably one of the best ways that you'll be able to engage.
I also feel like JH in this game as a Hayabusa has been sticking with the team too much. He could have started the split push earlier, much way earlier. Like from the 7 minutes mark, I think I say that he's still fighting with his team. What he could have done is to set the side waves at the opposite side, start the split push earlier.
Yeah. So start to come in for the flank to catch the back.
Correct.
Right, so at least you will be able to get some farm on that side as well. Or could it be because of the scenario that they are in, right? Because they have two very greedy heroes, and perhaps their idea is that we can't send the Hayabusa to the side lanes to quote-unquote farm and push because we need to allocate some of these farms over to these item-hungry heroes.
Well, that might be the case, but if that's the idea, then they shouldn't have picked a Hayabusa, because sending a Hayabusa to team fight in the big game is a bit questionable.
Yeah. So it's kind of tough, right, to allocate resources properly in FYG's lineup. Like, do we pour our resources over to the Claude that can technically split push? Do we give it over to Sicilian, where he can technically passively increase himself? He doesn't even technically need items. Items definitely makes things faster, but if we were to put Sicilian in a team fight, technically he can still grow, but Claude can't. So you gotta have to throw him to the side lanes or whatsoever. But this is, I don't know, ultimately a very difficult question for us to ask, right? So perhaps we'll be able to siphon some information and answers from Moman the Weatherman.
Hello everybody, it's Moman the Weatherman, and look at where my arrows are pointing to. This is the first mistake that FYG made when JH was down. Yes, they did have the later skating lineup in terms of having the Claude, having the Sicilian as well. But JH went down to a solo pickoff by CS. Very good job on the Roger, by the way. But they wanted to hold on to the mid turret. I felt that was an extremely greedy play coming out from FYG, knowing that they had no one to jump the back lines because Vendetta, he did not have the farm yet. Bon QD, it's still 9 minutes into the game. There's no farm available, and they chose to take this team fight. With this team fight decision being made, Roy, CS, they are left free in the backline to roam as much and deal as much damage as they wish to do so because they have the Eternal Guard up on the front line and they can just crush down this tower. At this point in time, Blazing Duet is not dealing enough damage and Kirby is soaking damage for naught as RSG just stomps on through and gets 2 turrets. This is the turning point coming in from the side of Team RSG. And this is one of the few fights that I really want to highlight here, right? This is not really too much of a fight at all, but it's just stellar gameplay, stellar decision making coming out from Team RSG. They have lane pressure coming in from the side of both the top and the bottom lane. And look at how they bait out the Lord and the areas of control that they are fighting for. So when you're fighting this Lord in this kind of situation, this bush that Roy is in is extremely important, right? You want to establish as much control. And FYG, by right, yes, they could have jumped that bush. But Roy, he does have his flicker available. And CS and Gear are protecting him at all times. So he is not there in vain. He can get away from trouble when needed. There is a guiding wind, there is a flicker. And on top of that, he has the blood wings available as well. So they cannot willy-nilly jump in. And with the lane pressure that's coming in, you see Claude, he's struggling in decision making. Do I go bottom? Do I clear out the wave? And it's so hard as a player to make this kind of decisions. But what I really like about RSG is they have closer, right, all the way on the top side of the map to secure that flank way coming from the top side, because that's a possibility with Vendetta. You might have I'm Offended coming from the back lines as well. So this is extremely important. And when does RSG pounce? They've been dancing with the Lord for an extremely long time here, but they want to be sure that the Claude is not in the team fight. They don't see the Claude yet. Yes, there's still minimal committal. You look at where RSG CS is playing. He is the main damage dealer, but he's still taking control of the bush. And that's so pivotal in just securing the Lord, making sure that Claude is not in the fight. And the moment Claude appears on the bottom lane, that's when Closer is like, yeah, it's go time, baby. And he just proceeds to walk in the bush, albeit gets jumped a little bit, but it's really the go time right now. You see Gear and Yon both jumping with the circling eagle. Closer on the march as well. Yon goes in with the Spear of Alpha, misses, but never mind. He has the Winter's Crown. But this is not a team fight they're looking to win. They just want the objective. And with the Eternal Guard spotting out 4 different players from Team FYG. Yeah, that's a free unit right there. I just use an ultimate and he just scouts out so much vision for free for RSG. They know that all 4 players are here. So this gives CS so much room in the world to jump JH in the backline as well. And JH playing too close to his team might have been his folly, as CS does jump onto JH. That's an easy pickoff onto JH. Then they will not have him for the rest of the tower defense as well. And now take a look at this. This last fight, this is amazing play by Gear. Blazing Duet is the only key damage coming through from the side of Team FYG, right? But Blazing Duet is used. He gives up his life to interrupt that Blazing Duet so that there's no more damage coming through and that the entire team fight is done. Bon Cutie is left in the back line. He's left right-clicking as CS is chasing him down. But it does not matter because his base is exposed, his team is dead, and now they lose the game. So very well done by RSG. FYG, what do you have for us next? Let's go back to the casters.
Thank you, Moman, as we managed to get a very good micro breakdown as to how that game eventually went out. Of course, hopefully, when it comes down to game number 2, we will be able to see a little bit more of a balanced draft coming in from FYG. Hopefully that they will be able to draft it in a way whereby the mid game, early game, and the late game are all pretty well balanced.
I really hope to see some Khalid though. I think that today, the team that can make Khalid work will win.
Khalid?
Khalid, yeah.
Khalid. I really do want to see that.
Yeah.
Khalid. Actually, it's more of like Khalid, right?
Yeah, I know. Yasu taught us that one.
But you know what? We don't really have to say Khalid, right? Because,
yeah, it's okay, Khalid.
English a little bit.
But I remember when LI4 came in, right? He's complaining like his eyes were very dry.
Yeah,
is this still
not
dry
red anymore?
Hey, now better. Hey.
Why?
Not bad. What do you do?
Oh, just now I used some Rondo eye drop.
Like legit, by the way.
Yeah, legit.
He really asked us for. You go and take a look at the first series. His eye was like red, and then now look at his eyes, all white.
I mean, yesterday I slept really late, and I think because of that, today I woke up with my eyes being very, very red. A bit itchy, I guess. But after using the eye drop, it really helps.
Yeah.
Tired eyes, right?
Yeah. All thanks over to Roto eye drops once again, right? Because we are always staring at our mobile screen, our phone, our computer, our tablets for long hours of time, and especially MLBB, right? So we are on our phones all the time to play. And of course, pro players alike, they are all facing a little bit of a tired eyes here and there, and it can definitely cause some digital eye strain. So make sure you guys use the Roto eye drop and of course get rid of the tired eyes altogether, as this is an important accessory for all the gamers. Do know that from now until 30th September, which is
2 more
in 2
days.
days' time,
Yep.
whenever you purchase any 2 Roto eye drops, you will be able to get a total of 400 MLBB in-game diamonds and stand a chance to win a secret lab chair worth $679 as well, which you can purchase from, the eye drops themselves can be purchased at any Watsons or Guardian stores.
You can be purchased.
You can be purchased.
Name your prize.
The way I phrase it is like, oh, you can buy a secret chair from Watsons and Guardians.
Yeah, I'm not an item off the shelf, ladies and gents. It is time for the draft. Game number 2, RSG. One more game to stay in MPL Singapore. But of course, one more game for FYG. Unfortunately, will they relegate here, or would they make RSG suffer just a little bit more, make it tough for them?
Yeah, this is quite literally a game of relegation. So, we do have got Nolan, Joy, Chip, and Ling that has been banned from the side of from both sides. Youngin in game number 1 as second bankers and pick, they did ban onto the Chip. And knowing Youngin, he's probably a coach that would gamble onto the Chip, which I think that we have seen that before a few times, where he actually leaked the Chip. But in this case, with Pacifist onto second ban and second pick, they banned out Chip, and such we will not be able to see that.
So I'll say because of that chip pick right now, most teams in the first pick will have the advantage, and then because of that, in the first pick you can actually have more leeway to have a wider range of bans. Yeah.
Now, with the very first pick from RSG, picking up on the Phobius, in fact, the very first Phobius for today, RSG SG will be able to pick that up. Now, we also had this discussion before, right? Whereby MPL SG, because most pro players, or rather, we do have some pro players that have relatively small hero pool. As such, MPL SG is pretty normal for us to see very targeted bans, right? So in this case, Youngin have decided to go with a Nolan, Joy, as well as a Gatakacha ban, which is definitely something that we have definitely seen from Sun FYG before.
I feel in this case, JH still has a lot of heroes that can be played. Although might not be the ideal pick, but it's still playable. So I think what most players in Singapore are facing is that because they have other commitments, and we are not like full-time players like in the other regions. And this is why the hero pool is always very constricted.
The second game that we see the Alpha, ladies and gents, Mathilda, also selected by Gear. Similar draft as what RSG is going for in the previous game. The Alpha and Mathilda wombo combo is actually quite strong now.
I thought it's pretty interesting how they have entirely dipped out of the Assassins in this series, right? Picking up the Alpha pretty darn early. They're not giving any leeway, understanding that if they were to pick a Mathilda, it's gonna be very difficult for them to even play onto an Assassin through a Enchanter support.
Yep, just add on very quickly, don't forget, JH also plays the Alpha as well. The way RSG right now is starving JH's hero pool. Now I'm excited to see what FYG has in store for their Assassin.
So here's the problem, right? Pacifists have decided to go for the Yeve that would leave the Assassin junglers currently unavailable for FYG to be picked. As such, RSG have got 2 more additional chance to go for more Assassins ban if they would like to. So far in the career of JH in MPL SG Season 8, we've seen him play Ling, which we've seen him play Ling once, which is already banned already, Guinevere once, Alpha once, Joy twice, in which have won twice, which will make sense why RSG have decided to ban that. Julian is currently still available for the picking, which is something that he has played before. We've got Xbox, Fanny, Nolan, and Hayabusa. So at this point, the current available heroes that has been picked before and not banned is Guinevere, Julian, Xbox, Fanny, and Nolan. Oh wait, Nolan is already banned as well.
Yeah.
So there's only 3 heroes that JH can play based on his career.
Correct, but like Julian in this particular patch, I don't know, it's too coin flippy. I don't like it. I like consistency.
And it does seem like Youngin is not exactly looking to flat out remove JH heroes.
So I think what Youngin is saying that he's already comfortable banning the Nolan and the Joy, and then he's like, oh JH, you just pick whatever you want. I have answers to that.
Would there be a chance that we might be able to see a Fanny in here?
Or could be a Roger jungle. Easy.
Roger jungle?
Yeah, put the Roger back into jungle, pick something else for Bong. Pretty sure that Bong has something else up his sleeve.
Now, of course, they are playing with FYG picking up onto the Eve. It's very likely that they're just going to be hands down playing onto teamfight compositions, right? With a Eve onto pos 4. I mean, technically, it could be pos 4, it could be pos 3. We have seen before how much damage Eve does, so throw that out of the window. So there is definitely quite a bit of possibilities from FYG.
That's an next board.
I mean, FYG style rather than Roger go to the goal lane rather than the jungle though, because even if the Roger goes to the goal lane, it still has some pressure in the lane. But if you were to put the Roger against the Alpha 1v1, I'll say that the Alpha actually has a better odds of winning the Roger.
Now, with the Xbox going over to the jungle, right? What would you prefer here? Do you want someone that is tanky in the EXP, or someone that actually deals damage in
It's
EXP?
hard to say that the Xbox might go to the jungle, because in this case, the Hylos can still be a flex pick.
Yeah, just looking at what FYG have alone, right? You can imagine a situation, real world manipulation, Glorious Pathway, Last Insanity right there inside the box. That's a lot of AoE damage and also potential heals coming off the high loss. RSG right here, what's that pick?
But I'll say the Xbox here is a very good pick against the Alpha jungle. It's very hard to own Xbox as well.
Okay, that's a Valentina. That's also Moskov, RSG. This is their draft. A little bit interesting coming out from my side. At the very least, Valentina is good to go up against that Eve.
Glue is also currently available for FYG, but that might also mean that they might be lacking in the damage department, right? With multiple utility from the side of Eve as well as Glue. We have saw that before in the previous series. It definitely showed, with the Glue in EXP and the Eve in the mid, we can definitely expect that Eve starts to do a lot. Yes, Khalid! Yeah! Khalid! Yes!
Finally!
Here we go. Just look at FYG. Everything can be flexed around. It's actually kind of interesting. But they're going to round out that draft. That Khalid works really well by keeping everybody inside the box.
Heck yeah! Heck yeah! I've been waiting. This, I've said it on desk already. I've got that theory. I haven't really quite seen Khalid in the other regions yet because I didn't have time to watch because of that duties. But regardless, the Khalid Thunderbelt full tank as well as an ultimate that sort of resembles Terizla is something that I really wanted to see MPL SG.
So I'll say FYG draft in this game is very different from the game one. This draft they actually have is more early to mid game draft. Let's come to the game one where they are going for the late game scaling.
But what exactly should we look out for from the side of RSG? Because whenever we look at the Moskov, it's just front to back, right? We just want to see a front to back comp. But what other should we look out for when it
So
comes
I'll say in this game, RSG actually has more options to play with the Moskov split push, whereas FYG, what they will want to do is to avoid that split push and to just keep team fighting because they have a superior team fighting team composition.
I mean, they do have got a Khalid after all. Khalid can actually clear waves pretty effectively as well, but we have yet to see exactly how Vendetta wants to play his Khalid. Like, very likely it's tank, right? Very likely the first item is... Oh, man.
That's very rare for me to see a Khalid getting down low so quickly. Even against a Phobius at level 1. Usually Phobius is stronger in the early parts of the game.
Damn! Phobius is that strong now in lane?
Phobius has always been strong.
Damn. I mean, like back then, back then is not exactly the case.
Before the rework, right?
Before the rework,
yeah. Before the rework, he's kind of like a late game bruiser, but now he's more like, I just create a lot of space and kind of heal all that, but he becomes like the pseudo fighter, right?
Yeah, I really do like the response from RSG though, picking up the Valentina just to take away the real world manipulation. This way that they will be able to take team fights very effectively. Number one with the RWM, and then they also do have the Phobius that will be able to go for the Infernal Pursuit time and time again, really just boxing the entirety of FYG out. So the moment that Chesty drops his RWM and Roy drops the RWM, it's very likely that when it comes down to an AoE control kind of thing, RSG wins.
Control coming out. The Firaga armor is what saved JH from that one. But that was a nice game. You can start to see RSG ramping up their aggression.
So in game one, I would say that it's a matter of late game versus non-late game. But in this game, I would say that it's more of the macro game where RSG can abuse the Moskov to split push, and then FYG has to answer the split push. Whereas FYG wants to take on a face-to-face 5v5.
in terms of power spike, it's very similar coming in from both sides. So it's pretty much expected that we should be able to see the best team with the best macro as to how they will take control of the lanes and how they will take control of the river.
Closer, it's a Raging Sandstorm right in the head phase. Does able to sneak on the way, but no! The Turtle is the one that killed him! Credit the kill over to Chesty. Lost Insanity also bursting on top of RSG and FYG right here. They found a way to come back from this one.
Oh, not a single death from the side of FYG. They get the kill onto Gear as well as onto Closer. In fact, when it comes down to, I think it was a flying projectile from someone.
No, it's the Turtle. Turtle is the paid by FYG right there.
Ooh. 0-2 with FYG getting themselves the Turtle. Great start coming into game number 2. What should they be doing in order to hold on to this disadvantage?
So what FYG will want to do is continue keep taking these fights because they definitely have a stronger team fighting composition, and then they really need to find an answer to the Moskov split push. Because from what you've seen, the 1v1, I think Roger has been losing to the Moskov, which actually shouldn't happen.
It shouldn't happen?
Shouldn't happen. Roger should be at least even or winning in the Moskov.
True. I mean, if you know how to play against a Moskov, you can try to bait out the second skill first, and then after that go for the dive, right?
Yeah, I've always seen it in a way whereby Moskov wins against the Roger because of the push.
Alpha Ultimate will be able to land onto Kirby. That's a knockup coming from Gear as well. Firaga armor and Last Insanity, a defensive one. No, that's not the Firaga Last Insanity from JH. It's Roy that delivers a killing blow onto Kirby.
Damn, putting Bong Cutie as well. JH has such a low amount of health, and this would allow them to actually push the top waves pretty effectively and get themselves quite a bit from the energy turret.
RSG is on a pick composition, so that's why, you know, they're winning because of these small little skirmishes. But looking at the later parts of the game where it's more 5v5, RSG needs to get creative with their angles.
So I think what happened there also was that RSG, their mid duo has the priority, and then they are able to reach the goal in first, whereas for FYG side, Chesty was still stuck a bit. And that's why it ended up a 4v3 fight.
So it gotta have to come down to the point whereby Chesty have to play really defensive with the way that he move around.
Right onto Kirby Law and all the flicker committed by Gear. Damage from Roy is felt, but FYG baits out this flicker from Gear.
You can definitely tell the confidence from the side of FYG is definitely a lot better in this game.
Close up. Oh, jumps into the sky as well. At the same time, real world manipulation will be committed by Chesty. Look at the damage in the slows coming up from FYG though. Members of RSG, Yon going down as well, but FYG will suffer 2 casualties. Roy stepping forward, fighting Chesty at the same time. CS, the Spear of Destruction landing down the damage, the reinforcers needed for RSG.
Ooh. Now FYG losing out in that total fight, definitely not what we were expected. Thought that we will be able to go for something pretty nicely, but with this replay, it really gives us a very good idea that when it comes down to FYG, they're all really close together. And even when it comes down to Chesty putting out the RWM, it didn't really quite contain everyone from RSG within of the box.
So I think if it's an even number fight, FYG will definitely win. But you see, RSG has been abusing this, taking 4v3 fights, taking outnumbered fights, and that's why they're starting to win.
All thanks to the lane priority, right?
Correct.
It really just boils down to lane priority and how early they'll be able to take up all of these fights.
One is the lane priority, and number 2 is the Moskov Spear of Destruction.
Yeah. I feel like FYG really got out-rotated right there by RSG. Now it's just FYG doing a lot of damage control.
With the T2 turret in the bottom lane taken down as well, that is going to be putting a little bit of pressure over to the side of FYG. But in the meantime, while all of that is happening, closer to the top lane did manage to do a pretty good job pushing it.
Oh, Roy gets pounced onto by Bong as well. That's a Lycan pounce already used. That's going to be Last Insanity, but gets saved by Yon, by Gear.
Wow,
Yon sidesteps right there away. Kirby just trying to do something else, but RSG sneaks away the mid lane turret.
Very good coming from the side of CS, trying to get value out of the death of Roy. This way they absolutely lose nothing at all. And rotating over to the top lane as well to try to take this down. This will strip all of the T1s away from front Yardigans and putting themselves in the top spot to contest for the river.
Raging Sandstorm, no way that he could survive that, but here comes RSG. The Cavalry comes in time at the same time. Vendetta going down, and now it's just Yon cleaning it up. Bong QT takes the losses in life up down top.
I'm starting to smell desperation from Yardigans.
It is. So, like I mentioned before, I think the biggest problem now is that they have to handle the Moskov split push, and then they don't really have an answer to that.
They don't have anyone that is really like fast roaming enough. In some sense, Khalid can actually keep up with the pace, but I think because once again we're looking at a tank Khalid, right?
So usually how teams draft is that they will always want to draft a hero that can speed push. In this case, usually the assassin jungle. If not, there are 2 marksmen that can do that. The other the Moscow for the Claude. In this case, FYG has opted for a draft that goes for a full team fight composition. They have 0 split push factor.
So this is gonna put a dent into their composition if their opponents ever were to play macro, such as what we've seen before. Objective in the top lane, they gotta have to push down to the bottom lane.
Spear of Destruction will miss as well. Raging Sandstorm, nice knockup coming up gear. Try to slow down everything. Closer is in the midst of everything though. He's still alive and he's racking havoc. Bomb QT like Impulse a little bit too deep. Will get taken down by the turret in the mid. And now it's gonna be Gear collapsing onto Kirby. And Gear's allowing Closest to step even closer against FYG. Man, RSG is literally out-rotating FYG right now.
I think definitely when it comes down to rotation, RSG is doing a very good job, but FYG's desperation is starting to show a lot more than before. That team fight, especially from the side of Bong QT, just diving right over to Roy underneath the turret is definitely not something that we'll want to see off of a marksman, especially since FYG's entire game plan kind of roams around with Bong QT trying to be the executioner of the team fight.
I think maybe they are feeling like a bit nervous as well because it's their last game if they actually lose this.
High loss. That's a glorious power for CS flickers for good measure. But RSG, that's a re-engagement. SOD lands, tags onto Kirby. NCS rejoins the fight right here, but JH running CS down. Now he gets stunned. Last Insanity will be able to tag onto Gear, but the damage from Yon will be able to link onto Kirby. Kirby melts down. Chesty ultimately ignored the real world manipulation. Now it's just a real world tickling by the side of FYG on top RSG.
I would say that that is definitely slightly a little bit more coordinated from the side of FYG. The moment that they see CS has pretty much out of position, they turned around and took the fight back onto CS in order to get a little bit of value out of what they have already lost. As such, making sure that RSG can't push all that well, but we are looking at a 5,000 gold lead, right? So RSG can still be a very strong siege unit, still have very strong siege units even without a Moskov. The T2 down, the Lord down in the bottom lane. FYG faces off against RSG without Moskov for now, but the Spirit of Destruction can definitely come in at any point in time.
That's right.
To put a dent in their armor.
Yeah, the real world manipulation is the only thing that FYG has against this siege. They have to try to break it up. JH does have the flamethrowers to do something, but Gear taking a little bit of damage though coming out from side FYG. Nice defense. As long as they keep their base turrets alive, they still have a fighting chance.
One other thing that I also noticed, however, is the fact that FYG actually don't have a very strong wave clear potential.
Correct. So FYG now is really in a tough spot because they want to take the 5v5, but RSG is not giving them the 5v5. And then I would say that their late game scaling is not as good as RSG as well.
So they don't have very good... Their scaling to the late game is not as good as RSG. They have to play for 5v5. They can't exactly wave clear all that well. So it really just boils down to the fact that FYG, from the start, their game plan would to be win. Just keep on get the snowball, but the moment that they start to play onto the defensive, they're doomed.
Circling Eagle, bringing Yon as well. Yon finds the angle, but then again, a little bit overextended this time around. Chesty, unfortunately, will go down. CS will be able to credit the kill. Look at the damage coming up from CS just on top of Kirby. Kirby needs to try to blind Little Pony all the way out. JH left alone right here. Faraga armor, delaying inevitable. Look at the splash damage onto Vendetta. CS is just shredding the topside turret and Vendetta along the way.
The jack of all trades kind of dropped from the side of RSG, whereby they cover every single hold with their draft in order to be decent at everything. But FYG, they're just going for something. A draft that will be super good at one thing, and that is for team fights. But unfortunately, at this point in time, all they want to go for is team fight. They want to be super good at it,
Window nature pop as well. Real world manipulation by Roy, catching Chesty right inside the box. Vendetta will be trying to just wiggle around, trying to look for a point of entry, but don't forget, he doesn't really have the damage.
With all of the members from the side of RSG falling backwards in just 11 minutes and 30 seconds. They are not exactly on a timer per se. FYG is the one on the timer instead.
Honestly, unless CS decides to AFK for 5 minutes, it's really hard for FYG to win.
It's currently at a
wow, that's a little bit ragey. Is that what you say towards your enemy team when you're doing your mic checks?
Yeah.
AFK, AFK, AFK. 14-7 is the current scoreline.
I'm looking at Roy, right? His Valentina mastery, but hold on a second. That's CS 1v2 right there. 1v2, no problem. Even spam and Rico just a little bit SOD thrown out just to try to 1v2. CS, you madman! What are you doing? But he's able to take 2 people down along the way. Roy, glasses sanity pop, catching JH as well. Roy just outputting damage onto FYG. The Lord taken by RSG, but would it be a little bit overkill as long as they try to stay in MPL Singapore?
That is absolutely insane. See, that's what I was talking about. He needs to AFK for 5 minutes.
Yep, he AFK right now, 70 seconds, and that's more than enough. FYG right now in the defense, trying to stay in MPL Singapore. Don't forget, if RSG wins this one, they will be staying in MPL Singapore, but they will be saying goodbye to FYG. They're not going to go to the playoffs.
Who would have thought that he will commit over to the SOD to just jump right over to the backlines to deal with FYG though?
Roy, Glorious Pathway will be landed down. Chesty using the real one manipulation, the damage from Yon, and also Gear in the helmet closer. There's nothing left for the side of FYG to defend, to hold on to the base. Vendetta coming out. He's going to go into the wood chipper of RSG, unfortunately. Vendetta, though, trying to buy some more time as a Khalid, but how else? Because the Lord is cleaving onto the base of FYG, and RSG stays in MPL Singapore.
What was that? As RSG held on to the ground, even though FYG is going on a fountain cycle. They are just going in and out of battle, and RSG is just holding on forever. It kind of felt as though that was never ever gonna end, but as RSG, they still held it through all the way from the start to the end, 2-0 into FYG.
So I really like the Khalid pick coming from FYG, but I thought that their draft was too one-dimensional. Like they're just drafting for the 5v5 team fight, and what RSG did really well is that they actually try to avoid the 5v5. They try to make use of lane power to do outnumbered fights. They also make use of the Moskov SOD to get outnumbered fights, and that's why they are able to get a lead from against FYG. Yeah.
It really boils down to the pacing here, right? Although I gotta have to say, FYG definitely did try their absolute best to take the river control all the way, but unfortunately, there will always be a point in time where they find the breaking point and unable to just kind of claw themselves out. Then, when it comes down to objective take, we definitely can all agree that in the early game, they've got it. They managed to get good amount of kills, they got themselves the turtle, but it always just boils down to pacing, if whether they do have every single one of these gaps filled up, and with the lack of wave clear in the later stages of the game, they just can't seem to find a way to kind of flip that script.
There's a script? Where's the script? What script? I didn't get the memo. MVP, like what I mentioned earlier just now, I think what everybody's hyping out for CS, Roy's just outputting so much damage. You can see the mastery of his Valentina, the real world manipulation. It seems like, you know, how do you tell a difference between a good Valentina and a bad Valentina is when your Valentina actually steals the skills that are necessary, right? Glorious Pathway in order to just allow you to push right through into the base. The real world manipulation to zone everybody away. The Rogers Line compounds used to chase after the members. Roy was unstoppable in game number 2.
I think Roy did really a good job here getting the mid lane power. With the parody, they actually managed to rotate to the goal lane earlier, and that's why they keep getting the outnumbered fights. And also Roy, I think at the point of time he was level 13, and then Chesty is only level 10. So yeah.
Damn, I gotta have to say, when it comes down to RSG, they are a different beast now. And the battle against relegation is now officially over.
Yes.
With RSG that managed to fight against Frontiadigans, both of which are just contesting for the number 6 spot, and we have a solid answer. It's really unfortunate for Frontiadigans, I gotta have to say, but before we even come to a close for the chapter, let's talk a little bit more in depth about this game of theirs. As we take a look at their itemization screen, we do definitely is able to see that CS have reached his full potential with every single item that he absolutely needs, as compared to his opponent, which is Bong Cutie, with only 3 full items.
So I think in this case, Bong Cutie could have opted the Sea Halberd as well. I think the Sea Halberd here would have done so much more against the Alpha and Bertuda. And then That's the Khalid item build I've been talking about. Yeah, it's currently in the meta.
Thunderbelt into an Oracle.
Honestly, I would say that the Khalid did a great job. It's just that the drop is just too one-sided, too one-dimensional. Sorry, and then RSG has been macroing really well. Yeah.
He did what he needed to do.
Yeah,
itemization-wise, he's got it. He can consistently get his stacks while during the laning phase. In the mid stages of the game, he's able to get control of the river through the endless cycle of the Quicksand Guard with the Oracle combination. And of course, when the late stages of the game comes in, he's not quite bothered by the auto attacks coming in from Moskov and just constantly just asking CS why he's hitting himself. However, the scaling from CS probably still a little bit too much for a Khalid to even handle.
Yeah, like if you take a look at this roster, right? RSG, I think they really play into Yon's strength. They play into what Yon's problems, which is sometimes overextending. Therefore, the Mathilda, and the way they ban out everything that JH can play. To a certain extent, even JH has to pull the X-Borg out. That goes to show like how the RSG did their homework.
So I think in this series, RSG really showed that without assassin junglers, Yon can still play the fighter jungler, and then they did really well making use of that.
I really like the RSG now, right?
Yeah.
When it comes down to gear with the Mathilda, he's got really good setups and he's got really good escapes for his team as well. It really sets them up in a very good pace whereby they can be very aggressive, but not with risk as well. As long as you go too deep in, you can just yoink yourself out of it.
I feel with the addition of gear also is that I heard that gear used to be a short caller in Blade, so maybe that's what RSG is lacking. Because, in the past, I'm pretty sure Bray was the short caller.
Yeah.
And then in this new lineup, maybe they didn't have a short caller, and then with the gear coming in, probably that solved their problem.
Looking forward to how we... I feel you will look forward to the mic check later on for the side of RSG, because I'm hearing how Yon likes to go, and then Akira's like chill, So there's a lot more balance right now, but you gotta admit that short call factor come into play. I think this week they are the most stable. When Gear debuted in week 3, they were a little bit shaky, but they still make it work. They were like, a car that's literally dropping nuts and bolts all over the place on the road. But this time around, this is a solid car.
They're definitely getting themselves right back into the game. They have definitely showed us in the first 2 weeks that they were very rocky, but I'm glad to see that that journey has gotten them to this point in time where they managed to get themselves a very steady 2-0 victory without a sign of weakness at all, right? Even though the game did go to 13 minutes, which is a very average length game, it feels as though they could have actually ended the game by 11th minute if they were to push all the way through. But of course, they are... I always say that they just want to play things safe.
Yeah.
They don't want to give any opportunity over to the side of FYG.
Literally playing it chill, playing it safe. Why go the coin flip when you know you can win it the longer you drag the game? Because, well, technically speaking, you have late game scaling, right? FYG, it's on that pressure to end the game earlier because of the Roger falling off priority in the later parts of the game. Another thing that I also want to point out for the side of FYG is that they tried to execute their draft properly because, landing down real-world manipulation, we keep everybody in the box. But RSG, they're always not coagulated together at the same time. Then what Mathilda or Gil would do is just start pulling people out of the box. So it's a lot easier for RSG to just deny that away. And if you notice, RSG don't really care about Chesty. They don't care about the box at all. They just... They're more than willing to fight under the box because that's where Closer shines.
Not only that, Chesty's box doesn't apply to literally any of the RSG's members at all. Correct. With great amount of mobility coming from their side. Correct. Moskov can SOD into the fight or he can just blink away. Gear can literally just circling eagle and yoink someone away. Roy has got her double dashes. Yon has got his ultimate with the Spear of Alpha, and Closer, he is untargetable when he's going for the Infernal Pursuit, when he's on his way to the peak of his nosedive.
Honestly, it was already quite questionable when the Eve was picked into the Mathilda because all along when Mathilda was just released, I think it was a known sort of deterrent, I would say, into the Eve pick. Like Mathilda is actually very good to fight Eve, and then it's really unadvisable to pick Eve into Mathilda. So I thought that they had another idea or like something different, but yeah, it just seems that Mathilda is still very good against Eve.
It kind of seems as though, like, if we can't use our RWM to start up a fight, perhaps it will be a good way to end the fight per se. That's why I was initially thinking maybe a glue might be pretty decent. At least you will be able to yoink the important members back into the box and just kind of force RSG to use that person that got yoinked in as the anchor. That way, the glue himself depicts where the entire team where the entire RSG fights it.
Yeah, but it could be also be timing for the side of Yardigans, right? Like maybe the Chesty was blowing that real world manipulation too early before Khalid gets a Raising Sandstorm to confirm. Because what we always see is other teams use a primary engage to lock people down before you see the box coming up.
Honestly, I feel like if might be one of Chelsea comfort pick as well.
Yes, it is.
So it was picked there. Yeah, because if not, usually what other teams have picked there is usually Aurora or like a Vexana.
Correct. Right. Especially since Aurora is also really good at this kind of AoE setups as well. But you know, we were talking about gear on a kind of leadership position. Maybe we'll be able to hear exactly how their communication is in this mic check.
I feel. Yeah, jumping. Hey, shit. Oh, go.
I got second skill. Nice one.
Nice one.
We can fight.
Hey, gato no ulti. Hey, back.
Go. Nice poke.
Hey, watch me. Watch it. I cheat.
I got a tower.
Hey, I can sustain. Hey, napa. Low first. Hey.
No.
Oh, we're not fighting. Can pull me out.
Go long. Come, rush lot.
Nice.
Hey,
High naughty.
I zoned down.
Good shit, guys.
Only, you can fight.
Hey, can I? Yes.
Yeah, coming.
Oh, no ulti.
Coming, go.
And base, guys. Confirm me, base.
I cancel the higher.
Oh, that's base.
Nice one.
Hey, next part, no shoot. Hey, can make me up. Yeah. J. Nice. Hey, the if, Bishaga. No flicker. Sheesh, bro. Nice, bro.
1 second.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Relax.
Nice bit. Nice bit. I recall.
No, Khalid. Hey, I can kill.
Nice.
What's up, bro? Bro, you think free order, bro? Hello.
Hey, where am I good?
Hey, come.
What, Diablo?
Oh, he has no damage, bro.
Sure.
Hey, give 1 kill, please. All I ask is 1 kill, please. All I ask is 1 kill, bro. Come in.
All I need is 1 kill. I think Closer was asking for the kill, but you can see like generally from that mic check, RSG is having a lot of fun.
I definitely agree, right? Even though that this is such a high-stake game, they still find a way to have fun. I mean, in the end of the day, as long as you have fun, it's kind of hard to go wrong.
Yeah. So I just feel that from the 2 losses, this game and previous game, MPL SG and FYG, I felt that the draft wasn't really that well as compared to the opponent team. So yeah.
Draft really matters.
Draft
really matters. Perhaps a little bit if you dip your composition to be able to excel in everything. I think at least you will be able to get yourself out from any sticky situation instead of kind of putting all your eggs on a single basket. So hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit more of that from Pacifist in the next season or so. But for now, we're gonna be passing it over once again to Moment the Weatherman to break this game down.
All right. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, welcome, guys. All right, so we are at the analyst section with me, Moman, and of course, RSG. Congratulations on making it to the playoffs. Very superior positioning by RSG in terms of making full use of the heroes and making full use of their positionings as well. And if you take a look at this early game team fight, right? Why are Gear and Roy here? It's because they are expecting a gank onto CS, knowing that Bang Cutie, as a Roger, you want to get as much lane advantage as possible. And with this, you see that Roy, he actually takes the last insanity away to tank that turret, to get the damage onto Kirby, to make sure that his own carry, his CS, is protected. And that's the entire story that we see, right? And in this next few team fights, their positioning is just phenomenal. The way that they use the Spirit of Destruction, Bang Cutie is not there because he is out of position. Bang Cutie is there because he's a Roger. He does not have a Spear of Destruction. And guess who does? CS, who uses that Spear of Destruction to be in that team fight, despite there being a real-world manipulation and a glorious pathway. Chesty, he has to commit for the kill for Yon, but at what cost, right? He commits the real world manipulation, gets Yon, but in the meantime, because they are 5v4, there is no way they win this team fight. They are outmatched in terms of damage, in terms of having that control as well. And now you see the spectacular call coming in from Roy just to retreat here. But this is a bit of a mistake coming in from Team FYG. I feel that this is where the cracks really started showing for FYG, because Roy was extremely low, but the glorious pathway has been dropped and there was the call to retreat, right? And you can see the rest of the team retreating, but Boncutie, he jumps in feeling that he can get the kill, giving his own life in the process. And that's just start of the steamroll, right? Roger, you require quite a lot of net worth, quite a lot of advantage to keep going. And after this blunder, I feel that they did not have it in them to just keep going. Because if you take a look at the next few team fights, right? If you're wondering why the enemy team is so slow despite having the glorious pathway, surprise, surprise, this glorious pathway is from Roy. So it's in disguise, right? This glorious pathway to use to land that circling eagle onto 3 members, and CS gets an easy pick off onto Boncutie at the cost of his own life. But does not matter at this point because Yon is too far gone. He can't tank the damage. He can stand in the real world manipulation while Yon takes out Kirby, and JH goes down in the background as well. And look at this. The whole time, the real world manipulation is up, but he's doing nothing. There's no damage coming through at this point. And the rest of the team members are still alive, barring CS, who did go down at the start, but it was for a good cause. And the fact that Circling Eagle can bring in Yon so deep into enemy territory when they are so ahead. And this just is the nail on the coffin for FYG right there, as they took this team fight and CS was available to land that Spear of Destruction. Yon might have went down, but it did not matter. They got the 2 inhibitor turrets required. And now we see the spectacular play coming out from CS at the later stage of the game, right? You see that CS, he did go down, but let's just go back a bit, right? That play from CS. We have to see it because it was a 1v2 into a Spear of Destruction, and then he decided to go for that jump. Yeah, he got the kill onto Boncutie. He trolls the Spear of Destruction, lands it onto Eve on the middle lane, decides to go in anyway. Chesty goes down for his own life, but it was the game-winning play because Chesty's dead. There's no more real manipulation. JH is left all alone with no Frogger armor, and the last insanity stolen by Roy. Once again, that's just the icing on the cake. That's just disrespect right there. And RSG, congratulations on making it into playoffs. And I'll see you guys at the venue. But Cheryl, we have to see what you have to say with the players downstairs.
Thanks, Mel. Now, I'm here with your, now congratulations. Now with the accumulation of this match itself, you guys quite literally, single-handedly sent FYG home and not allowing them to see, the playoffs. So how do you feel about that?
I think I expected they should be going home.
Really? So you're going to this match no stress?
Yeah, they should be going home.
Why?
Because they came in from qualifier, then just go back.
Qualifier, then got no rights to compete fairly, man.
They so bad.
Oh, so actually in the head-to-head interview, I don't know whether you got see it. Boncutie said that RSG will get relegated.
I mean, today he's not getting relegated.
Oh, so I think you would like to add on to that comment that he said in the head-to-head interview.
I mean, his first season MPL, then he talked so much. Just get relegated.
Then with so many experience in MPL, like what would you like to say to, a freshie like Boncutie?
I don't know, play better before you talk.
Wow. Or maybe just head-to-head interview, don't say everything lah. Must tarry a bit. Okay, so coming into this match, right, it's really, really high stakes. After all, on paper, I mean, we can trash talk all we want, but on paper, you guys are just 1 point apart.
Yeah.
So was it a stressful game coming into this match itself? And, how did the overall morale of RSG, before coming into this game?
I mean, there was some pressure because if we lose, you'll get relegated and RSG has not been relegated before. So when playing, of course, there was a little bit of pressure, but since it was against FYG, I think don't have.
Yeah, then your shoulder got like lifted a bit or not? Like all the pressure like gone?
Have.
So what is something that, you tell yourself, to calibrate yourself to go into important matches like this one? For yourself at least.
Just play normally, don't think about what others think about you during the game.
Right. So usually when it comes to playing in a regular season, what is the thing you feel, aside from points, that affects you the most?
Aside from what?
Like, having to win the game itself, like what are the external factors outside of the game that will affect you as a player?
I think maybe sometimes the opponents, like if the opponents are my friends,
So opponents being friends, is it a pro or is it like a con?
I think got pro and con. I know them and they know me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So they know how you play, essentially.
Like the time I beat, and then Brother J keep kicking me.
Oh yeah, right. Okay, so in line with upping up your game with JD, you being a jungler, is there any pro tip that you can share with our audiences?
My team always tell me, don't die before 2 minutes.
Don't die before 2 minutes.
Yeah.
As a jungler,
Yeah.
that's the pro tip. Okay,
Yeah.
anything more to add on that? To make you better than great.
I don't know.
You don't know? As a pro player, give some tips.
Get the objectives.
Get the objectives.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's what we have seen time and time again. So thank you so much, Dion, for this wonderful interview, and congratulations on securing this win for RSGSG, allowing you guys to proceed over to the playoffs. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yes, guys, that was Yon from RSGSG, and with the culmination of this game itself, unfortunately, we have to see another team go home, and that is FYG. Now we're going to jump into the next match, which is the final match right here of the regular season, where we'll see the likes of Rift Esports duking it out with Bleed Esports. Stick around and we'll see you for the final match.
Crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the Land of Dawn with the coolest reward for every single one of you guys. Why? Because it's raining diamonds all over here. Because all you need to do is buy 2 of Roto's eye drops and you will qualify yourself with 400 MLBB diamonds. But not only that, don't say bocho, because we do have a free Secret Lab People Titan worth $679 that we are going to be giving away to one of you lucky winners as well. Who's your champion today? Roto!
Welcome to the land of God!
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh? Broken.
Bro.
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL Hero. They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. That's why. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow? I Moscow.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushin, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? And one shot me every time.
Okay, what phobias?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Don't need dash also, can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why to see?
I hate to fight against it.
And basically, one gift. As long as you can play the hero very, very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna...
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Setting everything up. The curse breakers, the two-time
before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius.
I'm a genius.
You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking? I don't know, but more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, though. I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
finals.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals? North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do you want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're gonna cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda
Yeah, and then
The
I want-
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to
What?
sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right?
to not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single elims, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double elims, you know.
We've done group stages
We've
with
done-
no...
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What Swiss format?
What is that? What is
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is?
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 meets 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
we've had enough.
We've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have to suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
we've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
How do they think
yeah, for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format.
Okay.
We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Wheezy, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it and honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to to the upper bracket or the lower bracket, it's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket, but you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is very different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
It's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
now that won't happen though. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the Land of Dawn with the coolest reward for every single one of you guys. Why? Because it's raining diamonds all over here. Because all you need to do is buy 2 of Roto's eye drops and you will qualify yourself with 400 MLBB diamonds. But not only that, don't say bocho, because we do have a free Secret Lab Evo Titan worth $679 that we are going to be giving away to one of you lucky winners as well. Who's your champion today? Roto!
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh? Broken.
Bro.
Because I very sadly lost today's hero in MPL Q. They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I Moscow.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushin, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? They one-shot me every time.
Okay, what phobias?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Don't need dash also, can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why is it?
I hate to fight against it.
Can basically one give. As long as you can play the hero very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see? What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors? M6 is gonna be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmate, setting everything up. The curse breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight
to
the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know. But more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true. I'm too dumb. Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card.
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming MSEC. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs, and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're gonna cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to
What?
sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm going to be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single elims, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double elims, you know.
We've done group stages with
done-
no...
We
no
also
eliminations.
done no eliminations at the group
Exactly.
stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good
Yeah.
times.
Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 meets 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
Every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot
suffered.
draw
We know.
anymore.
So,
So now it's Gideon's turn.
exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright
hates
if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents?
Why
They
the
should
talents?
be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players,
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
we've had enough.
They change their minds right now.
Just
cut
with
us
you
out.
giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you gotta also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know who you facing on. You have 3 teams as an enemy, but in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
What do they think
yeah, for
the
Swiss
format's
format,
gonna play
yeah.
out?
No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. Okay. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Lizzie, like what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like,
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it and honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves to the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games. So that after this, you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right? Think about it. The people that lose to, yeah, I mean.
It's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen. Like imagine, if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the land of Dawn with the coolest reward for every single one of you guys. Why? Because it's raining diamonds all over here. Because all you need to do is buy 2 of Roto's eye drops and you will qualify yourself with 400 MLBB diamonds. But not only that, don't say bocho, because we do have a free Secret Lab Evo Titan worth $679 that we are going to be giving away to one of you lucky winners as well. Who's your champion today? Roto!
Welcome to the land of God.
Hi guys, and welcome back to MPL SG Season 8. Right now, we are down to our final day and our final match in itself. Now, previously for the first two series, we see intense battles over at the Land of Dawn with high stakes to match as well. With the first series being, Vanguard, having that important series to secure the upper bracket spot. When it comes to the second series in itself, we see RSG SG, going up against Front Yardigans to see who will have that playoff aspirations alive. Whereas for this match, one might think that, hey, there might be no stakes, but let me tell you, seeding is extremely important when it comes to this match, and they're still vying for their seeding to see who will get the upper edge when it comes to playoffs. So with that being said, let's jump straight into match 3 for the day, starting off with Rift Esports. Now, when it comes to Rift Esports, definitely with this brand new roster change and, of course, taking a series of our defending champions of NIP Flash definitely has bolstered a ton of confidence in this team. But is it enough to go up against Bleed Esports? So yes, Bleed Esports are looking ever ready to take on this final series of the regular season. So once more, ladies and gents, this isn't a battle of relegation, but more so a battle of seeding. So let's turn our time over to the casters to dissect this match. Take it away.
Well, welcome everybody. I'm your caster, Moman, and of course, I'm joined with LY4 and Abstract on the caster's desk today. And we have LY4 on the desk, who used to be the coach. I mean, he is the coach for Rift Esports, right? So what are you doing here, and what are your thoughts on this team?
Used to be coach, now no longer.
What?
give away the coaching experience for the casting experience.
Honestly, being here as a caster is it's a very refreshing experience. Something I've always wanted to try, but I didn't have the chance to. So, honestly, thanks for giving me the opportunity to be here.
I mean,
appreciate it a
thank
lot.
you for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming, sir. would you like to be a coach?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay.
Why not?
Would
Yeah.
you like to be the coach for which team? That's what I want to say.
Abstract Esports.
Abstract Esports. But Rift Esports have an extremely new lineup coming in for that mid-roster shuffle. They will be fighting for the second seed, and that will be up on the screen really soon. LY4, you know this team best.
Yes. So I think their new addition is Cannoneer, replacing Slowly. I think there's a very big difference in the two of them, because Slowly, actually, although he's a very good assassin player, but there's still he's still lacking in terms of like gameplay, and his hero pool is not as huge as Cannoneer. So definitely, this is a much better roster.
Would you say that he's a better replacement for Slowly, or is it just better because of the team synergy?
I think both in this sense. I think with Cannoneer coming into Rift Esports, I feel that the synergy is much better as well.
So revitalizing their entire jungle strategy with Cannoneer and bringing Astro as well, I believe, who will be in the sub-roster. So they have a very new and revamped jungle meta right now. And on the other side, we will have Team Bleed. Abstract, what do you have for us?
Well, of course, when it comes down to Bleed, right after that transfer window, we have only one change to the roster, which is Deck coming in as a jungler. That, of course, is going to be replacing Fogma. On the other hand, of course, with Dominic, Kiwi, J, and FMM, they stayed within of their roles as such. This is still the same Bleed Esports that we have technically been seeing for the past few weeks. Albeit, when Deck joined in, it definitely seemed like they, unfortunately, have a losing spree.
Losing spree? I guess, but it's just a chance to prove us wrong today, right?
I hope they do. But this is a tied game, though.
Yeah, it will be a tight game because both teams, I believe, in terms of mechanics, are equally matched. Something that I really look forward to see is the fruit versus fruit lineup on the mid lane. Yeah, melon versus kiwi. We will find out which is the superior source of vitamin C, right?
Does kiwi have vitamin C?
Well, I mean, all fruits have vitamin C,
Wait, really?
I believe.
Really?
But we will see
Really?
the stats of Rift really soon on the screen. Right, so what do we have for us for Rift Esports LY4?
So after the addition of Cannoneer, I feel that Rift has been drafting towards the Link, something that we have not seen with Slowly, and this has a very big impact on their gameplay.
I see. With the addition of the Ling as well, I mean, we see that Cannoneer, he can bring things into the late game, right? Which would favor Chu and Bear, who has transitioned to this more of a tank EXP playstyle. Instead of going for that damage EXP, of course, having that jungle assassin, you have to go for that tank EXP, and that really suits Pancake's playstyle really well as well, right? So now we have the other side. We will have the other side really soon. It will be Bleed Esports, but if you take a look at the stats, I mean, you can see the difference between Deck and Cannoneer.
I suppose so, right? But especially since the both of them did come in, Cannoneer with a very good start, while unfortunately Deck not quite, right? But when, of course, when it comes down to the total control rate with 44.4444444%.
LY4?
Is this a foresight?
He used to be my disciple, that's right.
Ah,
really?
Yeah, he was in RSG last time as well.
Oh yeah, he's a jungler.
So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah.
So I think throughout his career, his esports career, from RSG until now, he's a very well-known assassin player. I think even when he played those local tournaments out of MPL, his Fanny has been one of the best. So yeah, I think I want to see some Fanny.
But what is his weakness, though? I mean, we look at the fact that he's really good at Fanny, as you have mentioned, but his most played hero, Nolan. I mean, probably it's just an executive decision from the coach, but what's stopping him from being able to rise as a star of Bleed?
So I think a lot of uprising players in MPL Singapore, not only him, their assassins, what they have is mechanics, but what they're lacking in terms is the gameplay and the game sense. So these players really need to brush up their gameplay, their macro plays in order to be a top-notch player. Yeah.
All right. So in terms of mechanics, I mean, I believe everyone at the pro level is at the mechanic level where they can fight each other, but team decisions matter, and let's just see what the team decisions are and what they have to say in this head-to-head video.
For Bleed, with the addition of FMM and Kiwi, and for Jay to change his role to match to Rome, I think they'll be very force to be reckoned with, since FMM was known to be the best Singapore marksman. So with him going back to his role, it will be quite scary. From what I remember, the Lord Dance that Bleed played during regular seasons and playoff was very different. I think playoff they did a lot better. Like I said, Jay was controlling me too much, so I couldn't do anything. That's why, most of the time, they either got a free lot or they gave us a hard time at lot fight.
Back when I was playing against Bleed, there were two players that I still look up to, which is FMM and JPL. FMM understand the game a lot, and he really show his skill level, and he rarely makes any mistakes in game. And I think if he spot any mistake, he will really focus on the mistake and focus on how to correct it. So I think in terms of that, even if he's changing role, he's still a very strong player. And as for JPL, he's been here since season 2 or 1? Season 1, yeah. And he's been a veteran, so no doubt he will be very strong. And with all his experiences and past international tournaments, I think that he will be. From my past experience, is that he so-called lead the team and boost their momentum and stuff like that.
With esports might be the dark horse for this season,
as they have Bear Chuao from Asteris. So they might be a dark horses lah. They did well in achieving top 4 as a qualifiers team, and players like Chu Hao and JH didn't have any experience, and top 4 is really very good for a rookie. Yeah, and Kiwi, sorry.
I think good. I think he'll teach them about macro and technical stuff like gameplay. But in terms of drafting, I think they'll be lag in that. Assuming they play the same standard as last season, I think should be okay, should be able to beat them. But see how much they improve.
FMM said something about the drafting, right? I mean, the drafter is right here on my left side. Yeah, but today it will be RL19 that will be drafting. So what do you guys predict for this? Before it shows up on the screen, I want you guys to lock in your decisions, right? Do you guys go for the side of Bleed or Rift Esports?
I mean, for me, definitely Rift, since I'm from there. I'm still rooting for
You're
them.
going for Rift? Yeah, I believe Rift as well, but that's not what my thing might say.
2-0!
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at him and tell it to him. Say it to his face.
I'm sorry, LY4.
Why they put this picture?
Oh, that's LY4, by the way, when he was all the way back in another game being a pro player. So that is actually him.
Oh my god.
In his Ashton Kutcher face.
This is a good, 7 years ago?
No, it's longer than that. I think it's at least, 13 or 12 years. 12 to 13 years.
Teenage LY4 predicted that Rift Esports will win 13 years into the future.
Look at your photo. You're just laughing right now.
Yeah, I'm like, take me away from this man.
Do you miss that?
Sorry?
Do you miss that photo?
Yeah, actually, those were the good old times, man.
But this is what you guys have to say for Bleed versus Rift Esports. Majority swinging towards Rift Esports, 57%. But that's not what I believe, right? I'm with the 43% here. I believe Deck is the much needed change that they needed because it's really a different playstyle when it comes to Folkmar.
I would think that because of the fact that it's a different playstyle, they will take some time to get used to it. Maybe, to be fair, maybe it takes that 2 series for them to get used to that new playstyle. And then they will be able to come back stronger for this series. If it doesn't work out for them, then it's just chemistry.
Yeah.
I think between these two teams, their roster are really quite stable. So I think what will be the decisive pieces are the mid lane, the jungle, and the good lane. This should be the most important ones.
And that's the matchup that I'm really looking forward to because Melon versus Kiwi, despite the fact of the fruit jokes, they are one of the strongest few mid laners, mage players that we have in this MPL SG. And with the starting bans already rolling through, Matilda, Hylos, Edith being taken out. Meanwhile, for the side of Rift Esports, we said that Deck had a great Fanny. It's already out of the pool. So I believe that's the reason why, you play against Deck, you have to ban out the Fanny, right? That's just a knee-jerk reaction to what Bleed has, but whether or not he has something else up their sleeves. I mean, if you were Rift Esports, right? What would be a priority ban?
So I think here, okay, they've just banned the 4 years. Yeah, so I think in the previous games of Rift, we see a lot of Link, so I think they'll prioritize the Link pick here. And Bleed, what they will want to do, they might snatch the Link away.
We do have the link, exactly as you called it. So yeah, the man himself, he was there downstairs coaching, and in this situation where he had to be the shot caller, right? He was the guy saying, yeah, pick this, ban this. So yeah, now Ling being taken up by Bleed. How do Rift Esports respond here? I mean, they do have a lot of good heroes still left in the pool. We do see the Ruby opener there. The Hylos is gone already. So that means that there's potential for picking the Zas as well.
Right, there's still the Moskov and Harv open, which might be options for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hylos, Fervius, they are all taken out of the pool. But regardless, when it comes down to Ruby has always been a very good B1, B2 picks thus far. Or rather, R1, R2 picks.
Yeah, and we do see Rift Esports already picking the Valentina and the Cho as an opener. I mean, Valentina, very strong on mid lane. We see what Roy did when he piloted the Valentina. But now the Cho, very niche, right? Pick off. And Bleed, they will take the Ruby themselves. Vexana available. Is it advisable picking Vexana against the Valentina?
So I think here, I think that Vexana is a pretty fine pick against Valentina. And then what Rift want to do here is that they want to pick a very strong mid lane. I think they want to prioritize the fast rotation so that their mid lane can connect to the goal lane faster than Bleed.
Yeah, in terms of clear potential, I believe they're neck and neck, right? Vexana, Valentina, mid-prio, pretty much the same, seeing whichever support is with them, depending on where Ruby will be playing. Ruby might be on Jay, it might be on Dominic. Now, Rift Esports, they pick up the Hayabusa. I forgot that was in the pool. And now Canonio will be playing the Hayabusa. Right, Rift Esports, secondary ban phase here. I believe they have to take out the viable gold laners for Bleed. There are still a lot of good gold laners on the board. It's got the Alice, right? Yeah, Alice really viable in almost every single lane. We were discussing this before, right? You put Alice on any other lane, as long as
She'll be fine.
She'll be fine. The Angela, it's very strong right now.
Mostly I'm just looking at, the few core heroes that has been picked out from both Bleed and Rift. I will always take away the jungle because jungle is pretty much self-sufficient in this current patch. They can kind of do whatever they want. They don't have to conform to what the team is really building for. But just from the fact that we have a Ruby pick from Bleed and a Cho pick from inside of Rift, I think it's relatively fair to say that these teams have a certain direction, with Bleed trying to play more of a lockdown comp, while Rift is kind of like a pick-off comp.
Yeah, meanwhile, Bleed, I mean, that Minotaur ban really surprised me, right? They are just banking on the fact that Cho might
not be a roamer.
Might not be a roamer.
I mean, there's still a chance for Cho to be an XP lane, so that explains the Minotaur ban.
Yeah, with the Moskov being taken out finally, right? Now, with the viable gold laners that are left, Rift Esports might want to snap pick up something like along the lines of a Claude, Roger.
Pretty sure one of the side will take up a Nathan. Nathan here is pretty decent.
For Bleed, right?
Yeah.
I think for Bleed is pretty darn good. They already have a Ruby that's being set off with them. Pretty good control within of team fight scenario. I wouldn't say that is very good for Cho at this point in time. If they really want to go for Cho in the roam, I wouldn't exactly recommend that Nathan. Perhaps a hero that looks like Roger will always be good.
They do pick up the carry.
Fair,
Yeah, it's
fair.
really strong pick as well. I mean, does shred through that Eternal Guard, right? That will be in that front line, so you don't have to worry about it as much. Meanwhile, Bleed, they will have to think of a gold laner themselves, but since carries were already picked up, they can have that pressure off already. I mean, at this point.
Is it a Ruby EXP or would that be a Ruby roam? It's still kind of flexible, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it can be flex to the goal lane as well, and it can be a Ruby goal lane.
Right.
So it's
completely forgot about that.
Extremely open here, but in terms of having that lockdown for your Hayabusa, all they have is really the chain coming out from Vexana Ruby, right? Do they go for that additional lockdown?
Khalid.
It's a Khalid.
Okay.
Yes. But do they lack any form of damage from their side? That is the question. What is the last one? Tigreal. So yeah, you're right.
It's
It is a
Ruby
goal lane Ruby.
Yeah, but that just forces Bleed on the clock, right? Because they don't scale as hard late game compared to the power of the Hayabusa carry just alone.
Actually, I beg to differ, because with a Link, honestly, it still scales quite pretty well to the late game. So their team composition is still pretty balanced. They have their early game covered, mid game covered, and late game covered. The only thing they are bad at is they are pretty bad at high ground. They are unable to siege as well because they do not have a marksman with them.
Yeah, that late game,
It's a
in terms
sieging
of
moment.
taking objectives, it'll be a lot harder,
Yeah.
right? Terizla already being taken out. Bear plays an extremely strong Terizla, by the way, so I'm looking forward to it. And now we do have Deck and Canonio. It will be the Ling versus Hayabusa. And I just feel that Hayabusa has a stronger scalability in the early mid. But once you go late game, right, that's where Ling is just home ground over there.
Correct.
So that do you feel that Bleed, their game plan will be wanting to drag to the late game as much as possible?
So even though if Bleed drag to the late game, I think they still have a chance to win as long as they play the macro game right. Because Link against Haya 1v1, Link definitely has an edge over him. So with that, I think the Link can do the split pushing.
Understandable, especially since you can really be one of the most mobile heroes in MLBB at this point in time, right? Definitely out-rotating against Hayabusa for most of these instances. But I'm really glad to see that both teams, they kind of stuck to their to the ideas as to what their core team is essentially going to go for. So Bleed is really going to go for those team fight kind of sense, while for the side of Rift, they do want to play for pickoff, picking up the Cho, making sure that Chu will be able to burst that one person down whenever he got kicked.
Yeah, it's extremely pivotal to them that they pause the game right now because they are having some technical issues. Just kidding, ladies and gentlemen. But still, what we are talking about the lineups right now, and in terms of late game scalability, right? They are both neck and neck, having that marksman for that siege. So it's really important for the jungler to get as much objectives as possible. So when you talk about Vexana versus Valentina, right? When it comes down to this first turtle take, second turtle take, it will be on the roamers as well. Do you prefer the Ruby and the Vexana, or do you prefer...
The Tigre and the Vexana.
I mean, Tigre and the Vexana? Or do you prefer having that Valentina and that, what's that roamer that they got?
Cho.
Yeah, Cho.
So I would definitely prefer the Tigre and the Vexana. Definitely Tigre Vexana has more AoE crowd control as compared to the Cho and Valentina. But what Cho can offer to the turtle fight is that you can kick off the jungler if played right. And then this gives a lot of room for the Hayabusa to get the turtle.
Yeah, it's really good, right? Because you think about the old combos where Vexana is generally played with something like a Minotaur, having that crowd control, Tigreal as well. And this is one of the classic combos, right? Having that implosion into Eternal Guard, just CC into CC into CC. It feels like they have a lot of chain stuns for Bleed. So they are looking for this really perfect team fight. They want that Raging Sandstorm, Implosion. And for the side of Hayabusa, for the side of having that Valentina, what will be their disrupting factor? Like, what do they do, right, to mess up that team fight?
So I think we still have to factor in the XP lane, Terisla versus Khalid. I think whichever laner has the priority in the lane will matter a lot, because whoever reaches the turtle first will have a very big impact on the turtle fights. So that's something we cannot forget about. And then I think against a Cho, if we can if Blade manage to all in the Cho or poke the Cho first, then they'll have a very good start.
So a lot of early game execution will come into play where the Cho becomes extremely pivotal. So Pancake versus Jay, right? Jay moving to this roam role, it will be his true test already, because it's going to be really whether the Cho does find that advantage versus Jay right now.
Definitely, we still have a lot of opportunities coming in from both teams to kind of find their footing, right? In the early stages of the game, both teams do have quite a bit of an oppression against the enemies. And of course, we're gonna have to focus on the middle lane. With both Vexana as well as Valentina, both of them have got pretty good lane priority. So I would say that when it comes down to river control, they're both gonna be pretty okay.
Oh, we do see Jay getting signs of getting, being jumped on. Canonio just asserting some dominance right there. And, I was just looking at the emblems. And you were talking about the cooldown emblem? What was it?
Oh, Temporal Range.
Yeah, Temporal Range. Every game that I casted, I did not get Temporal Range. Temporal Range. Yeah,
even this game, you don't get one.
Yeah, it's like every game. Like, when am I gonna get the chance to talk about this? But yeah, you got the chance. So.
I got it. I've always been hyping up the Temporal Range. It's like, wow, this concept is great. You can spam your skills. Wow, give it to me. Patch comes in, no one plays it. I'm like, what the hell?
I would expect it on heroes like Lilia, things like we want that low cooldown Xaviers, of course. But yeah, now with Kiwi, right? Kiwi, he is that Vexana. Do you expect him to go for that Temporal Rain instead?
Honestly, not exactly. I feel that her skills is not exactly that spammable. But speaking of spammable, it is definitely going to be ultimates coming from the side of Rift that will be spammed right down onto the side of Bleed, with both Bear as well as Pancake not having a lot of health to work with. As such, Bear, the Terizla, is going to be the first one down to the hands of Bleed.
Yeah, one member down from the side of Rift Esports. The turtle is still being contested for, but Rift Esports looking to get the hell out of there.
So I think what Rift tried to do that is they tried to all in the Tigreal, try to poke him, damage him, but it went really bad because they didn't have the damage to do it.
Yeah, in terms of early game damage, right, they only have Melon, and Canonio, he requires some sort of farm. And that during that period, he was not level 4 yet. So, I mean, he was level 4. He did have the Shadow Kill, but there was no commit. But Implosion!
Immediately just pushing Pancake behind. He was hoping that the Shumpo will be able to get himself right out of that, and he did manage to hope well.
Yeah, that's a Shadow Kill, counter kill coming in for Canonio. So he's exactly what he was waiting for, right? That early game advantage translation. And right now, that would put him slightly ahead, despite the fact that they did not get that turtle. But goal lead still towards Bleed. But slowly, both teams, they're still just trying to find their footing here. Both going for that mid-game, late-game power spike. I'm offended being used by FMM, but this goal lane is very interesting, right? Yeah. Ruby versus carry. I mean, it's a range versus melee setup, but do you favor the Ruby? Do you favor the carry?
Honestly, Ruby versus carry is a very even lane. It's a 50-50 lane, so it's more of a fun fest and just skilling. And when it comes to late game, I think it's more of the carry being the win con for Rift compared to the Link being the win con for Blade. So we need to see who can perform better and who does more for the team.
It kind of really just feels as though the main thing that Ruby needed to do is just be the sandbag of the team and just not die to the hands of carry, right? Yeah. In most cases, carry would be the losing end in the goal lane because of how short her range is. But if you kind of put the carry right in front of a Ruby, and Ruby being a melee hero, a tank sustained melee hero, Carry would definitely be a little bit happier that he would at least be able to touch her. But in the meantime, fights going out, Pancake found himself being pushed backwards by the Tigreal and finds himself one death.
Yeah, he did not have the flicker to get out of harm's way. But with that, right, Bear, he managed to get some much-needed space on that top lane versus the Khalid. They will get the secondary turtle for Bleed, but Bear and Dominic just going at it, both of them just trading their HP. Bear wants the EXP and the gold, but the turtle eventually going the way of Bleed. They got 2 now.
The early game skilling of, or rather the early game nerf coming in from Terizla is definitely quite a bit of a pain over to the side of Terizla. You can see that in this battle between Terizla and Khalid, it definitely doesn't look all that great anymore. Back then we were just looking at Terizla like, yeah, he's a lane bully. He just tank everything and just swing his big hammer and don't have to bear any consequences. But now he is.
Yeah, it's just showing, right? The new meta is coming in, and Khalid might be
the better Terizla.
Yeah, might be the better Terizla right now. He can play that tank role, and we were hyping it up, right? So we need Dominic to really perform on this Khalid. Yeah, we need Bleed to really perform.
This is a statement that Khalid will be the new Terizla. And hopefully the people will be able to catch on to that and just hopefully just don't really pick up the Terizla anymore, I guess.
In terms of that mobility, I can see it as well, right? Raging Sandstorm into the Eternal Guard, into the Implosion. It just really synergizes very well. And Flicker already being used by Pancake to get out of harm's way, to get the conceal. Yeah, Rift Esports, they were being so close to threaten right there. But the turtle not yet up. Rift Esports, they want to find their timing slowly.
So I think what's happening between these two teams now is that they're trying to find an opening between each other. And then
Way of the Dragon.
Speaking of opening, that is the opening that Rift managed to find with the Way of the Dragon right down onto Dominic, but it is going to be a one trade, or no, not a trade, but it's more of the Link going all the way to the top lane to take one turret down. So that is technically a trade, a T1 for Dominic.
Yeah, that's going to be huge, right? If they can get this another T1 going for the side of Rift, that will be the consolation But the side that Canon Neo, he does manage to get the farm on the top lane, but the third turtle of the game, that's what Rift Esports needs to get to respond.
So I think when what happened when they were playing the mid lane was that they tried to find an opening, but because the Tigreal was the front line, it was very hard to. They didn't have damage to kill the Tigreal. But when they started moving to the goal lane, then they realized that they can start killing off the Kale, start picking off the Ruby.
Yeah, and now we do have the jump coming in from Cannon, not finding that space needed. And it's going to be the similar story, right? Jay is not going to be the pick-off target. They want to find someone like Kiwi, they want to find someone like FMM in the backline, but Dominic and Jay, they are here to prevent that.
The main thing that Rift really want to avoid is being caught in by the implosion. And yet better not get caught by the I'm Offended. Because Rift, they're just not exactly a team that is really good in this all-out team fight, which Bleed is super good at. You do the moment that you are caught by either one of FMM or J, Kiwi will be able to follow up, and then the EXP or Roam continues on the follow-up. It's a very long lockdown from the side of Bleed, and Rift want to completely avoid that in all circumstances.
Yeah, and Jay just used his implosion, right?
So that is good, right? Rift now understand that with that all down, there could be an avenue, that there is an opening.
Correct. So I think what happened was that Bleed recognized that the Link can 1v1 almost anyone, and then they want to use the Link to macro and then force the 5v4 fight. So when the Hayabusa reacted to the Link then flew over, and then probably their comms was asking Jay to force the fight because it will be the it will be an outnumbered fight. I mean, that's what happened.
Yeah, and the implosion was not found. He used both the flicker and the implosion, I believe.
But none of the purifier was used.
Yeah, none of the purifier was used. He did not catch anybody. So now for this Lord, that will be up. That means that crucial ability is not available, right? But Rift Esports still not forcing anything. They don't exactly have to force it. They do have that fallback. They have the Hayabusa. They have the carry. But is this enough?
I feel like they have to answer to the Link because Hayabusa against Link is pretty bad, especially when the game drags longer. And I feel they do have a chance in the late game if Chu managed to pop off.
Yeah, so their key from Rift, they want to really drag out that Tempest of Blades, the iframes away, so that Canonio can get that shadow kill for free onto deck if he wishes to do so.
Yeah, it kind of feels as though it is, between these two junglers, is about who pops their ultimate first.
Correct.
Who is the defensive one first. The moment that you manage to stall it the longest, then you'll be able to kind of go away with it. And unfortunately for a Ling, in my opinion, you don't really have a huge amount of firepower if you don't use a Tempest of Blade, which is definitely going to be tough. But in the meantime, that is going to be the Unbefended connecting on the 2. Barracks is going to be the first one down, while in the meantime, Ling goes over the back lines with the Tempest of Blades landing on the 2. Sending Chu and Pancake up in the air, allowing Bleed to get a flawless victory in that fight, granting them 3 kills and this Lord.
Yeah, that's the magical team fight they wanted.
So I think Bleed played the chess game pretty well, because what was happening before is that the Link and the Hayabusa was playing the top lane all along, and then suddenly I think maybe Dak just said that, why not we just let the Hayabusa push top and then we start 5-man the lot, and that was what happened. They 5-man the lot, and then when Hayabusa appeared, they start to outnumber and then they force the fight.
Yeah, and Rift is going for more of this pick-off comp, right? Having that Way of the Dragon, having that Shadow Kill. They don't want to take them head-on, especially when they are behind in net worth or equal in net worth, because Bleed has this magical team fight that it's so scary. And just look at this, Shadow Kill, not finding the mark onto Deck, and Deck is going back in.
Immediately with the Tempest of Blades once again, and 2 blades! Gets Ken O'Neill down, but the Way of Dragon from the side of Pancake lands on the deck, kicks him out of the turret, but at least Melon comes in just right in the nick of time to bring him down.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, one jungler for one jungler, but Deck did get the solo kill onto Canonio, with the Lord already marching down that top lane, and the creep priority is very much in Bleed's favor right now.
It's also going to be a Lord pushing up to the top lane. That is going to be the ultimate from the side of Bear. He did manage to land a penalty zone onto 1, but tech kill, look at that push! Coming right in from the side of Jay, pushing the rest of Rift out of their turret's range, and this allows Bleed to get a pretty good trade, 1 for 2.
Yeah, but Rift Esports, they do manage to get a consolation prize in the form of Dominic as well, right? The fact that Bear went in with that flicker, with that penalty zone, was it necessary for Rift to hold on?
Honestly, I felt that fight was pretty forceful because they have a lot coming in.
But still, I mean, just that I'm Offended being used on Melon, they're consistently always making them use their cooldowns, right? Making sure that Purify is always being used. And that I believe that's what Bleed is doing a great job of right now.
Correct. It feels as though that when it comes down to the engagement side, Bleed should be the one engaging onto Rift, not Rift engaging onto Bleed. But in the meantime, speaking of engagement, once again, Rift throwing themselves over to the side of Bleed. We can very clearly tell that Bear is going to be surviving well. In the meantime, Dominic lands, of course, the Storm onto Rift. And with 4 members down, Man is going to be the next one onto the chopping block. That is definitely not looking good. Very nice Raging Sandstorm.
Yeah, and with 30 seconds left on the members of Rift, they might be able to end things here, and it will be game 1 of this series where Bleed, they do take it already 1-0 in a convincing fashion.
It really just boils down to that fight when the Lord pushes in. It wasn't the right call for them to jump in. They should be the one that's playing onto the defensive side instead of being onto the offensive. In fact, Bleed will want to extend the life of the Lord by engaging indeed. So, unfortunately, it come to the point whereby Rift actually played into Bleed's hands.
Yeah.
So I think this game is very similar to the Homeboys game where they pick Selena. So when you're playing a pick-off comp, what you want to do is you want to pick off before the team fight starts. And then for the enemy team, what you want to do is to start keep forcing fights. And then I think what Bleed did here was they managed to force the fights that they won. And they did it pretty well. I think they did a 3-man 1-more combo, right?
Yeah, they did a
Dirty
combo. Yeah,
combo.
extremely dirty, right? And the fact is, it's being set up by Bleed all the way, right? Because they made sure that the Purifies were always off cooldown. So it was so beautiful, right?
Yeah.
Despite the fact that, you know, Purify was used, you used your Implosion, yeah, you managed to just run them through. And this is just Bleed's stellar game plan from end to finish.
I would say that every single one of these fights is the one that started by Bleed, except for the second last fight. That was given, right?
Yeah.
Rift literally gave themselves over to Bleed. And from that point on, I think that they realized their mistake. But unfortunately, that impact from losing that team fight was way too big for them to recover.
And who do you guys think is the MVP? You guys want to guess before it shows up on the screen?
Jay.
Deck.
Damn it!
FMM. Okay. 208. I could see it going to Deck. I could see it going to Jay.
It must be the 3-man hook.
Yeah, but he kept forcing the team fights again and again with I'm Offended, right?
Yeah.
Just going in, threatening, making sure that Purify was off cooldown.
I think that we can really tell the very big difference between FMM's Ruby as well as who was that again? Vendetta's Ruby.
Correct.
Right? We were looking for the opening,
Yes.
the opportunity, and that's FMM's that managed to find many of those.
Yeah, and I'm just so surprised by his ability to find space every single time, right? His positioning is always impeccable. And for Ruby to have 0 deaths in a pick-off comp, that just shows how good his positioning is as a goal laner.
I think what they did was, like what you said as well, they burned the Purify, and I'm pretty sure they timed it to the Purify as well. And then that gives the Ruby a lot of chances to make plays.
Yeah, and I could see why you wanted to give Jay the MVP, because he was permanently frontlining, making sure that the brunt of that damage was not onto FMM, was not onto anyone that mattered. And Dominic, together with Jay, I believe, they complement each other so well, right? Now, if you take a look at the itemizations, right, FMM, he did go for that Winter's Crown, which is very important for that Ruby to be that distracting factor.
Yeah, you'll be able to stay in the midst of the fight throughout the entire time. And as long as you realize that, oh crap, I ran out of skills, I'm about to die, I can't sustain, pop the Winter Crown, and then boom, your skills are back. Super important for the Ruby, so I really liked what FMM went in for with the Winter Crown on the 3rd item. Let's remind the viewers out there, this is not an EXP Ruby. This is a gold lane Ruby played by a gold laner, which pretty much surpasses quite a bit of EXP laners that we have seen the piloted Ruby today.
Definitely. As compared to Venetta's Ruby, I think FMS Ruby is so much better. Positioning, making plays. I think
Spitting out facts, right? We gotta have to give credit where credit's due. As long as we are able to kind of like get a very good idea as to how good FMM is, I think that the audience would.
I feel like
appreciate
FYG
that.
needed this Ruby for them to win in the previous game.
Yeah, consistently forcing the fights, consistently making sure that the purifications were off cooldown. I'm Offended was never used like a pure initiation tool, right? It was just more like a poking tool.
Definitely the Khalid as well. I would say it's actually the flavor of the day. Yeah, at the beginning of the day, I think I was already expecting a lot of Khalid picks. Although Homeboys didn't pick, Homeboy series didn't pick up the Khalid, but we did see the Khalid being picked up by FYG and now Blade. So I think we will start to see more Khalid coming in.
We should be. One thing that I really do like that Dominic did as well is the fact that he did manage to have a pretty good time in his lane against Bear, right? Giving a Bear 0-4, or rather making Bear unable to really survive in his lane. He was pretty dominating in his lane, and he's gotten pretty good farm. 3 items. And I think that at one point in time, Dominic realizes, look, my curve is good. I'm getting a good amount of income, and I don't need that much gold to sustain. As such, he immediately picked up the roam boots and realized, let's funnel this to someone else.
Yeah, definitely funneling it to someone else. And this is the type of macro gameplay that you want to see from a top-tier team. And Rift Esports, I mean, you think about that pick-off comp, having that way of the dragon into the Terrify into that Shadow Kill, right? Their main target, it's gonna be Kiwi. But Kiwi did not die at all. FMM was able to survive through all of that, and the stats show for themselves. And the damage dealt, they did try. They did try. Almost 100k from the side of Rift Esports. You see that, yeah, Pancake was receiving so much of the brunt of the damage.
I always, whenever we come down to this screen, I will always love to see just how much turret damage the team manages to get for themselves. It shows us how much they prioritize on the turrets, and because of that priority, it gives us an idea how much control they have throughout the map.
So I think when Rift drafted the Cho and Valentina, the idea was that they wanted to have a stronger mid, they wanted the mid to have priority, they wanted the mid to connect to the goal lane fast and help the goal lane to get some pressure on the enemy. But what we see from the game is what they didn't manage to get, which is the mid prior. Against the Tigre and Valentina, they didn't did so well against them. And then I think it just made them pretty hard to help to carry the stage, you know.
I thought that it wouldn't be a problem considering the fact that it is a Cho after all. You know, you have Shumpo, if in the event that you were to kind of like push the Tigre away or to push the opponents away, at least you wouldn't be charged backwards, which is what most roamers would be afraid of, which is something that Cho as well as Grok wouldn't be afraid of. And those are the only few roamers that can really put a dent onto a Tigre in the middle lane trying to shove the waves.
So what I felt the problem was that for the Cho to be useful, honestly, in that draft, it's very hard for Cho to kick anyone because most of their heroes are very tanky, and even if you kick the Link still has the ultimate, so it's really hard for the Cho to work.
Yeah, but let's just go to the highlights and just see what happened, right? We did see the early game fights being forced out by Bear using that penalty zone, not really finding much and just getting counter-killed out. And this has been the story of that entire Rift lineup, where Bear would be trying to initiate, but it's not a team fight lineup. They're a pick-off lineup, right? Yep. Pancake should be the one being in front and trying to kick someone in.
Exactly. And this is something that would really work for Hayabusa very well, because Hayabusa is weak in this kind of team fight scenarios. Your Ogi Shadow Kill will just transfer to massive amount of people if they are not isolated, which is something that Cho is able to answer. You kick one person out, your Ogi Shadow Kill, at least for the first few strikes, you are guaranteed on the same as that person until the rest of Bleak comes in for the reinforcements. And of course, Carry is a single target killer, single target melter. As long as one person is locked down, boom, Chu gets a kill. But unfortunately, they haven't gotten to the point whereby Carry has got enough items, enough damage to really take advantage of Pancake's isolation material.
Yeah, and if you just take a look at this late game fight, right? All the purifications from Melon and Chu have been used because of that prior planning coming out from Bleed. And with the I'm Offended coming through from FMM, it's free hook, right?
Yeah, personally, when it comes down to the draft from Rift, I actually have got one thing that I believe would actually help them a lot if they were to change this one thing. R1, R2, instead of Cho and Valentina, they can keep the Valentina, but they pick up the Ruby instead. At least when it comes down to picking up a Ruby, you have an answer to the Link. You can time the Tempest of Blades. When it comes down, you can actually spin on the Ruby to lock down the Link for a good amount of time. That will give a timing for Cho to actually kick the link, which is one of the main problems that Rift have, which is catching onto the link.
Yeah, so I totally agree with that. I felt that they picked the Cho way too early, and then it just gives Blade a lot of opportunity to counter the Cho, which then they drafted the team composition, which makes the Cho very hard to pick off. A lot of tanky targets, targets that cannot be kicked. Honestly, in the game itself, I feel like the only target for Cho to kick is the Vexana, which Kiwi positioned very well and didn't get picked off.
Yeah, Kiwi, the rookie of last season, right? Being such a great mid laner, being hailed as the Reaper, who had that best KDA in that last season. But we will take a closer look at the game with Jace in Off the Desk. What do you have for us, Jace?
Thank you very much, guys. Of course, my name is Jace. I'll be bringing you this particular Off the Desk segment. I really agree with what LY4 was talking about. It's that the draft this time around is kind of interesting, and to a certain extent, Bleed executed the draft a lot better as compared to Rift. So let's take a look about this current patch. This is currently an early game. There's nothing else I want to talk about except for the look at the rotations, how active Dominic is most of the time. He's always lingering around the mid part of the map, and later on you will be able to see in certain sequences where they are able to take advantage of Rift positioning and then execute, right? So I'm going to continue on with this one. And also, immediately, we talk about how carry versus the Ruby matchup, right? That's also kind of interesting because what the carry wants to do is to do damage and then try to trade very quickly. But what the Ruby wants to do is to engage in these fights as long as possible and then win these trades through sheer attrition. So now let's take a look at this personal this catch that I wanted to highlight just a little moment. This is what we call consequences, right? So there's a push and pull. There's always an equal reaction. What happens? So what happens is you've got somebody from the side of Riv getting caught right there. Pancake opening a map, immediately get picking off right there. And yes, he's trying to open the map to try to create space, but what happens in the end? He loses the turtle fight because it's immediately one man down, so you cannot really find an engagement right here. And especially in this particular roster from the side of Riv, they need to be the one engaging, right? They are pick composition. The problem about the good thing about a pick composition is that you want to force a clash composition, which Bleed is trying to be, to catch them out one by one. In fact, unfortunately, this is the only time where I felt like Rift did well in terms of what they want to do. But the best part about Bleed is that this is a very flexible composition. They can be pick, or they can be a clash, right? Because there are multiple ways of doing it. If the Tigreal goes in and then after that catches one person and then easily isolating them out, that becomes a pick composition, right? Then after that, there's follow-up damage upon damage upon damage with the help of the Vexana, with the help of deck as well. So I'm going to continue on this one where Dominic unfortunately get caught right there. This is the only time where I caught from the side of Rift did exactly what they need. They pick up one person and then they move on. Immediately, FMM has to step back. So it's really good for the side of FMM to really step back on that one. Now, in this particular Lord fight, I think this is where the tipping point for Bleed, where they really start to exponentiate. This is the winning point for Bleed, right? Is at this particular sequence where Chu, Bear, and also Pancake were caught by, there's only 3 people. But the problem is your main damage dealer is all the way, wow, okay. Your main damage dealer is all the way up there. So, like, immediately when Bleed has that information, this is when they strike. So it's a really good engagement coming out from Dominic, catching 2-3 members. True, unfortunately, wanted to call for the retreat because they're not supposed to be team fighting this. It's a 5v3. Immediately, last I checked, 5 usually win 3 people, right? Right? Yeah, and even after the whole team fight ended, the problem is the Hayabusa and also Valentina is only halfway through the map. Had a sequence where you send the Valentina and Hayabusa to continuously pushing down this way. Let them take this one, it's fine. So this is a certain push and pull. And that could have been something that, you need to trade. Now you path all the way to mid. You realize you're too late for the team fight. Would it be a better choice to basically try to continue on pushing that lane, right? You need to find some sort of trade, especially in mobile. It's like a push and pull, right? And now in this particular sequence, yes, unfortunately that goes down. Cannoneer also goes down. But this is where you start to realize that a Bear tried to catch somebody, but the problem is that he's catching into like 1, 2, 3, 4 people, right? It's a good catch. It's a good catch, but they're not isolated. And don't forget, the next part about this particular roster is Chu. Chu is only a single target person targeting onto Dominic, right? So all the damage is only going to Dominic. Dominic is more than happy to soak out all the damage. What happens next is Kiwi on this Vexana is just landing down damage around here. So there's almost no way to escape, right? This place is the danger zone. I can continuously draw the amount of red because that's the amount of blood that Bleed spilled right there for the side of Rift Esports, right? So right now, even after everything ends, Chu is basically pouring all the damage into the wrong people. Immediately, Rift has to call for a retreat. Once again, here you go. Another sequence where Bleed identified a good opportunity as well. Caught Cannoneer a melon out of position right there. Decide to go for the engage, and of course, FMM, that wonderful pick off. There's no way that you're able to get out of them. FMM is just like right here, right? The members of True and Melon seeing, you know, Bears just going down. Pancake unable to pick up. By the way, Pancake is super low with the ultimate as well. That means that he's unable to pick up somebody. And then, you know, immediately that's where Clash Composition just wins everything due to sheer firepower. With that said, that's all for my segment. I'm going to throw it back to Moment for more for game number 2.
Yeah, I think 5 is stronger than 3. Yeah.
I think so.
I think so, right?
I think so.
We're not really good at math.
Yeah, there's a reason why they call me Mathstract.
Why?
Because I can't math.
Then why did they... What? They should call you Catstract.
No, they say it. They shouldn't call me Mathstract. Because it make me sound like I'm good at math.
Yeah, it sounds like you're good at math. Yeah, what's 5 minus 3?
3.
2. He said 2. He said 3. He said 3. He said 3. We caught that on camera, and he can't really math. So, but it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. All you need to know is that there's an offer going on at JD Esports where you just have to spend $110 to get 500 free diamonds. All right. So 500 is bigger than 110.
500 is bigger than 110.
Yeah, 500 diamonds.
Wait, what's 110? 101.
110.
Yes.
$110 on JDEsports.com.sg. Minimum spend, you get 500 free diamonds, right?
Exactly.
So if you're looking to buy shoes, you're looking to up your gear, you're looking to buy a bag, something hype street gear maybe, you can check out the multitude of brands that they have on JDEsports.com.sg, and you can get free diamonds while getting new gear at the same time, right?
I'm looking for Jace's bag. I want to show people what he has been
Don't
rocking.
do it. Don't do it again, all right? Jace is hugging his bag, making sure that his bag is safe. And right now, JD Esports, they do have this promotion going on. But that's it for JD Sports. We have Game 2 that will be ensuing really soon, right? And speaking of Game 2, right? Ling versus Hayabusa, that matchup, right, showed us how prominent that Ling is when it comes down to team fights, when it comes down to having that split push. But does it mean that Ling might be the counter to Hayabusa?
Definitely, Ling fights Hayabusa very well, especially in the late game. So I think coming into game 2, Ling will be a very contested pick. It really depends on whether one or another team have an answer to the Ling.
Yeah, so with that, right, do they take out the available options, right? For Rift Esports, they are still taking out the Fanny, so that Deck is not able to pilot it, but it seems like he can play a really good Ling as well. So right now for Bleed, of course, taking out that 100% win rate chip, and the Hylos as well. I mean, Hylos has seen better days right now because he did get nerfed, but given your priority ban right now, would you take out the Phovees here?
Honestly, if they do not have an answer to the Ling, banning the Ling would be better. So banning the Phovees here shows that Bleed has an answer to the Ling and they're not afraid of giving the Ling. And then we will need to see then whether the Brief can execute the Ling well and whether Bleed can fight the Ling well.
Yeah, and of course, with Esports, they will be picking up the Ling for themselves. And with Suyo, right, being available in this patch, we understand, right? We understand that he is banned in this patch, but of course he will be appearing in the playoffs. So for Bleed, they do pick up the Ruby and Vexana. So Ruby, we saw it already on FMM. Now, it can potentially go into the hands of Jay. It can potentially go into the hands of Dominic as well.
Honestly, it really depends whether they can find a better goal lane to fight against the Ling. If they can't find a better marksman to fight the Ling, then I think Ruby goal lane here will be the most ideal goal laner.
Yeah, and now Rift Esports left to respawn, right? We saw the Valentina being used as an answer for the side of Vexana, and yeah, there are other heroes that can answer Vexana really well as well. But you have something like an Aurora, you have something like a Faramis who has that Nether Realm as well. But they will be going for the Aurora option and taking away the Minotaur as well. And Bleed, they got a chance to take a Tigreal here.
So I think what changed for Rift here is that they stopped going for the pick composition and now they are picking the Minotaur instead of the Cho. This shows that they want to go for a more team fighting composition.
It's very team fighting, and I really do like the fact that they want to butt heads, you know, just head to head and just kind of see what they can kind of work with, right? So initially, I'm looking at R1, R2, looking at a Ruby. I absolutely love that, considering the fact that B1 is a Link, is a good answer, exactly what we were talking about previously just now. That is one thing that is already off the shelf.
And it seems to me like, right, Bleed, they want to go for this Hayabusa. And I still feel Hayabusa in terms of clearing that level 4, getting that level 4, he's the fastest, right? He will have the fastest rotations, but whether or not you can execute it, you can invade the enemy jungle, get as much advantage for yourself, because Ling has a slower startup time, right, compared to Hayabusa?
So Hayabusa versus Ling, what I feel is that Hayabusa definitely has a better early game and mid game, and it really depends whether Hayabusa can snowball. If it's unable to snowball, then Ling would have a better mid to late game, and then when it comes to the 1v1 and the side lane, Ling definitely would have an edge over the Hayabusa.
Alright, so Ling requires that bit of ramp up before he gets to that place where Hayabusa will be in that early to mid game. But now for the bans, Rift Esports, they will be having 2 to ban out. I mean, they can't take away that gold laner, but Ruby has been shown to be a gold laner for Bleed, so it's really a 4D chess here. Taking out the Khalid, I think that's the best decision they could have made. So much respect.
It has come to this.
Bleed missed the ban.
Oh, what?
Bleed missed the ban?
Yeah.
Ah.
I was thinking, wait, hold on a second. That's not right. Rift don't start with the bans.
I mean, Bleed is so confident that
they don't need a ban.
Don't need a ban, or maybe perhaps we're not seeing it on the screen. Could be a visual error, but we'll find out later. But it seems like.
Oh, they did miss their ban.
Alright, so yeah, we have information that Bleed indeed missed their ban, but it does not matter.
That's a them issue.
Yeah, game still goes on. Yeah, that's their problem. Our problem is right now that Gato Kacha has appeared for Team Bleed. And Rift Esports, they have yet to pick up their gold laner, right? I mean, Ling cannot be forced on the gold laner.
So I think what Bleed wants to go for now is going for more of the early game, because what they want to do now is they want to snowball the first hurdle, and then from the first hurdle, they will then have an opening to invade the Link's blue buff.
I actually thought that picking up a Gatakacha here is actually a really nice touch. I really like the fact that if Minotaur and Aurora were to kind of throw their ultimates out there, Gatakacha have got a lot of iframes that can actually get out of these issues, or rather re-initiate, right? You get the iframe once they're done with their ultimates, and then boom, I'm back, baby.
And this is an EXP Cho that we're gonna see from the side of Rift Esports. So yeah.
Okay, but it's bad though, so
Abstract, what do you gotta say about EXP Cho?
EXP Cho, right? When it comes down to tank EXP Cho, sure, if you are able to get someone, or rather if you're able to constantly tag onto someone past your lane. And it also kind of depends on who you are working with. But you're fighting against a Ruby, you're not gonna have a very good time, especially after Ruby gets her first few items. So understandably, Cho will be kind of stuck in his lane for the longest periods of time. As such, the battery between Cho and carry can only come in past 6, 7, 8 minutes.
Wait,
it's a Gatakacha XP.
It's a Gatakacha XP, yeah.
XP.
Ruby in the gold lane once again.
Oh.
Yeah, so very interesting picks, right? Bleed, they are going with that Ruby gold lane superiority. It's the best. And meanwhile, from the side of Rift Esports, right? Something that we've seen before. Cho being the answer to locking down Hayabusa.
So I think it's very similar to the Game 1's draft, just that the junglers are different. And in terms of Rift draft, they're still playing the Cho, just that compared to Game 1 where they did the Cho Terisla, now it's Cho Minotaur instead. Don't really like the Cho pick that much because I feel that it's very hard to pick off anyone in terms of Bleed draft.
Yeah, and in terms of having that front line, I feel that they will have that same problem where Tigreal and Gato Kacha will permanently be there. But let's just head on into Game 2 to see whether Rift Esports can tie things up or Bleed clean this out 2-0.
The main thing that we want to see from the Cho really just boils down to just being able to lock someone down, right? So when it comes down to lockdown, I think that it is relatively fair to say that they picked up the Cho because they want to feed their carry off of someone. So carry is good at a single target, so let's pick up someone who is able to do pick off and give those free kills over to carry. As such, this also means that they are lacking in a little bit of the AoE department, which is something that they would need Melon to come in to cover up for Pancake.
Yeah, and I really like this Gato Kacha pick for the Hayabusa here because the fact of the matter is, the previous game, Hayabusa, he did have that Cho, but there was no one who was available to jump that backline, you know, be that Phoveus, be that really tanky character that can instantly jump the backline. And Gato Kacha, he fulfills all those criteria, right?
So compared to Game 1 where they had a Khalid, instead now it's a Gato Kacha. Gato Kacha comparing to the Khalid, definitely it has less damage burst, but more sustainability.
A lot more sustainability. Especially since you are actually facing off against a Cho. I don't think that a Gato Kacha would have any problems dealing with Cho and should be able to constantly keep his HP up high because of his passive.
So the problem about Bleed's draft now is that as compared to Game 1, where they had a link to scale to late game, getting a Hayabusa into this draft, honestly, their late game isn't looking that strong as compared to Game 1.
You know who's the late game? Kiwi's the late game. You know, you haven't seen Kiwi's Vexana late game, man. Like you should know, right? Kiwi's Vexana is one of the scariest in MPL SG.
Ouch! Especially when it comes down to Melon in the early game. Haven't even reached level 4 just yet. He did manage to put down quite a bit of a number over to the side of Che. But in the meantime, that is going to be Dak that managed to get the turtle.
Yeah, Turtle will be going the way of Bleed's slight gold advantage. Not too much to matter. Still the first Turtle of the game. And we did talk about this Carry and Ruby matchup, right? It's going to be a 50-50. And it's really going to be that Hayabusa versus Ling again. But in terms of late game scalability, do you prefer Rift this time?
Definitely late game scalability Rift will be better in this game. And I also want to talk about the first turtle. So what happened in the first turtle is that usually junglers such as Hayabusa and Ling, what they do, they would want to reset their blue buff before doing the first turtle. But in this case, Blade is, Dak, I think he's pretty smart. He actually forsake his blue buff and he identified that the Ling has to do the blue buff. So he rushed the turtle and managed to get the turtle for the team.
Yeah, that's very good point.
Yeah, usually we will wait until, at least for the assassins, to wait until they're level 5, which is post-second bubble buff. And this time, Bleed just like, hey, you know what? Let's just kind of skip all of that. I'm not that dependent on purple buff, but I know Ling is. But in the meantime, Pancake finds himself being the victim of the Oki shadow kill. That gets himself a single kill, and now he's right onto Melon, hoping that his shuriken will be more than enough to bring Melon down, but Albeit did not bring him down.
Yeah, that's the problem with the early game only, right? I feel that this will not translate into that mid-game, late game, where you will see Minotaur going down this easily. And Deck, he will have to focus his efforts somewhere else, like potentially taking out the carry, and that's where the problem kicks in, where he's having that lack of targets for Rift Esports. But Way of the Dragon.
Connecting down onto Jay, followed up afterwards. Melon goes for the Frigid Glacier, but didn't really quite lock down into Jay. But that is more than enough for them to disengage.
Yeah.
So I think the difference between these two games also is that Melon now is playing on a more bursty mage, and then this is why they actually have a chance to pick off the Tigreal. Comparing to the Valentina, in Game 1, they actually did have damage to burst Tigreal.
Yeah, and we now see Chu versus FMM, right? Still neck and neck in terms of net worth. We said that this will be a 50-50, but the turtle fight, second turtle of the game, is getting more and more important as we have Dominic trying to peel, make as much space as possible. Meanwhile, Deck and Canon Neo, these two are the targets that we want to keep our eyes on.
With the turtle fight coming in between of Rift and Bleed. With 4 members from the side of Rift really wanting to get a piece of this turtle soup. Bear joins into the back lines, kicks down onto Jay, but with no follow-up whatsoever. That is 1 ultimate down and away from the side of Rift. FMM misses onto the I'm offended, but a really good amount of knockouts coming from the side of Rift onto Bleed. And with that all said and done, that is both of the roamers that has been taken down. Ken O'Neill with a sliver of health manages to flinch points away and unfortunately have to concede the turtle over to Bleed.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Rift Esports, they did not manage to win that team fight, despite having that choke. You know, having that Way of the Dragon is just a free pickoff, right? But still not able to find the correct targets.
Not only that, but FMM missed his ulti as well, and it still went very well for Blade.
Yeah, it's kind of like a 1-for-1, right? FMM misses his ulti, but in the meantime, the Widow Dragon was kind of wasted onto Jay. I think the entire lineup of Rift have got a very good idea that even if we do kick Jay and being able to isolate him, it is not a very good idea because they can't burst him fast enough. If they were all to just kind of coagulate around the Tigreal, they're just giving away a free implosion.
Yeah, so it becomes a question of the late game, right? Where mid-game, late game, do you still go into that Tigreal? No, right? Definitely not. But FMM, I'm offended, and Jay...
Immediately, Jay finds himself being knocked up into the sky. And of course, got to catch up with the Avatar. The Guardian joins into the fray as well. Bleed melts down onto Rift, brings 3 members down as the reinforcements came in just a jiffy.
And this is what I was worried about because of the fact that Bleed Esports, they have so much zones of control with just disregard the Hayabusa, right? Put every other member in. They have so much AoE capabilities. And with I'm Offended, being FMM, using that so liberally, he's gonna keep forcing these fights again and again onto Rift.
So I think both of them are going for a 4-1 composition just now. The difference between them is that...
Oh, good flicker, as well as the Way of the Dragon manages to completely isolate Kiwi. Takes that 1 kill, and Rift is happy with that.
So yeah, so I was saying, both of the teams are going for a 4-1 composition. One being the assassin splitting the side lanes. The difference is that 4v4, Bleed has a stronger 4v4.
Yeah.
Almost taken down. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Deck has enough damage to really bring him down. As such, Ken O'Neill comes in to retaliate and avenge for his fellow friend. FMM as well as Dominic joins into the fray. They got knocked up by the Minoan's Fury, and it does seem like Jay will come in with a good charge, ensuring that Pancake will be able to lock down for a longer period of time. But unfortunately, they just don't have enough damage to bring him down. But at least they did manage to get the T1 in the top lane.
Yeah, and this shows, right, Bleed having that stronger 4v4. Despite the fact that they lost the Hayabusa, they still managed to get the consolation onto Chu. And that's what Bleed consistently should be doing, right?
Correct.
Keep getting those consolations despite the fact that, yeah, someone might go down. We have the stronger team fight. We have to keep forcing it.
I still feel like Blade has to end the game fast because they are running on timer. Rift definitely has a stronger late game in this game.
The 8 minutes in, Jay flickers as well as Implosion. FMM connects in with the Offended, managed to lock down the Pancake as well as Bear, but unfortunately not for long because this is a counter-attack coming in from Rift as Canonio jumps over to the backline, gets a kill on the Kiwi. Dominic gets himself out of the Avatar, the Guardian, but not far enough. Bear still continues onto the onslaught. The next one onto the chopping blocks, FMM, but FMM stays himself right in the midst of the fight. He did manage to take 1 down, but will he be able to do? Unfortunately, wasn't able to bring the next one down before he does.
And that was all Canonio right there zoning on Kiwi. Even though he tried to flicker and get away, that Tempest of Blades into the double kill, that's just 2 members that Canonio took out for the fight, and Rift could take that 4v3.
So I'll say that this is the time where Canonio and Chu starts to get the power spike, and it's when they're starting to get their damage online.
Yeah, getting the damage online, and we see that translation into the actual game with Canonio really threatening Kiwi right now. I mean, this is a different Kiwi from the first game, right? He's already died 2 times. That's twice more than he plus two.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much. It's supposed to have like 0. But of course, that is us pinning a lot of our expectations onto Kiwi. He's still doing a very good job as a mage player in Bleed, understandably. But throughout the entire game, here's a quick little round up of what has happened thus far. We're looking at both of these teams that's very neck and neck when it comes down to the economy. With 8:8, both of them have got the same amount of kills, and when it comes down to turrets, both teams have got the same amount of turrets down. The one good thing that Rift have got for themselves is the fact that they managed to bring down the outer turret, being the T1 of the middle lane, granting them access into the opponent's jungle so much easier.
And that just accessibility for that lane to enhance his macro plays across the map. And this goes is so much into their late game scalability that they have, because in terms of late game, they are way up there. But this Lord Dance,
hopefully the Lord will go down to one of these persons, but of course Bear is just going to be kicking Jay right into the midst of everyone. Dex is the one to take the Lord down, but unfortunately look at the menace coming from the side of Bleed. Even though they have already lost 2 persons, they are still very aggressive over to the side of Rift. And now Rift gets himself running back off, especially since knowing that they have lost the Lord.
Yeah, Rift Esports, very good call to disengage right there. They should not have fought that. Bleed could have definitely run them over despite the fact that they were 1 man down.
Doesn't seem like that's the end just yet. FMM looking for an opportunity. Found one round to Bear, but with a quick little Jacundo, he should be able to get himself out of there. Oh, Bear! He went in and sacrificed himself just so that they will be able to get the kill down onto Kiwi. A very, very valuable kick. I'm gonna have to say a pause 4 or a pause 3.
Yeah, it's really valuable indeed, but they will not, with that, right, they will not be able to make use of that Lord advantage. Rift Esports can slowly cure things out. They can force that reset on that state of lane priority, and this is exactly what Rift Esports wants.
Once again, I feel like the link has been a problem. It's becoming a problem for Bleed. The link is starting to get out of hand, and the Hayabusa can't take the link 1v1 anymore.
Yeah, so as we said, right, Ken, we believe that Ling might be the greatest answer to Hayabusa so far, and it's really translating right now because he's way up there in net worth. He can take almost anyone 1v1 on the map right now, and yeah, basically no one wants to fight him.
The gold funnel is also looking very good for Rift. As you can see, both Chu as well as Canonio is the one that is more than 8.5 thousand gold. In the meantime, Bleed is kind of spread all across, right? Even though we're looking at 1.4 thousand gold deficit from the side of Bleed, our Ruby, which is technically not the main damage dealer, with 8.1 thousand gold, and of course, when it comes down to deck, not exactly too high either.
Yeah, both teams, they're still posturing for position, but the fact that Rift are managing to funnel that farm onto Canonio, who is that late game key damage factor, along with Chu, is going to be so good in that macro perspective, and they're slowly starting to pull ahead. Now, 2K gold advantage, it will translate sooner or later.
We're most definitely seeing a pivot from the side of Rift now, with the amount of gold that they have been getting for themselves, and the fact that Ling is able to just split farm just so effectively. Bleed is starting to find himself choking out with the lack of a proper marksman, is really putting themselves in a very tough spot. They couldn't close the game fast enough, they couldn't create a big enough gap in the mid stages of the game, and unfortunately now they're suffering for it.
Yeah, they really need Kiwi to survive these early skirmishes, but of course, Rift Esports. Now Canonio with that link, with that enhanced mobility, he just doesn't, it's not that one jump, right? He can jump on walls.
The Widow Dragon from the side of Bear as well as a Flicker ensures that Jay will go down before the implosion even sets off. As such, he goes down before the implosion even comes off, and now Bleed tries to go for the counter attack. 3-man offender or FMM in the midst of the battle, and now he's just gonna be sticking right on top of Melon. However, Chu brings him down and slays him out with the next one, and Kiwi onto the chopping block. Bleed now effectively lost 4 and Rift only with 1.
Yeah, the ideal team fight still not found for Bleed because Kiwi, he has been aimed down time and time again, and Jay's not getting that implosion off.
So I feel like Changing the color, the Khalid to the Gala Karasha pick, honestly has a lot of impact, has a lot of difference. Now I feel like they're lacking some burst damage.
They don't have the burst damage, and this is not doing too well sustaining with all of these burst damage, right? With the fact that carry deals true damage, and of course your passive can grow with the with the amount of damage that you receive, but you gotta be fast enough to kind of release all that pent-up frustration from that passive as well, which is not something that Gatakacha is gonna be really good with this scenario. With so much lockdown, you can only strike back a few times.
Yeah, and it was a very good call from Bear to find that pick out of the way of the Dragon. Bleed, they're still not out of the game yet. They can bank on that magical team fight where the Implosion, Avatar Guardian, everything comes through. But whether Rift Esports makes that mistake, it will be that 50-50 that Bleed will have to take.
I think that the timer is running out from the side of Bleed. There's so much things that Rift is capable of doing. Being able to isolate one person, that's checked. Being able to burst down one person, that's checked. Being able to kill in an AoE fashion, that's a check mark to their name as well. So they're gambled, and of course the fact that they kind of spread themselves out to be able to be good in every section is paying off.
Yeah, ideally, I feel that Rift Esports, if they are the ones engaging with the Wheel of the Dragon, they will win. They will win no matter what. And meanwhile, it's up to them to make a mistake, right? Whether Bleed can deathball into that mistake, possibly finding Ling out of position, possibly finding Chu out of position. Whether Rift makes that mistake, it is up to Rift to lose right now.
So the main question is, what's Bleed gotta do to get themselves back into the game?
So I think like what you mentioned, for Blitz to get back into the game, they really have to get Chu or Cannoneer off the game. They have to pick them off before winning the team fights.
Yeah. Would they be able to though? I mean, I can expect that Deck would want to jump over to the back lines, but what's keeping him from flying to someone else? Because we know just how much of a randomness the OG Shadow Kill is.
I think there's the Minotaur to consider as well, because the Minotaur serves as a very good pilling for the backline. I think that's why it's very hard for them to reach like Melon or Chu.
Yeah, so it will need the ideal I'm offended coming out from FMM into the Implosion, right? They're gonna have to chain everything perfectly, like control, control, and make sure Cannoneer does not get out. There's no Tempest of Blades use, because he's the only one without that Purify. Yeah, the only key target without that Purify.
That is the dream scenario.
That's a dream.
That's a reason why you dream.
Well, dreams sometimes do come true, you know?
Dream is a wish that your heart makes.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see.
We shall see.
I believe
is it a wish that will come true?
I believe in FMM. I believe in FMM. I think he'll get it one time. That I'm offended onto Cannoneer. You know?
I just want to see that one big wombo combo Oonga Boonga from the side of Blade, but
yeah, Rift Esports not gonna give it to them.
It's a tall order. It's really a tall order. And they're also gonna be really afraid of them being pulled that bear trick again. Every single one of these brush, there might be a random bear in it, and you might just be isolated and be completely shredded down by the carry. And I don't think that even Jay, after experiencing that once, would want to go through that all over again. The only one that might be able to withstand it is probably Dominic, right? You go in and prepare to Avatar the Guardian out of it or re-engage with it.
Yeah, it's the Radiant Lord Pancake. He jumps in and gets that Disrupt Bear. Not able to find that key pick-off with the Flicker just yet, but still trying nonetheless.
Oh, Bear. I'm pretty sure that they are able to see that Conceal play from the side of Jay, but Melon breaks off the Conceal, no longer have that speed boost, and Bleed is at a difficult point.
Honestly, Rift doesn't need to take the fight now. He can just leave the Link to split push first, and then wait for Blitz to react, then they start fighting the lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's possibly what they're going to do, right? They have to send someone to react, and Ling is just waiting there, right? Just waiting for that someone to come in, but he sees FMM, and it's go time for the Lord.
But Bear doesn't have the Jikundo to land those kicks in order to really get the kill in. But Dominic jumps in, Avatar Guardian, everyone just focusing down on him. Look at that! He tries to focus on the Ken O'Neill, but Ken O'Neill still have a lot of HP to work with. In the meantime, that is going to be the Winter Crown plus the Noah's Rage combination, making sure that he will be able to stay alive while keeping everyone up into the sky. Bleed pushes the rest of Rift in, but Rift is the one that ultimately have got a pretty good stand throughout all of that.
1-4-2 will be the final trade coming out for Rift Esports, and they are at the advantage right now with 7,000 in their favor. Really, it's what do they have to do? I mean, Bleed Esports, they try time and time again, right? But they're just dealing with so much lane pressure, and Rift Esports, they're not gonna give them a free pick.
I thought that was actually a pretty good start from the side of Dominic, right? Being able to close the gaps and just run straight into the side of Ken O'Neill. Ken O'Neill got away with, what, 1/5 of his HP left? I would say that if Deck was able to position himself in a way whereby he don't stick to his team, he kind of hides himself in the opponent's jungle, that would have been nice. But in the meantime, we actually managed to see Deck getting himself that 1 kill after conceding that Lord over to Rift.
And this is huge. It's a Radiant Lord, 18 minutes in. It's gonna take a lot out of Bleed just to handle this push alone. But they do have the tools to do it. They have Kiwi, right? They have that Vexana, they have that Nether Blast. Hopefully they hold. But even if they hold, what's next?
I feel like they really have to lock Chu down, because I think at this point of time, Chu already has a fully slotted items. So Chu is becoming a very big problem for Bleed, because as a carry against this kind of team composition, it's very easy for him to shred all of them.
Flying to the back lines over to Melon. Oh, just but a small little bit to pop off that passive. But that is more than enough to actually repel the members of Rift away.
Yeah, but they do get the inhibitor turret for the troubles. And Rift Esports, they don't lose anything by just waiting, right? Bleed, their time has ran out. Rift Esports, they are so favored to take all these team fights right now. But there's still one factor, right? Barring a crucial mistake from Chu and from Canoneo to get picked off. If they do get picked off, Bleed Esports, they will have to end the game right there and then. And this is because the fact that I've seen so many shadow kills onto Chu, and he just pops the Wind of Nature. So it's not up to Deck at this point right now.
It's not up to Deck anymore.
Correct.
The only other way is just kind of find a way to force Chu to pop their Wind of Nature. But unfortunately, there's no one else you need to pop your Wind of Nature for, because there is just absolutely no marksman that will go 1 against 1 to one for one against Chu at this point in time. There's no other people that is a viable usage for that Wind of Nature. So it's unfortunate.
And Canoneo, he does find Dominic hiding in the bush, but it will be a trade for naught, as the true goal lies into getting that turret. But still, Rift Esports, as I said, they can do this all day, because to be honest, there's no harm in waiting. Versus Bleed's lineup, they're just gonna get worse and worse with time. They are expiring like milk.
But there will always be one point in time whereby your power level just becomes stagnant. The opponents is also definitely gonna get stagnant. Rift is definitely gonna win in the late stages of the game based on their picks, but there is still a point in time whereby the moment Rift makes one small mistake, Bleed can go for one final push in. But even throughout the entire time, I think that it requires every single one of the members from Rift to fall down at the same time with about 60 seconds timer to their head. That's the only way that Bleed will be able to end it all through mid. Because remember this, they don't have a marksman. They aren't exactly really good at taking turrets down.
So that's the scenario where the expired milk becomes yogurt?
Curdy! But speaking of expired milk, I'm not too sure if whether anyone from the side of Bleed is gonna expire soon or just yet. Dominic did manage to find himself at a very low amount of health, but a quick little recall ought to do the trick. The members of Rift is just gonna be crowding around the turtle and allowing Bleed be the one that takes onto the Lord's aggro, while Bear finds himself in a position whereby he should be able to jump in onto some unsuspecting victim later on.
And that's the permanent pressure coming in from that bottom lane where they lost that inhibitor turret. But still, it will give that Lord for free to Rift Esports. Bleed, they're just waiting. They're biding time. And I feel that their time is long gone. It's not yogurt, my friend.
It's not yogurt. It's just leave expired milk as it is.
Yeah.
Don't make yogurt out of expired milk. That is just plain disgusting.
And speaking of things that age good with wine, age good with time, I mean,
It's
like
wine.
wine. Yeah, wine, whiskey. You know, Rift Esports, their lineup
They're
feels like
wine.
Yeah, they're wine.
They're wine. You're fine wine. It's fine.
It's
Come
fine.
on in. What is fine?
It's fine. It's wine, and it's Lord time because he's coming down the bottom lane right now. And
With a bottle of brine.
and Rift Esports, they have the entire game in their hands right now.
Yeah.
Bleed, they're just waiting for that one mistake. If Rift Esports makes that mistake, Bleed is gonna jump on it, and this will be the final fight.
And there we go. 3-man implosion coming from the side of Jay. Hopefully that there's gonna be enough. And it's such immediately gonna purify. He's gonna get himself right out of there. Bleed everyone, sends up flying up to the sky. But Canonio with a 10% plays over to the back line only manages to take down Deck. As such, Rift lost 2 and Bleed lost 1 only. Bleed manages to defend their base.
That's the best play that I've seen Jay done on Tigreal in his entire career. Because, yeah, of course, first few games as a roamer. But that was insane.
Ooh, sick. Sick. But this is just a compilation of ultimates all the way through. And you can definitely tell that Ken O'Neill saw that opportunity where everyone else is flying, and that is definitely a very good time to go for all of that.
I think that was the fight that Bleed really needed, and then if they could do it again, definitely they still stand a chance to win against Rift.
Yeah, it was like that was a dream scenario, right? That's when the milk really becomes yogurt. And I was hoping.
Please stop that!
I was hoping. No. I want my yogurt right now, and Bleed are gonna give it to me.
The next time I have any form of expired milk, I'm giving it to you. Make me a yogurt.
I mean, they're not expired yet. Expiring would mean the base just goes down. You know, there's still milk at this point.
I guess we're still in the fermentation process.
It's in the fridge, and best before date is like today, midnight maybe, and the clock is ticking down. And Bleed is just that milk sitting in that freezer right now.
Yeah. But did you know that even if your tag says that it's expired today, you can still kind of take it without any problems?
So are you telling me Bleed can win?
Yeah. I mean, there is a shelf life on the expiration date. Okay, hold on a second. Is it someone is going to really expire? Avatar of the Guardian right down over to quite a lot of members that are just going to be frozen down. Dominic immediately finding himself back into the fight, but take a look at Rift. They are just going to be melting down. Pancake is going to probably be the next one on the line, but Canonio in the middle lane, marching right down over to the throne. That comes in, clears out the wave as soon as possible, but is it enough? He don't have enough damage. And Canonio with the backdoor attempt. They managed to bring this game to a 1-1.
And what a turn of events. It was looking all but done for Rift Esports. And Canonio, that superior decision making? I mean, should Hayabusa have just shadow killed the creep right there?
I think
Maybe don't have it.
Yeah, he doesn't have it.
Ah, man. Wow, that was tense.
I think some of them in Bleed, some of them in Rift should have, some of them in Bleed should have identified that the link is missing, and then they could have recalled earlier to prepare for the back door. I just felt that some of them could have recalled earlier, and that would have been prevented. Yeah.
Yeah, expired.
The way that they funneled in on that team fight was just extremely Bleed-esque, right? They wanted to get that magical team fight. Perhaps their calling was, yeah, let's get this team fight over and done with together. Then we'll handle the Link together. Because at that point, who can fight Link? I don't think if you send anyone, Link would have probably taken them out if you went a bit too early.
Yeah, it's kind of come to a point whereby they don't have an answer for the Link. Their answer was in the early game.
Yeah.
So I think what Bleed wanted to do is, by drafting such a heavy AoE team composition, they want to start winning team fights early. They want to snowball, and I felt that if they want to shut down the Link, they had to win in a manner where they can actually invade the Link's bubble buff, which they didn't.
Yeah, just unlucky for Bleed. Now it will be tied things up, but I believe the MVP.
Canonio.
Yes, Canonio, right?
Yeah, without a doubt, right? We can't take it away from him. That one-man push down in the middle lane, that decision-making, the pacing all across the game from the start to the finish was just plain impeccable.
And yeah, it's his one of his debut games into MPL SG. So
Fair.
this makes me look forward to how he'll perform onto playoffs as well. Then whether or not Ling will be his only go-to assassin. Because on the Hayabusa, he wasn't performing that well either.
So I don't think it's about the Hayabusa pick that he didn't perform well, but I just feel that Ling versus Hayabusa matchup is just very one-sided towards the Ling in the late game. So unless the Hayabusa snowballs very hard in the early to mid game, then it can shut down the Ling by invading its purple buff.
But if you take a look at that itemizations coming through, just everybody almost close to 6 items. It was a 27-minute game after all. And just very good attempt by Bleed at the end, right? The 3-man implosion, 0-9 on Pancake though.
0-9 on the Pancake? Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
But 11.
But 11 on the assist.
11 assists.
That's all it matters. He just needed to appear. He just needed to send everyone flying. And yeah, it's fine if you die.
Yeah, and I really like how Bleed held on despite the fact that they were still fighting that losing battle. They were gonna expire. Rift is really scaling so hard. And in terms of that decision making, it all fell down to that one team fight where just Canonial pushed down the mid lane, and that one decision changed the entire game.
I feel like it's just Minotaur being Minotaur as well. Minotaur as compared to other tanks because it's more of like a support pseudo type of tank. It's not as tanky as the other hard tanks such as the Tigre.
It does have a shield though.
So what Bleed actually did very well is they actually abused the Minotaur pick. They always started the fights by oiling the Minotaur, initiating on the Minotaur, and that's resulting in the 0-9 KDA. Yeah, that's
But in the end of the day, Rift managed to hold on to their horses and manages to find that opportunity and, of course, that power spike that they so desperately needed. Bleed, they came a long way, I gotta have to say. And one thing I also did realize is that even though Rift were technically losing in the early stages, the amount of purple buff and blue and purple buff and orange buff that they have gotten is phenomenal. 17 orange and 21 purple to the hands of Canonial, or maybe someone else's all the way through, while Bleed is only like 7 and a 9. Damn!
There was no semblance of map control for Bleed at all once their tower, especially after their mid tower is down, right? Canonial could just walk all over the map, and he just had a great time. And it just felt like, yeah, it was all but Rift Esports game to lose. And if Rift lost that, like that team fight, it looked like the end. There were 70-second death timers, and Canonial made the decision to just walk down the mid lane and just be like, yeah, making my way downtown.
Definitely, I felt that Bleed had a very good last 2 team fights, but they could have made this team fight earlier. And then if it happened earlier, I think it wouldn't have been placed in such a bad position.
Yeah. I think that they only realized like they are in a really bad spot once Rift actually broke down their inhibitor turret at the bottom lane. And they realized, yeah, we are expiring. We're gonna have to make a move now. We're gonna have to do something about the game right now, or we risk losing.
Correct.
I believe there were a lot of opportunities, like you guys said, when the implosion was available to be used as an initiation tool. And that's what I was looking forward to, right? From Bleed. When do they implode? When does Dominic go in the Avatar Guardian? But they've just been waiting for Rift Esports' mistake. Meanwhile, they're not trying to force out these errors, right? Yeah, I believe like trying to force out the errors is one of the parts of the game as well. Like you have to just consistently poke and prod and make sure that you can get that implosion off. Even if you don't get it, does not matter because you're still going to lose anyway.
One thing that we realized from the start of Bleed is also the fact that they are a very all-in comp, right? The moment that they go in, especially like if they want to start with an Avatar of the Guardian, they gotta have to go through all the way.
Yeah.
You can't exactly just go for Avatar of the Guardian and then be like, oh, you know what? Let me just move backwards. I mean, maybe if you have the Jawhead, you can just kind of fake that circle. Sure, but you don't have the Jawhead here.
Yeah, consistently great positioning by Rift Esports to deny out these kind of pickoffs available. And if you take a look at the scoreboard right here, just Rift Esports dealing so much damage. Of course, I feel that Bleed, they did have higher damage. Yes, they did, by 10k. But Canonio, of course, he got that farm in. And Melon, I'm just surprised he didn't get picked off way more than he should have been.
Aurora, right?
Yeah.
Aurora.
He actually had his passive off cooldown for the longest time.
Yeah, he had it up so many times.
Yeah, we had Deck that tried to pick him off a couple of times, but it was just a shy short of a few strikes. And that just wasn't possible for them. And especially since we're talking about an Aurora, plus got the Blood Wings, is just really tanky of a mage and it's really annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it goes to the fact that the HP bar is the newest stat so far, right? The newest stat in the meta where people are using the HP bar a lot more. The Zosk, the Hylos, the Aurora, and now we do see that coming into the meta as well.
Now, of course, when it comes down to the highlights of the game, we have a very good idea of how the early game started to be. Rift Esports actually getting themselves a 6-6 at one point in time. They were pretty much neck and neck, and even getting to the point whereby they actually did manage to make FMM kind of cower in fear for a little bit. Very sustainable kind of Ruby from the side of FMM, and he knew he gotta have to go all the way through. But this is one of the glimpses of happiness from the side of Rift Esports as they realized, you know what, we can fight back. Because anything that is sub 10 were just a trial game.
So when drafting a team composition like this, which is very strong in the early mid game, where you don't have any late game, honestly, your ideal situation would be like having a 3k goal late, 4k goal late in the early mid game. And then from there, you can then snowball off the Link's combo buff.
Yeah, and I really like a few of the calls coming out from Rift Esports when to really disengage so that you don't give more advantages to Bleed, right? Despite the fact that you got one kill already. You know that it's going to be a trade from Bleed. So you disengage, re-engage with the right time when you have the Way of the Dragon up, when you have the Minoan Fury up, when you have the skills needed to do so. And the way that they close out the games, it was really on the edge there for me, but Rift Esports, in terms of these early game to mid-game team fights, they were threatening Bleed so hard.
It has definitely come to a point after looking at all of these highlights that there are a lot of heroes that is always at the brink of death. It seems as though they are lacking that executioner, that's one, and in the meantime they did manage to get some of these lockdowns landed from the side of FMM, from the side of J every now and then as well, but they just can't seem to finish the job. It really just boils down to the fact that the pick on the Gatakacha, like LY4 said before, they're really lacking onto the damage department.
And this was that game-ending decision by Canonio, right?
Correct.
Immediately identified that I lost all my teammates, I'm moving him in.
Yeah, it was like 70-second kill timers too. Yeah, and you're right. The shadow kill wasn't available, so Deck was just trying to kill away the creeps, but
mass buying items from the side of Canonio as well.
I think I saw some of them cancelling their recall as well.
Yeah.
Because when they saw Deck getting back to the base, I think they initially thought that Deck alone is able to defend the Link. So I think some of them actually cancelled their recall.
They wanted to kind of like go for a split,
correct.
right?
I think if they didn't cancel their recall, they might have defended as well.
They might have, yeah. They want. I wouldn't even call that a greed portion. It's more the fact that we have won the team fight. If that can deal with the creeps, we are ending the game right here, right now. A little bit of a desperation move that is, I wouldn't say it's a wrong move. It's just unfortunate.
Unfortunate indeed, but you know who we can ask the hard questions to? Jace, who has the After Death segment. So explain to us, Jace, what just happened?
Yeah, technically speaking, this is a very hard game to basically analyze because I think both sides are making equal amount of good stakes and mistakes, right? So let's break this down very quickly in terms of their rosters, right? So the problem about is, once again, you're seeing an FMM basically on a Ruby going up against Chu once again, right? We saw what happened. It is a very equal. In terms of the lane, it's very neutral, especially when Chu wants to play a little bit more defensively. But at the very least, this time round, Rift brought in new friends, right? You got Pancake going on the Minotaur. You also got Melon for anti-dive, especially when you want to counter-dive against Deck, or even to a certain extent Dominic as well. Also to a certain extent FMM. So this time around, this is a little bit more fair and balanced in terms of the pick and also clash composition, right? So in terms of the lanes, I'm okay, because apart from that, you also have a very neutral mid lane. So in mid lane is neutralized. Technically speaking, your bottom lane is a lot neutral, albeit Bear is able to just rotate even faster as compared to the Gato Kacha. And EXP in the gold lane is very neutral. So in terms of the lane priorities, it's still a-okay. So I'm going to continue on this sequence clip. I think this game is all about who makes the first move as well. So you can see Bleed now is just literally diving Bleed diving Rift right now. FMM, I know it's a little bit very risky. You gotta admit, the positioning on FMM and also to a certain Jay and Dominic is really well done. And also, you know, Kiwi is just landing down the damage as well. But there's also another big problem is that Canonio is actually on the other side looking to find the right opportunity to pounce. Yes, FMM is able to pull everybody in there, albeit unfortunately it's not Melon or True, but look at how Canonio positioned himself to basically cut the damage as well. I'm gonna pause it right here and, oops, sorry. Gonna pause it right there. And you see there's this one line being drawn according to Sen, whereas Rift deals with the frontliners because the frontliners is a little bit overextended, whereas Canonio deals with the two main damage dealers, technically speaking, FMM and Kiwi, right? Therefore, isolating a lot of this team fights. And by then, because Canonio is already 2 kills in, he's gonna just scale exponentially. So unfortunately, that's what happens in the early part of the game. Rift slowly takes small little wins and slowly it crept into a massive win, especially towards the later parts of the game where, you know, Link start to scale, your carry start to scale, and you can start to see the pressure and the feeling coming out from Bleed, because everybody, of course, in this sequence, everybody died. It's just FMM, but FMM is kind of crazy on this Ruby, by the way. Tries to buy a little bit of time, especially when the members of Rift are really clumped up. But the longer you drag this game, it's definitely going to go into the favor of Rift because of True, which will scale, and also this Link that will scale as well. Bear is a very good pick. I think Bear on this Cho is actually kind of an interesting pick, but you know, it's there as a secondary engage. So there's a lot more facets in terms of the engage as compared to game number 1, where it's kind of like single way. I can only engage with a single way. And now, if you notice, this is just crazily played by Rift as well. Melon finding all this pick off, everybody's frozen, and once again, it's just, you know, FMM just going around and doing a lot of damage at the same time. But that's the same time when, you know, FMM is doing all that damage as well. Canonio can always easily just escape, right? So there's not a lot of, unfortunately, there's not a lot of catch coming out from the side of Bleed. But if you notice, like how, in terms of the map structures, right, the mid of the side of Bleed is open. So technically speaking, if you're going to go into a later parts of game, if you really have a strong early to mid power spike, you really want to try to take away these turrets. But the biggest problem is that Canonio is a Link that could just rotate from one place to another very quickly as compared to the Hayabusa, even though you got more kill pressure as a Hayabusa. And now, in terms of this one, is just as well. I feel like right now I'm just clipping a lot of highlight reels because FMM is just outplaying everybody. But the problem is that this time FMM made a mistake because Kiwi is unfortunately too far away to land down the damage. Yes, he dropped the Eternal Guard and everything, but it's too far away for him to basically walk forward. And even if he walks forward, just take a look at this. Canonio just dives straight for the Vexana as well. That's why in this particular game, he's unable to be that Reaper as well. And of course, this is, I would say, is a big mistake as well. Before this sequence, FMM missed the I'm Offender. Immediately, Bear decides to flicker as well. And that has consequences, right? And apart from that, before we also continue on breaking down this team fight, take a look at the map state, right? Right now, Rift has a massive push up top. Technically speaking, this is kind of neutralized, so that's okay because, you know, Bleed is playing on this side of the map, that's fine. But this is the part where, you know, Bleed has to play a little bit carefully in terms of map rotation. So that's why Rift is more than happy to handshake this team fight because it is, you know, they need to send somebody all the way back to defend, right? So Lynx was sent back to defend, and immediately FMM has no choice but to go back to defend. And as a Link, you could just jump back to these team fights. So there's a lot of swing of mistakes that just happens from left and right, and we'll see who basically makes the best mistake, of course. But I think the one highlight, I think this is one question, I think a philosophical question that I need to throw to you guys, especially at the end. If you're a deck right now, what do you do? Do you try to kill off Canonio or do you try to push the minions? Because I don't think the Hayabusa can basically 1v1 a Link. Link can just deletes him, right? But at the same time, deck doesn't really have the damage to basically wave clear these two super minions. So I think right now what Rift did was a perfect checkmate against Bleed. With that said, I'm going to throw it back to the casters as they bring you game number 3.
What do you do?
I think probably if deck went for the Link, honestly, he would have stand a chance if he bought some time because the Zero is coming back to the base. If you looked at the minimap, and then when Zero reaches the base, he can then S2 the minions away.
I'll stand there and spam recall.
I mean, it's a ninja versus a sword master.
A crane swords master.
Yeah. Master of the crane arts.
The master of the crane arts, yes.
Just really scary. I mean, telling you, he made such great decisions, right? You see him on the first game in the Hayabusa. His decision-making was top-notch as well, but he could not find the finish. But now on that Link, now you see that really that decision-making coming through. And he's really new to MPL SG, so I'm really looking forward to how he progresses on in the playoffs.
This pretty much just kind of puts Ling in a very good spot at this point in time. Because of these two games thus far, it is relatively fair to say that we've got Ling with a total of 15 picks, I believe, with a total of 65% win rate thus far. So I'll say that whichever team that is first pick, first ban, if they are able to get themselves the Ling, it will always be a very good outcome, unless they have been like completely hard counted, of course.
Totally agree with you. I feel that coming into game 3, the Link will be the very priority pick. Whoever gets the Link will definitely have an upper hand.
It's definitely going to be pivotal.
Right now, it seems like whoever picks the Ling wins. So
I don't think that I don't think that RL19 is gonna give that Ling anymore.
yeah, it feels like he's just gonna ban it out or pick it up for himself, right? If there's a possibility.
I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Like, if they really want to play the Ling, they gotta have to give the chip away. But I don't think that anyone is going to gamble on that.
Yeah, and 90% of the time, right? Right now, when we're seeing Ling, there's no Angela anymore. So is Ling really now so self-sufficient that he's just that strong?
I feel that he's always been.
Let's just theory craft here, right? If, let's say, Ling was on the opposite team, what would you do? What do you pick?
I would still pick the Ruby. Like, personally, I will still pick the Ruby. Ruby is always a very good answer to Ling, while in the meantime still being very flexible for what you want to do, right? Since Ling loves to gank out onto Marksman, which Marksman hardly have an answer to the Ling, at least you are able to hold your ground well enough in order to play in the early and the mid stages of the game without being completely suffocated by the Ling.
So when fighting against Ling, I think as a coach, what I usually would draft is I'll draft something that's very strong early to mid game. And then from there, if we can get the first turtle, snowball the first turtle, we can then invade the Ling. When fighting against Ling, it's very crucial to invade his power buff, and then from there, then you can shut down the Ling.
Yeah, very good answers from both of you, but Ling not around anymore. Now we are moving on to game 3 now. So with Phoveus being that first pick, right? Rift Esports, they have to answer back, right? Do you take away that Gato Kaja?
I don't think that Gato-Kacha is that big of a deal. Like, personally, with the fact that Edith is currently still available to be picked, I would say that Edith is definitely one of the few priority we can look out for, and then look for a mage, such as a Valentina. Oh, there we go. So, both Ruby and Edith. I was thinking that Rift might give the Ruby away to Bleed because of the fact that, you know, Bleed did play the Ruby, and they can just play the late game.
Yeah, and what do you guys feel about the Zosks now in this current meta right now? Because it was prominent in the first half, but after that patch, right, did that completely kill off Zos as a priority pick?
Definitely, I think it did kill off Zos, and not only that, because when Zos just got reworked, I think a lot of teams didn't have an answer to Zos. But then as time goes on, many teams found the answer to Zos, and then Zos started to fall from the priority picks.
Yeah, indeed. We don't see it coming up any more often. And now Bleed answers back. I mean, now without the Ling, yeah, that Hayabusa was still available. And they do pick up the Harif as well. There's a very strong draft coming out from Bleed right now.
This is pretty strong, right? But this is one. There is definitely one roamer that they are projected to pick out, which would be the best in slot, being the Minotaur. they have the Harif, which really wants to play around in a designated area. Phoveus is someone that really denies an area as well. So just from the Harif as well as Phoveus, they can actually take a fight in a big area for an extended period of time. And we just need someone to supplement that entire area, which is the Minotaur. But unfortunately, Bleed themselves banned out the Minotaur, so the other possible information, or rather the other possible pick out here, would be the Tigreal.
I think it's also very questionable that they pick up the Ruby because we haven't seen Chu played Ruby in the MPL Singapore. So whether Chu can perform the Ruby as well as FMM is another question.
Yeah, it might possibly not be the gold lane Ruby. Like, we do have Pancake and Bear who can play the Ruby as well. So Ruby pretty much flexible, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And with that Faramis pick, yeah, they most likely ban out that Valentina, right? Yeah, they do ban out that Valentina.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the Ruby is going to go over the side of Bear. Bear has played quite a bit of Ruby from time to time again. Now, of course, when it comes down to Rift picking up a Faramis, they have to ban the Valentina away from Bleed, right? They wouldn't want to give Bleed more ammunition in this AoE concept that Bleed is trying to go for. So with the last pick, or the last ban for themselves, they gotta have to focus on those AoE roamers. They cannot allow Bleed to complete that setup.
Yeah, Rift Esports, it seems to me like they are going for this very mobile lineup where they can go in and out without having too much to worry about. Having that Nether Realm, having that Ruby. So they're gonna, I feel like they're gonna go for more mobile heroes, especially on the side of Rift Esports, something that can jump in, maybe potentially a Roger as well.
Yeah, there's a very good chance that Rift will be drafting a fighter jungler instead, because fighter jungler tends to go much better with Faramis as well, as compared to assassin junglers.
Yeah, now Bleed Esports, they do take out that Nolan, right? Now, there's still a lot of potential assassins that they can worry about. So the Fanny, Ling, Nolan being out of the pool, Hayabusa being picked up. Do they go for, Deadeye's favorite here, PNK, you know?
Lancelot.
Popo and Koopa.
I think that for Rift, the one best pick for them right now, especially since they gotta have to go for a bit of flexibility, and since this is a blind pick, I would say that Roger would always be my answer. It allows you to flex over to the gold lane. You can also go over to the jungle depending on what Bleed is trying to set up for themselves.
Yeah, but they choose the carry instead. Really good answer for themselves. Chu, of course, very strong on the carry.
Honestly, I would not favor the carry here because carry against Harif is actually a very bad matchup.
Oh, Loi! How can we forget about that?
Yeah, that Loi pick coming out from Bleed. That's a lot of mobility with diversion and the Grok as well. Yeah.
Is Tigreal banned? No.
Yeah, I would expect them to go for the Tigreal, but they go for the Grok instead.
Jay has been playing Tigreal for the past 2 games, no?
I think the reason why they didn't want to pick a Tigreal here is also because of the Edith and Ruby pick. Against Edith, Ruby, honestly, if you were to pick a Tigreal here, the Tigreal might be very hard to play against these 2 picks.
I see. And Grok, because of the crowd control immunity, that at least gives you a position to land the wall charge.
Correct.
Still.
I can see technically where this is coming because of Grok's nature's barrier as well. You can at least be able to block off the escape way, or rather the escape path of Rift, in order to really extend the duration of Harris Zaman Force as well as Phoveus' Infernal Pursuit.
Wait, okay.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
I thought we were gonna see a roaming Julian for the first time and the jungle Edith, but nah, that's not gonna happen. So yeah, Julian has not been performing too well as of late. Can you answer that maybe, LY4?
I think most other regions, how they abuse Julian is that the Julian tends to snowball very well in the early to mid game, and then it seldom lets the Julian reaches to a point where it gets late game, and that's where it starts to fall off. But whereas I feel that in MPL SG, it gets very easy to drag the games to late game, and that's why the Julians here starts to fall off, and it doesn't reach the point where it should have been.
I would say that at least picking up a Julian here, you kind of posture up, or rather prepare your Julian to play the late game as more of a utility jungler at that point in time. So personally, Julian can still be used, but I would say that you would want to completely avoid going full burst all the way to the late stages of the game. You can definitely build a little bit more of a tankiness, a little bit of like a split, you know, a hybrid between damage in the early game, and then you kind of pivot yourself over to a bit more tankiness over the later stages of the game, just so that you can consistently land those enhanced chains. That would definitely put things in a greater use in order to ensure that Melon, Melon, Bear, as well as Chu will be able to deal the damage in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I feel like this game, there's a lot of pressure on Chu because this Harif versus carry matchup is very favorable to Harif. So they really need to protect Chu, or Chu himself needs to have an answer to this lane matchup.
Yeah, and FMM once touted as one of the best gold laners in Singapore. So Chu, he will have a lot to answer for, especially in this 1v1 lineup.
Oh, look at the amount of damage on the Melon. The Ogi Shadow Kill leaves Melon with just a sliver of health. Kiwi joins into the frame, but not quite enough to really come back in time to deal with Melon.
Yeah, Canonio though, setting up for the kill onto Harif. He's jumping on him right now on the top lane, but not able to find the key damage needed. Still in a bit of danger here.
Canonio doesn't really have a lot of skills to work with at this point in time, but with an enhanced sword, quickly gets himself right out of dodge while they prepare and posture up for a turtle take.
Yeah, and Julian, I feel that, yeah, you do have to have that snowball going, similar to what a Roger or a Martis might need, like what they require to really win the game condition for them. But still, if you're versus a Loi, of course, you have that individuality where if you get the farm, you somewhat become, nobody wants to 1v1 you.
Meantime, Pancake doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. He returned and retaliated against Jay. Jay flickers himself right out of that, and Rift did manage to burn quite a bit of flickers over to the side of Bleed. In fact, one flicker only, sorry, while Rift themselves didn't really use much, actually.
So I think the call to rush to there was really very smart from Bleed, knowing that the Julian has to reset the buff. They did the same thing as they did in Game 2. They rushed the turtle and they managed to get it.
Yeah, that timing offset coming in from Team Bleed, making sure that the jungle rotations are always on that timer, right? Just making sure that turtle is taken when Canonio is doing something else.
One thing I also just realized is the fact that Pancake is the one playing as the roam, or the Ruby is the roam, while the Edith is the EXP lane instead. I thought that it would have been the other way around.
Honestly, I would say things aren't looking that good for Rift because by picking the Julian, they want to snowball the team fights with the Faramis, but they're not getting the team fights that they want to.
The Shadow Stampede, right? Just kind of pull everyone in, and as much as you have the opportunity to, just a quick little enhanced scythe ought to do the trick, but haven't really quite seen that opportunity just yet. So far, Canonio has been playing relatively passive. They're now in the middle lane preparing for something, and they will quick little immobilize onto Jay, but Jay, with the wild charge, he keeps everyone in a tandem for now, and Rift, they got themselves backwards and aren't able to get any kill again.
Yeah, they were trying to find Jay, who just walked into that bush, but he just grew big and get out of there.
Yeah, that's not easy. That's not an easy kill.
Yeah, that's not an exact target that you want to go for. Maybe they thought they had more damage, but Dominic.
Definitely, Dominic walked it right into a trap, but he's gonna be A-okay with the Vengeance gonna pop. The Infinite Pursuit buys him a lot of time. He's still alive, actually, and now Bear pops up in the Primal Wrath, but Jay builds up a nature barrier, ensuring that Bear would not be able to run eastward. But not like it's gonna make any difference. We are still 0-0.
Yeah, it's just surprising to me that he just walks out of there, right? There's no follow-up coming in for Rift. Maybe the call was not to overcommit, given that the turtle is coming up really soon. But wild charge.
Wild charge on the Pancake. Pancake might be the first one to die. Flickers even expanded, but it doesn't seem like he got himself out of there. Finally, the first kill awarded to Bleed.
And what's surprising to me was that Melon, he did have his Nether Realm up, but did not commit it for Pancake.
I thought that they would want to use it.
Yeah, I thought they...
Yeah, I mean, you have been in a lot of battles, a lot of team fights already, and we haven't seen a single Nether Realm just yet.
So coming into this Faramis pick on Melon as well, something I want to highlight about. Usually Melon is more on the bursty kind of mage, the carry kind of mage. Very seldom you will see him play utility mages such as the Faramis.
It might be a little bit of inexperience from Melon's side, I would give him the benefit of doubt that it was just kind of like a on hindsight kind of thing. Didn't really quite catch it. So hopefully for the next few fights, we might be able to see a little bit more on that. Especially since we want to see the start, or rather we want to see an initiation with the Shadow Stampede, but it's kind of tough to be able to pull a Grok towards your entire lineup.
Yeah, and I did see what Rift Esports were trying to do there. They were trying to get a hold onto Harif, find that easy pickoff on the easiest target that's available, potentially using Canonio as bait while Pancake was waiting in the bushes. But Jay just scouted everything out. Just walks in and he's like, yeah, hello, boys. Now Canonio, though.
Not gonna go down just yet, hopefully, and luckily for Canonio. Deck is still building up on onto his item, so I think it's relatively fair that both sides are playing a little bit more onto the passive end. But Rift can't go that passively, unfortunately. We did identify the fact that Rift needs to be aggressive. They need to be able to do enough damage in the early start to really make full use of the reason why a Julian is even picked on in the first place.
Diversion.
Oh no, Dominic. He showed himself.
Chulo.
Oh, hello?
Oh.
Huh?
Okay,
Huh?
okay. Maybe they want the Julian? I'm not too sure, but
There we go. Okay, at least someone did try to see something, and that was Melon. Just casually walking up to the brush and being like, oh, hello there. The Ghostbusters did connect. Why did they not aim Chu? Why did Chu just casually walk away? Why did he got away scot-free?
I mean, that was pretty weird because they should have owned Chu.
Right? Maybe they wanted more. Maybe they want more to clump up just in case.
Maybe. That sounds like something that they will want, right? Like if we expanded the teleport here, might as well just get a little bit more than just one. But at least Melon sacrificed himself for the greater good. Now Bear goes in, Flicker with the Earth Shatter, pops himself out of the Primal Wrath, and is hoping that he'll be able to do much, but there we go with the J, quickly with the Earth Shatter, or rather, with the Wild Charge. He did manage to kind of make Rift fly up into the sky, where FMM drops down the Zaman Force and takes control of the area.
And that was 4v5, right? That because Deck was on the top lane, getting a turret as well. At macro advantage, just swinging heavily towards Bleed at this point.
I think the difference between Blade and Rift right now is that for Blade's side, it's easy to find openings for them because they do have the burst damage to kill the front lines. Whereas for Rift, it's very hard to find an opening against Blade because if they want to go for the Phobias and the Grok, they do not have the damage to kill them.
Yeah, but I thought that they could do more with the Netherrealm, right? I thought that, yeah, they're just gonna force the fights again, then use that Netherrealm to engage and disengage, but it's been used as an emergency save tool instead of that engagement-disengagement tool.
That's true. Like, that was... the Netherrealm has always been a response to what Bleed is doing, right? They're responding to what Bleed is throwing at them, instead of using it as a bargaining chip for how they want to engage in a battle, or just try to completely get out of a battle. I would love to see them be able to do that, but hold on a second. Diversion. Hey, wait, just Tech? Okay, I guess that's fine. He finds Canonio with a quick little shuriken, but he quickly dipped right out of there.
Yes. That diversion just for that purple buff, denying it away from Canonio. And now we see, like, with that mid turret, with the outer turret gone, but still.
Ooh. There we go. That's what we want. A quick little pickoff.
Yeah, but not exactly ideal, right? Bleed, they do get so much map control off it. They get that purple buff, and yeah, Rift Esports, they have to get this Lord here if they want to convert that objective.
I'm sure that it is definitely very possible, but I believe that the diversion is used once again. The rest of the members from the side of Rift is just going to be focusing on the Dominic. Dominic actually buying a lot of space and time, pushing Chu and Bear away. The entirety of Rift now unfortunately lost control of the river line, and now the Lord is considered over to Bleed.
Yeah, it feels like Rift Esports, they just don't have that team fight. They don't have the damage to take the team fights at all.
So then one thing that's lacking from the team combo is really like AoE burst kind of damage. I think they do have AoE disable, which is from Pancake, but they don't have like an AoE kind of damage. Yeah.
Right. Like they technically, in some sense, the Faramis is drafted for them to not lose in a fight,
Correct.
but not necessarily on a way to win in a battle. So unfortunately, they can initiate And they can initiate, but they can't end. They can take a damage, but and they won't die, basically speaking. But there will always come to a point in time where Bleed will be able to break through the Netherrealm and be able to just end Rift altogether. So what exactly can they do at this point in time? Since Canonia's enhanced Scythe or enhanced Chains can't really get them any form of kill or any form of damage. Dominic himself, just from a couple of Inferno Pursuit, actually dealt a lot of damage over the side of Canonia. We do have the Netherrealm being popped out as well. The rest of Bleed is just going to be collapsing themselves right over to Rift. And Malin finds himself taken down with the Ogi Shadow Kill. A quick little killing spree that's been credited over to the side of Bleed. Dominic with only a sliver of health. Canonia took that opportunity to take him down almost instantaneously. While in the meantime, with Canonia and Melon back in the base, the Lord drifts down on the top lane, plunders everything that Rift has. But look at the damage from the side of FMM. One after another. Bleed goes for the next one. And Canonia joins in on the chopping block, and the turret, or rather the core, goes down to the hands of Bleed. And Bleed gets himself a 2-1 victory.
And that's what a 10,000 gold advantage from Bleed
That was
can do.
10,000?
Right? Yeah, that's 10,000 gold advantage coming from Bleed. Their macro game was so spectacularly played. They denied away any space that Julian wanted to take. And with the diversion plays, right? They just consistently put Deck in a position where he was threatening the backlines at all times.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to be so worried about this ninja coming out of the backline just going...
Normally when it comes down to the diversion, you will just kind of expect like, okay, one entire kampong and just go over to the backlines. But one single diversion and one single deck, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to just kind of dive into the backlines, right? We did see his shurikens. It didn't seem like it does a lot of damage, but that was all just hidden potential, because the real damage really comes down to the Ogi Shadow Kill, which we definitely managed to see once it starts to ramp up in the opponent space.
So I think Game 3 was very different from the first two games where Link was open. So I think after Link was closed, Haya became like a priority pick. Correct. And then I felt that Rift didn't have an answer to the Haya. Dealing with the Phoveus wasn't that ideal as well. And then they had a very bad lane matchup of the carry against the Harv.
Yeah.
And all these just add together and then went out of spiral, I feel.
Yeah. It's also a matter of skill shots, right? When it comes down to Rift, they do have quite a lot of abilities as technically skill shots, and they can't really deal with a Phoveus that is constantly just hovering above their heads time and time again. You can't really stop the Phoveus. And he deals pretty good damage too.
And looking at the MVP will be our boy FMM, who has returned on the goal lane on the Harith. Did an extremely good job of shutting down Chu, right? Making sure that the zone of control was always up. But of course, really backed up. It was a team effort coming in from Bleed. But FMM, of course, pulled through, having 0 deaths on that Harith, right?
702.
Multiple times, they used the diversion just to gank it.
Yeah. And this is just it's just an epitome of what a draft coming in from Bleed is supposed to look like and how they're supposed to pilot it. And remember, it is Kiwi. It is Kiwi onto the Loi. Let's not forget about that, right? 1:0:8. Definitely very dominating, and Bleed basically just sets themselves up here and say, Rift, look, you guys can't play as a team. You have got a Faramis. I have a Loi.
I felt that the Roy choice here is really good, pairing with the Grog as well. As you see, the Grog compared to the Tigra, I think it's so much better against AD and MLBB.
Yes.
And then on the other hand, Rift picking up the Faramis is quite questionable as compared to Melon's normal kind of bursty mage. This game he went for like a utility kind of support mage. Not really his style, I feel.
Yeah.
You know?
They are just lacking the damage, as we obviously managed to see. Aurora would have been a great addition to this team even, right? And perhaps that wouldn't, picking up the Faramis, and there's a lawyer on the opponent side, you just can't exactly play the way you wanted to.
Not only that, but I also feel like Ruby pairing with the Faramis is really slow at the mid lane. They have really bad wave clearing as compared to the Grog and Loi.
Right.
Yeah, so this would mean that Rift Esports is unable to get that 2nd seed. So they will be that 3rd seed that will be going up against Team Evil in the playoffs. Yeah, so...
they won Evil once, right? Like in 2-0 or something?
They did?
They did, right?
Did? I'm not too sure.
I can't remember
I
very well.
can't remember, but all I can remember is like FMM, Kiwi, Chu, Bear. now on different teams. They used to be on that same team, that Team Asterisk, right? Now, yeah, they are on different teams and playing against each other. Wow, it must be a complete turn of the tables.
Asterisk, huh? At one point in time, it just completely just went over my head. I completely forgot that Asterisk was a thing, and they were a thing.
Yeah, they were the up-and-coming team, and just seeing them on different teams, but doing so well, it just goes to show, right? These players are top at the top, and yeah, given the right concoction, given the right draft, they can make it work. But meanwhile, for Rift in this Game 3, I just don't think this draft works for you guys, man. Really going for that Julian and the Faramis, and yet they were not very aggressive with it.
I mean, they had an idea to snowball the early game, getting the Julian fed, but I felt that Blade also did very well in avoiding the early game fights, especially the first turtle. They rushed the turtle and then not giving Rift the fight that they want.
Yeah, and this goes to show, right? Julian, other than that 3 skills, all 3 skills of which they deal damage, right? There's no real utility coming out from that jungler. Comparing him to, let's say, a Ling, a Hayabusa, things that are more common in this meta, where they have that macro fallback. But meanwhile, Julian, he does not present that kind of scenario.
The thing about Julian is that it's supposed to be a very flexible hero. You have a tool for every situation. You need a burst, enhanced scythe. You need an escape, you've got the enhanced sword. You need knockups and you need crowd control for your team. You got enhanced chain. But it doesn't seem like we are able to see that kind of flexibility from the side of Canonio in the early stages of the game. I wouldn't say that it's entirely onto him, but it feels as though that the roaming trio coming in the hands of the Faramis, the Ruby, plus the Julian just doesn't seem to cut it. They are supposed to be bursty, they have the lockdown, they have the crowd control, and they also have got the pick off, but it just don't seem to work out very well because I would say that it's maybe mentality. They could actually just jump onto Bleed, they could actually do something about the Grok, but Grok can just casually walk away and they'll be like, look, we didn't lock on the Grok, let's just back off.
Yeah, that Grok might have been the best counterplay coming into the Ruby and the Julian, right? Because of that control immunity and that tank ability, you just can't kill him.
Kind of disparaging.
Yeah, right? And the only target becomes Kiwi or FMM. And they did try. They did try multiple times to jump onto FMM. But now if we take a look at the top 4, it's just Bleed all on that scoreboard.
Rich guy,
Rich
guy, Sandbag, Bestwin Mang, everyone is from Bleed. Normally we will look at the Sandbag and they are from the opposite team, right? Because they're just suffering so much damage and it's just like, wow, you hit me kind of thing. But this pretty much just shows us a lot more about how Bleed has played in this game, and that was what, 10, 12, 11?
11 minutes.
11 minutes game?
Yeah.
11 minutes game, 10,000 goal lead. That is phenomenal.
Yeah, that's really scary coming from the side of Team Bleed. But we'll have to see what they have to say in the mic check segment.
Go.
There's that, there's that.
I can see how. There's that first. This one. See the troll, I think.
Hey, I got two.
Oh, yeah, it's also. I got him.
Like that, guys. Nice.
Nice one.
Look.
Hey, flick out T.
I cannot tree.
Hey, okay. Carry.
Carry free, guys.
Keep firing.
Where are I low?
Never mind, we got towers. Take the mid next, guys.
Control.
I stand back here.
Kill them. The front lines.
Hey, I got two.
See how.
I stand three.
Nice.
Stand.
This one. Can or not?
We see how. Don't rush here.
Cannon.
I see me.
I jump. I got me now. I stand tree. See how. You're strong.
Ah! Man. Can do. I think can do. FM is good.
I jump.
No pre.
I got melon. Tree.
Nice one. Nice one, guys.
I think you're okay.
I'm okay. Watch, check.
Okay. True. Betcho.
Never mind. Just killing.
Cannot. Oh, FMM.
Okay.
FMM.
Almost.
Yeah, I think I need to start fire, guys.
Oh, okay.
Okay, start fire,
Watch me, watch me.
Watching. I got ulti.
I jump also. I got.
Link, link, careful.
Okay.
I baby.
Link, careful.
Oh my god.
A lot.
Can run or deck.
I zone them.
Hey, can or guys?
I baby.
Watching.
Yeah.
Hey, watch!
I stun.
I stand.
Hey, our base.
Go back.
Tower again, tower.
Guys, I showed top.
We can fight.
Hey, EDIV.
Okay.
I stand now.
I showed top, guys. I showed top. I think it top.
Julian no spell.
Guys, no, okay, y'all are strong. Nice.
Nice one.
I strong.
Kill that. Kiwi, watch Kiwi, guys.
Hey,
Watch.
I can see.
Hey, can fight. They all low.
Watching.
I can see now.
The higher free.
Hey, come back.
Come lock.
Hey.
I got carry.
Okay, I stand now.
Go. Can tower. Wait.
Focus tower, can
Win.
Okay, nice one.
Nice one. Top lane.
Goodbye, Dom.
Oh,
Wow, FM. That's FM.
FM Prime.
I think just kill hero first.
Just base.
Okay.
Hey,
That's one lah. Win already. What?
Very clean communication coming in from Team Bleed, right? In terms of getting your points across, they do it so well. Like, you're strong. Go.
You're strong.
What does your strong...
Validation.
What does your strong mean, right?
It is all about validation. You need your team to tell you that you are strong.
Actually, it's true. It actually boosts the team morale. Really, man, it gives some, your initiators, your engagers have more confidence to start fights. Yeah, we are strong. Go, fight.
You're strong.
I can be a player now.
Yeah.
I am a good complementer.
I am strong.
You are strong. You are good.
Yes, and we are all strong, but you know who else is strong? You know? Jace.
Jace is strong.
Jace is extremely strong. And
Jace
we'll
is
have
strong.
to see what he has to say in his strong analyst segment. And that's all from us, guys. See you guys at the playoffs.
I guess your strong is going to be the way that we're going to be coming each other later on. But let's break this down in a very strong analyst. I think it's a very strong showing for the fact that Bleed really came back this time. I'm going to tell you this, right? Melon going for Faramis literally signed a death warrant for themselves because Kiwi just went in immediately into this Loi. It was amazing draft coming out from the side of Bleed as well. Apart, if Kiwi is not that one, you also got FMM that could just also add on all that AoE damage. So what happens is that, for example, this is Melon right here, lands down the Nether Realm. You're gonna get popped immediately by the damage from the, what's that called, the Ghost Bursters, and also the Chrono Dash, and also Chrono Fission as well. You're basically just a sitting duck, especially after you do all that damage out. It's just so much AoE damage just inside the particular kit. Now we talk about the early game draft, right? We need to see Canonio popping off, making the plays, etc. But this is the first turtle. But if you notice, there's not enough damage coming out from Melon and also Canonio. Unfortunately, Canonio wasn't able to land down the damage. It is Pancake that got caught instead. And this is where Kiwi could just constantly land down the dispersions and rotations, immediately cut off this whole line. Bear is unable to just step forward and then continue on to basically land down the damage nor CCs. Even if he's able to land down the damage, the CCs, I don't think they really have enough damage as of yet because Dominic is just flying all across in the air. So in the early game, unfortunately, they're hoping that Julian to land all this damage down, but your mid laner doesn't really have a very strong damage. It's just slow, consistent DPS. Now, I just want to comment on this. Like, what's going on here? Like, literally, you let True go off the hook. You know, you're basically using a, I don't know. This is like a very juicy fish right there. This is a gold laner, mind you. This is a very juicy fish right there. But it's okay. At the very least, they're still able to catch Melon right there. Unfortunately, he came back because he is a Faramis very quickly. So yeah, so after that, they just bounce into this team fight, right? I feel like True right there should be the victim. I don't know. Why are we having like a little bit of this roseism? I don't know, man. But okay, apart from that, this is also a very good sequence, right? Take a look where FMM is setting up. FMM is shoving this lane as quickly as possible, taking down this turret, and then after that, you know, then they erupt into this team fight, right? And immediately after they erupt this team fight, take a look where Melon. This is exactly why you don't draft a Faramis right into this sort of roster, because look at Jay. Jay is just setting this up. Everybody go into the Nether Realm. They thought they are safe, but they're not safe at all because Jay immediately stunned up everybody from the side of Bleed. And it's just unfortunate, right? And don't forget, Kiwi is also outputting damage, right? The duality procs, and then FMN just jumps into all of this. Basically, this whole next few sequence is just literally dumb just cleaning it up. There's so many AoE damage, you practically get stunned by the Nether Realm instead. And this is also one of them, right? This is massively juicy. I feel like Kiwi is gonna go back home, sleep, and he will dream of this and smile in his sleep, because this is every Loi's literally dream, right? To really do something. Unfortunately, yeah, the Lloyd's a paid actor, so that's why Kiwi even did have to proc the Purify as well. But of course, after this sequence, it's just death. There's no fight from the side of Rift, right? Because of draft issues, right? Now we're gonna fast forward to this last one. I mean, it's the same thing. Everybody congregated in one little spot. Phobius was able to just literally just absorb everybody, proc the Inferno Pursuit, and basically just end the game from there. So with that said, I'm gonna throw it downstairs to the host and, you know, interview the winner. Cheryl, what do you have?
Thanks, Jace. You're strong. Now here I have Jay beside me. Congratulations on this win, by the way.
Thank you.
Mega important for you guys because it does help with the seeding process when it comes to the playoffs. So, first question, was it very hard to transition from like the mid lane to the roam?
It is okay for me as I played roam during my previous years before. Yeah.
Right, because I think for most people out there, they would, because you are a very much a utility mid lane previously, so probably will expect you to take out like the Cho and then the Edith. So do you have more of all of these eclectic picks like hard tanks like Grok as well as Tiger that we have seen you play, that you're bringing out perhaps in playoff season?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, so according to mic checks, everybody is very, very vocal. You know, everybody's giving their input. Although the mic check is also very clean, like everybody tells what each other, you know, needs to know. There's no fluff in it. But who is the main shout caller when things go bad?
I wouldn't say there's a main shot caller, but we help each other and give suggestions, and we'll have the final answer, and we will do it together. Yeah.
Right. So just to you know, pick the bone a little bit, you and Kiwi are both masters at Loi. Who do you think is the better player seeing Kiwi play today and you supervising?
I think Kiwi. I see a lot of potential in him. Yeah, I think he's one of the best now.
Better than you, supersede you in Loi.
Yeah.
Oh wow, a pat on the back right there. That's really amazing. Now, you guys had a really rocky start when it comes to the regular season. Like, what have you guys learned and will apply heading over to playoff season?
I think we learn more about our basics, and we are playing our basics better, not dying unnecessarily, and our rotations are cleaner. Yeah.
Fantastic. And it's really evident also in the games as well. And congratulations once more. And we can't wait to see Bleed, you know, just destroy the Land of Dawn and hopefully cinch a position that you guys will be proud of in playoffs. Thank you. So yes, guys, that was Jay right here from Bleed Esports securing their win against Rift. Now, speaking of which, we have now come to the end of the regular season. So let's clean up the battlefield and let's check out the overall standings. Yes, the battlefield is now cleaned up, and this is the latest standings as we speak, with NIP Flash 18 points to their name. Evil right behind them at 15 points, Rift Esports at 13, Vanguard's Esport defending their 4th position, securing that upper bracket at 12 points, Bleed Esports now at 10 points, RSG Heraldry making it through to playoffs with 9 points. And today, very unfortunately, we gotta say goodbye to Front Yardigans and Homeboys SG with 5 points and 2 points respectively. Now, it is with an incredibly heavy heart to start the regular season with 8 wonderful teams, the best of the best that Singapore has to offer. But at the end of today, we have unfortunately said goodbye to 2 of these teams, and they are namely Front Yardigans as well as Homeboys SG. Speaking of which, we would love to see you guys at playoffs where our top 6 teams will duke it out. Speaking of playoffs, this is our schedule for playoffs. So yes, this is the playoff brackets, everyone. So lock in your calendars because what will happen on the 11th of October, we'll be having 4 matches respectively, and they are a best of 3. Starting off at 10 a.m., opening up the show, we see our defending champions, NIP Flash, going up against Vanguard Esports. And then for match 2, happening at 12:30 p.m., we'll see the likes of the 2nd and 3rd seed position, Evo duking it out with Rift. Now for match 3, the loser of match 1 will drop down to face off RSG happening at 3 p.m. And for match 4 itself, the loser of match 2 will be dropping down to meet Bleed Esports at 5:30 p.m. Now, this is really an action-packed lineup, which will be happening at playoffs as we conclude the regular season here today. So speaking of which, you guys must be wondering, how do I watch playoffs? Of course, you guys can join us on all of your favorite platforms such as YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and more. But if you guys want to join us live on the venue itself, it will be happening over at Scape Underground Theatre once more. And this time, it will be bigger, better than ever before. So speaking of which, you don't want to miss out on any of the action to secure those tickets to be physically there to support you and your favorite teams. So speaking of which, all you got to do is just follow us on all of our social media channels such as MPL.SG.official to find out more details on how to secure those tickets to be there personally. There's going to be exciting booths, exciting plays over at the Land of Dawn and more. So don't miss out on this opportunity to check out the games happening live before your eyes happening at Scape. So speaking of which, please don't forget to follow us on all of our social media channels to make sure that you don't miss out on any of the action. So once more, my name is Cheryl Yao and I'll see you at playoffs.